Apocalypse, I can obtain infinite upgrades by drawing cards. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 576 You Are Mine. With just those one sentence, Lin Qun suddenly snapped back to reality. He took a step back, coughing violently. Only then did he realize that the so-called gaseous environment around him wasn't the natural environment of the palace of the divine messenger but rather the evaporation of a strange black ocean substance below. And this evaporating gas was seeping into Lin Qun's body insidiously. Because of the high-energy blockade, Lin Qun's senses were restricted, and he hadn't noticed. Because had exerted multiple influences on him. The black ocean was one part. The substance evaporating from this black ocean had a unique relaxing effect. It had almost no side effects, and it wasn't a simple, crude effect like hallucinations. It simply made people relax, and more importantly, it helped them lower their guard and vigilance. Because his words were also part of it, a deception, an inducement. Seemingly frank, they actually harbored malicious intentions, aiming to further lower Lin Qun's guard. But this wasn't the most important thing. The will and ability of a strong person like Lin Qun couldn't be achieved with just a few words. The key to Lin Qun's rapid acceptance and trust of its words was the pair of black eyes of the elderly human figure before him, the digitally simulated human eyes. They appeared normal, deep and mysterious, nothing particularly special, but this was a form of neural manipulation technology. The light in those eyes was actually being fine-tuned billions of times per second. This was the most crucial input, used to achieve a higher level of brain programming for Lin Qun. By continuously inputting information that Lin Qun himself couldn't perceive, his brain neurons were being compiled, exerting a real influence from the physical to the mental level. This was a true soft knife. The first two were intended to make Lin Qun ignore the killing intent within the projection. Due to habitual perception, Lin Qun didn't realize that the projection itself was a form of influence. This was a technological capability completely lacking in humanity, and not even something that any advanced civilization in the current second-level civilization battlefield of the Cloud Pattern Star System could possess. But strictly speaking, this wasn't killing intent, it was merely influence. Lin Qun suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Papata was right. Even the divine envoy himself admitted that it was limited by the rules of the civilization battlefield and couldn't do anything to the participants, especially those who were compliant. It had just said that although Lin Qun had been reported, he wasn't cheating. His abilities came from the talent bestowed upon him by the divine kingdom, therefore, while he was a supermodel, he was still within the rules. But there were other methods besides a fatal one, such as what was happening now. It was influencing him in a way completely unexpected by Lin Qun, using techniques and methods he had never seen before to directly affect his thinking, making him follow the other party. Everything was Lin Qun's own choice, and it was entirely in accordance with the rules. Was this the technology and power of a dominant civilization? However, Lin Qun was prepared. He had maintained a high level of vigilance and had repeatedly pondered the words of the divine envoy, because. Therefore, he immediately noticed the problem in the other party's words, made a breakthrough, and reacted instantly, rendering Biku's actions useless. At this moment, Lin Qun spoke frankly, "Divine envoy, stop pretending. If you don't want to kill me, what do you want to see my innate ability for?" The face of the projected old man before Lin Qun quickly returned to calm, motionless like a real electronic figure. But its voice continued, "You've actually realized it. You should have completely submitted to me under my technological influence, but Alice, what for? Of course, to turn your innate ability into mine, such a powerful innate ability, giving it to you in your trashy civilization is simply a waste." Its voice, though calm, carried a hint of madness. Its words at this moment seemed to reveal its true thoughts. All that talk about valuing the potential of human civilization and wanting to befriend Lin Qun and human civilization was utter nonsense. Damn it, his talent ability was being targeted? Lin Qun was astonished. This divine envoy had the ability to transform others' talent abilities into its own? talent abilities were activated by the technology of the Divine Kingdom. Lin Qun had never heard of anyone being able to steal them. At that moment, the projection of the old man before Lin Qun flickered and distorted, about to disappear. Sensing something, Lin Qun took a half step back and looked up, only to see a massive metal wall above him split open, unleashing a 200-meter-long metal spike hurtling towards him. But Lin Qun didn't dodge. The spike was fast, but not to the point where he couldn't avoid it. He didn't dodge because he wanted to see if this divine envoy could actually attack him. The answer was quickly revealed. The spike, seemingly aimed at Lin Qun, actually missed him by a hair's breadth, grazing his body and slamming into the metal platform beneath his feet. The platform shattered with a deafening roar, and Lin Qun plummeted downwards. At that moment, the black ocean below seemed activated by some force, instantly boiling and surging upwards. The black waves intensified, forming giant waves hundreds or even thousands of meters high, like writhing tongues, ready to swallow Lin Qun whole. Sure enough, this divine envoy dared not touch him. It was bound by the rules of the Divine Kingdom. No matter how powerful it was, it could only use soft attacks, not real strikes. Even as a ruler-level being, a special agent of the Divine Kingdom, it could only act within the rules of the Divine Kingdom. As soon as Lin Qun began his descent, it immediately activated the Mark 50 nanodech suit. As a technological creation, and one of the most advanced in the universe, it wasn't sealed off and could still be used. Lin Qun was already prepared to use it. Although Lin Qun hadn't used this item in a long time due to his increased strength, it was still his signature battle armor, and he was incredibly familiar with its use. Instantly donning the armor, Lin Qun performed a U-shaped upward thrust, rushing towards the entrance he had just come from. He wanted to leave immediately. Lin Qun had wanted to say a few more words to see if he could glean any more useful information, but the divine envoy, seeing that he had been exposed, immediately attacked. Clearly, peaceful communication was no longer possible. Lin Qun finally understood why the divine envoy had descended. It had discovered Lin Qun's extraordinary talent. Therefore, it had used its own authority within the rules of the Divine Kingdom civilization battlefield to descend here, exploiting a loophole in the battlefield's artificial design, to steal Lin Qun's talent and claim it for itself. Even in a civilization battlefield created by the Divine Kingdom, as long as human intervention is involved, there are loopholes to exploit. There's no way around it. When something requires human flexibility to judge and act, that flexibility can also bring more uncertainties. However, Lin Qun had also obtained a lot of information. At this point, a swift retreat was the best strategy. However, because clearly didn't want Lin Qun to leave so easily. Above Lin Qun's head, the entire metal plate lit up at that moment, displaying bizarre and dazzling colors, with countless light and shadows projected down. The world before Lin Qun's eyes rapidly changed. Originally, the black ocean was beneath his feet, and he was rushing forward parallel to it, with a metal wall and the huge passage he had come from in front of him. But at this moment, the black ocean suddenly became what was in front of him, and the door had moved to the position of the black ocean below him. Lin Qun was startled and immediately realized that this was likely a deception. The door was still ahead. Under the high-energy blockade, his perception was limited, and Lin Qun couldn't discern where the correct path was, but he trusted his judgment. This divine messenger couldn't directly attack him, but could only influence, restrict, and control him. Therefore, no matter which way he went, there wouldn't be any deadly moves. All he had to do was escape. Therefore, although the scene before him changed bizarrely in an instant, Lin Qun didn't pause or hesitate for a moment. He quickly charged forward, continuing towards the location of the passage door in his memory. He pushed the Mark 50's speed to the limit, advancing forward as an astonishing flame. Right above Lin Qun's head, light and shadow converged, and a massive spherical projection, entirely composed of eyes, appeared, like a god looking down upon the fleeing humans. It was the image of Because, its form almost filling the entire space of the enormous metal room, spanning tens of thousands of square meters. Its voice was like thunder and roar. "Human, you can't escape. I can't kill you, but I can trap you, banish you. When this battlefield of civilization ends, you won't be able to return to where you came from. You'll only be recycled by me, becoming a part of me. Ho ha ho ha. You refuse the soft offer? Then you can wait to die in darkness and silence. You are mine. You are mine." It had this other plan? A cold glint flashed in Lin Qun's eyes. This divine messenger's methods were indeed astonishing, things Lin Qun had never heard of before. But Lin Qun wasn't afraid. He had cards to play, he was confident. Since this divine messenger couldn't directly attack, he could never do anything to him. Lin Qun continued forward, retorting, "So, you were lying to me all along? The so-called eternity of the divine kingdom is a lie." "No, it is. The eternity of the divine kingdom is beyond the comprehension of a being like you, but none of that matters to you now. You will soon become a part of me. Your abilities, your power." Its voice echoed, seemingly brimming with confidence. Lin Qun was completely trapped in its grasp. "They will all become a part of me. And I will be grateful for your gifts. I will search for your civilization and eradicate it all as my repayment. Be grateful for my generosity." At that very moment, Lin Qun plunged headlong into the black ocean. His judgment was only half right. It was information deception, but also reality. Simultaneously, the entire vast space surrounding Lin Qun shifted, the black ocean rising and blocking his path. Lin Qun felt he was heading in the right direction, but in reality, the entire massive metal cube had already rotated. What appeared to be a black ocean was, in fact, a black ocean. He plunged headlong into the black ocean. The black liquid looked like water, but upon contact, it was incredibly viscous, like countless tentacles clinging tightly to flesh, clinging to Lin Qun's body, constantly crawling and writhing, trying to penetrate his suit and enter his body. Lin Qun's Mark 50 nanodech suit rapidly slowed, a series of alarms flashing before his eyes. The substance had already begun to seep in. He was trapped in quagmire, unable to move. Lin Qun had almost fallen victim to this attack himself, knowing that these things not only had a restrictive effect but could also affect the mind. He was only prevented from making immediate contact thanks to the Mark 50 nanosuit, otherwise, he might already be affected. The liquid in this black ocean was extremely strange and powerful. Because his intentions had been fully exposed, he had completely dropped the pretense. However, since that was the case, Lin Qun wouldn't pretend either. He manipulated the Mark 50 nanosuit, and the nanostructure suddenly expanded outwards, creating a unique small space for him within the suffocating black ocean. Then, he took out the silver horn and blew it. Accompanied by a howl, the little mudskipper flashed out. Previously, the little mudskipper had been kept free range on Earth, but this time, Lin Qun had retrieved it into the silver horn before departing from Earth. Because currently, the civilization battlefield was frozen, only summoned creatures could unleash their full power. The little mudskipper was also a summoned creature and was not affected by the freezing of the civilization battlefield. Moreover, now, after such a long time, the little mudskipper had grown to a length of 21 meters. It truly displayed the form of a kun, a mythical fish. When it was small, no matter how much it ate, it couldn't eat much, so its growth was naturally slow. But as it grew larger, its growth rate accelerated. The 21-meter-long kun appeared directly in the black ocean. However, it seemed to be restricted in this black ocean. But this didn't affect the kun. The little mudskipper opened its blood-red maw and sucked up the entire black ocean. That was its ability. Directly devour. What it devoured was equivalent to entering another space, therefore, the uniqueness of the black ocean wouldn't affect it. On the contrary, after being digested in another space, it would ultimately become its nutrients. At this moment, the little mudskipper opened its mouth and sucked in the surrounding black ocean frantically. Lin Qun was freed in a second and immediately rode on its back, while the little mudskipper continued forward, watching the black ocean devour it. Unable to speak, it used its spirit to convey an excited emotion to Lin Qun. "This stuff is delicious. Lin Qun, drink it all up." The black ocean was a trap set by because for Lin Qun, but now, Lin Qun, riding the little mudskipper, is swimming directly through this black ocean. The 21-meter-long kun devours everything, sucking the black ocean back into its belly. Above its head, even because his enormous projection shows a stunned expression, completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? What is this thing? How can it? Chapter 577 Grab him. Because, being a powerful being, only hesitated for a moment before realizing what was happening. Amazing, incredible. Is this your innate ability? Absolutely amazing. I've only ever heard of such abilities, never truly witnessed them. You are mine, it is mine. Give me your power. At that moment, on the massive projection in the sky, countless eyes on Biku's image stared at Lin Qun and the little mudskipper, their greed palpable. Its entire phantom roared downwards, as if to devour Lin Qun whole. But unfortunately, Under the influence of the rules of the divine realm, it couldn't attack Lin Qun. The projection was just a projection, utterly harmless. Meanwhile, the black ocean was also being swallowed whole. The little mud skipper was truly swimming in the water, drinking as it swam. It was reluctant to leave. The information it relayed to Lin Qun indicated that the black ocean seemed to be very nourishing for it, and it enjoyed it greatly. Lin Qun knew the gravity of the situation. This was because his lair, a Dominator-level life form with technological support from a Dominator-level civilization. It was also because his territory. Even if it couldn't directly strike due to the rules of the Divine Kingdom, who knew what other hidden tricks it might have up its sleeve? He'd get out of here first. The black liquid seeping into Mark 50 was being expelled by Lin Qun. While because roared furiously, Lin Qun had the little mud skipper gnaw a path through it, and he shouted back, "I'm afraid that won't work. This is mine, I can't give it to you. If you are truly sincere about being friends with me, I might be able to help you out and lend it to you for a couple of days, but since you've lied to me, that's not an option." Lin Qun sneered. Because, however, seemed unmoved. Its projection almost overlapped with the black ocean and Lin Qun, the eyes of those projections appearing to float beside Lin Qun within the black ocean, terrifyingly powerful. To be honest with you, you can't withstand it. You and your civilization are too weak. On your own, you'll never reach the end of the road. But if you really want to know, you can stop. I can tell you everything I know. The Divine Kingdom, don't all your civilizations yearn for the Divine Kingdom? I can even tell you where the path to the Divine Kingdom is. You don't need to win the civilization battlefield to go to the Divine Kingdom. It was becoming anxious. It realized it couldn't stop Lin Qun. The Qun's devouring ability was too strong. It ate as it went. Because it was restricted by the rules of the civilization battlefield, unable to use most of its methods, and what it could use was useless against this creature brought out by the human. No matter what mental influence, information influence, or physical restrictions, none of them worked. It could eat its way through, even moving in a straight line. It could devour everything. They eat their way from the inside out. Nothing can stop them. It's certain that this creature is a product of Lin Qun's innate abilities, which has captivated it. However, it's also becoming an obstacle preventing it from trapping Lin Qun. Therefore, it has to offer more information in the hope of keeping this human. As long as it can keep him, it still has a chance. It said from behind, "Perhaps we can still talk, human. I can offer you some benefits within my authority, and you can survive. Your civilization and you will both benefit. Fighting me will bring you no advantage, because even if you leave here, I have many ways to get what I want. This is good for both of us, it's a win-win strategy." Before the little mudfish appeared, it hadn't said this at all. It was extremely arrogant, not only wanting to kill Lin Qun and steal his talent, but also wanting to find the location of human civilization and wipe it out. Now it had changed its tune, but Lin Qun wouldn't believe it. He silently communicated with a little mudfish, determined to aid his way out. At this moment, the little mudfish finally resembled a Qun, a mythical fish, devouring everything in its path. Nothing in its way could hinder it. Lin Qun was somewhat dazed, thinking that this guy looked a bit like Kirby from StarCraft. Behind it, the divine messenger chased after them, but was helpless, only able to watch as Lin Qun ate his way out of the huge cube-shaped room and rushed into the outer passage. The passage's gate, which had been closed, had been breached by the little mudskipper's powerful devouring. The buildings here, constructed of some unknown material, were incredibly advanced, but utterly insignificant to the little mudskipper, whose teeth were exceptionally sharp, swallowing anything in their path. However, Lin Qun knew that the little mudskipper's actions, seemingly eating, were actually swallowing whole. This was its devouring ability, a testament to the power of a mythical creature. Its abilities hadn't been restricted by the freezing of the civilization battlefield. Entering the passage, the little mudskipper accelerated rapidly, carrying Lin Qun forward. Behind it, the black ocean was pouring out from the gaping gate, but because his projection didn't follow. Instead, a small device, about the size of a dragonfly, arrived. "You can't escape, human. You and your civilization won't even be able to leave the second-level civilization battlefield. You'll be sealed off and annihilated here. You have no way out. You belong to me. You don't have the ability to fight a sovereign-level powerhouse or a civilization. Stay now, voluntarily hand over your innate abilities, and I might consider sparing you and your civilization. Otherwise, you'll only face death. Resisting me will bring you no benefit." Though it hadn't arrived, its voice filled the surroundings, now carrying a threatening tone. Unfortunately, Lin Qun wasn't buying it. What death? It's using the Southern Heavenly Gate again. Lin Qun didn't immediately use the Southern Heavenly Gate because he still had some reservations about this divine messenger. If he really fought it to the death, who knew if it would use some divine kingdom's rules against him? If he didn't make a move, it couldn't kill him. From any perspective, Lin Qun was the one who benefited. Because was a ruler-level life form, even surpassing the source energy level, a true top-tier powerhouse in the starry sky, while Lin Qun was merely an evolved being, it was obvious who was more restricted. Why should Lin Qun strike first and cripple himself? Therefore, as his dragonfly spacecraft pursued relentlessly, Lin Qun ran as fast as he could. The little mud skipper had grown considerably, its speed incredibly fast, especially in this semi-cosmic environment. Its speed was comparable to the maximum speed of the Mark 50 nanometer suit, and in the blink of an eye, it was almost at the exit. Behind it, the roar of the divine messenger faded into the distance. Near the outer area of the box-shaped artificial structure, it and the black seawater both retreated. They didn't follow, and Lin Qun faced no further obstacles. The giant gate outside had no gate at all, and the little mud skipper excitedly charged straight out. This was its first time traversing the starry sky. It had eaten and drunk quite a lot, and was very excited. Upon entering space, it couldn't help but let out a howl. Unfortunately, within the envoy's box-shaped artifact, there was a medium, so its howl was reduced to a silent, wide-open mouth in space, appearing somewhat comical. However, its excitement was still transmitted to Lin Qun. Although it had already reached a certain size, it was still a child, having been born relatively recently. It could freely roam the stars at a considerable speed. And this was just the beginning. Currently, it was growing larger and larger, and its growth rate would naturally increase. When its size reached the point where it could devour stars, it would truly reach maturity. As Lin Qun rode a Qun out of the envoy's box-shaped artifact, this human instantly became the focus of everyone's attention once again. Several civilizations had been waiting, eager to see what the outcome of this human's journey would be. However, the speed at which Lin Qun emerged surprised them greatly, and what surprised them most was that Lin Qun had entered alone, yet emerged with a mount. Several civilizations were completely bewildered. On the warship of Hot Jupiter, a semi-digital life form exclaimed, "What's going on? This human came out so quickly? What is he riding? This human, did he successfully please the divine messenger? Is this something the divine messenger bestowed upon him? Can a divine messenger bestow things upon a contestant? Who knows? Who can know about the affairs of the divine messenger in the divine kingdom? If not, how do you explain that he went in empty-handed and brought out a living being?" Even on the Anu warship, Hu and Colin were taken aback. "My lord, what's going on with this human?" Colin asked, greatly surprised. Huli also showed a hint of confusion, quickly thinking, perhaps, this was bestowed upon him by the divine messenger. Colin's heart sank slightly upon hearing this, saying, "How is that possible? According to our guess, the divine messenger's descent should be because of our report. Then, shouldn't the divine messenger be looking for this human who is in big trouble? Why would the divine messenger reward him instead? Is it possible that there was a mistake, that this human didn't cheat, and the divine messenger is compensating him with something?" Huli also showed a rare thoughtful expression, a situation it had never encountered before, saying, "With a high-energy lockdown, all our rule power is restricted. Evolvers can't even open other dimensions. This human's mount couldn't have come from anywhere, so it couldn't be his own. It could only have been given to him by the divine messenger." Huli's analysis was reasonable and well-founded, and Colin nodded repeatedly, his tone carrying a hint of disbelief and jealousy. Does this mean we've helped this human?" Hearing this, Huli fell silent. After all this commotion, did they end up helping this human? They hadn't even seen the divine envoy, yet this human had received a reward from the divine envoy? Meanwhile, inside the starship of the fourth orbit civilization, the life forms there were also astonished. Their judgment was the same. This was a reward from the divine envoy to the human. Their commander stood at the front of the warship. Regardless of what means this human used to deceive the divine envoy's favor, it's meaningless. They're just an 8th orbit civilization. Even if they have some strength, the gap between them and us is too great. I find this creature very interesting. Once the divine envoy leaves, we'll take over this civilization and kill this human named Lin Qun. Then, The treasure the divine envoy gave him will naturally become ours. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. In truth, they hadn't discerned anything special about Lin Qun's Qun. They didn't know anything extraordinary or unique about it. If it were anything else, they might not have even glanced at it under these circumstances. But they all judged that what Lin Qun was currently writing was a reward from the divine envoy. And what the divine envoy gave him, could it be something inferior? Leaving aside a divine kingdom, the divine envoy himself was at least a ruler-level being from a top-tier civilization. Anything he brought out would undoubtedly be extraordinary. However, one of its subordinates couldn't help but say, "But this human doesn't seem to have received a reward from the divine envoy. Instead, he seems to be fleeing from the divine envoy's palace like a refugee. How is that possible?" The commander in front said. "That's the divine envoy's territory. If the divine envoy didn't want him to come out, how could he possibly leave? Escape is impossible." This commander's thoughts were shared by many important figures from other civilizations at this moment. Even if Lin Qun looked like he was fleeing for his life, they didn't believe he was really running away. How could that be? Who could escape from the divine envoy's grasp? Only Lin Qun knew that he was indeed running away, currently riding the Qun rapidly towards the cone-shaped spaceship. And seemingly due to the divine envoy's technological influence, even after Lin Qun emerged from the box-shaped artificial structure, he couldn't contact the cone-shaped spaceship outside. But the people inside the cone-shaped spaceship seemed to have realized what was happening and were actively approaching Lin Qun, clearly wanting to take him back. Others might not know the situation, but they certainly did. Qun belonged to Lin Qun, and Lin Qun was going to a treacherous banquet. The little mudskipper also possessed a powerful ability Lin Qun hadn't discovered. It was unaffected by the strange space surrounding the box-shaped artificial structure, flying straight out of its influence. The two sides were getting closer and closer. According to Papatou's previous statement, this divine envoy could only forcibly invite him once using his authority. Once he left, he wouldn't need to return. This time, Lin Qun also gained a lot of information, which he would digest slowly upon returning. This trip with the divine envoy was worthwhile. However, this divine envoy was probably furious. Just then, a message suddenly broadcast from the divine envoy's box-shaped artificial structure. This time it was extremely urgent. Instead of being transmitted separately, it was broadcast directly across this small area of space, the content simple and clear. "Human Lin Qun, capture him. Whichever civilization captures him, I will give that civilization what he wants." This message was transmitted indiscriminately to every civilization, and they were all greatly surprised. Upon seeing this information, Lin Qun's heart sank. This divine envoy, was cunning. Limited by the rules of the civilization battlefield, it couldn't directly attack participants, but other participants could. Even if the civilization battlefield and its reward mechanism were frozen, participants could still fight each other, which didn't violate the rules. By using the divine envoy's interests as bait, these civilizations naturally swarmed. Half of them were here to curry favor with the divine envoy of this divine kingdom. Now that the opportunity had arrived, no one could resist. Chapter 578. Where else can you run to? What's going on? Could it be that this human didn't receive a reward from the divine messenger, but stole something from the divine messenger? The civilizations here were all top-tier civilizations that dominated the second-level civilization battlefield. They had seen all sorts of scenes, but none like this. The divine messenger from the divine kingdom had specifically asked them to help capture someone. Wait, what does this mean? With the divine kingdom's capabilities, how could it have escaped? This isn't right. Why can't the divine messenger capture him himself? Why does he need our help? Can't the divine messenger act? What exactly is going on? This is our chance, act. At this moment, upon receiving this message from the divine messenger, all sides were filled with doubt and uncertainty. The Anu people were on high alert and dared not move, while the semi-digital life forms were desperately analyzing, trying to arrive at a conclusion they could understand that fully explained the current situation. Meanwhile, the giant ships of Hot Jupiter and the warships of the Fourth Orbital Civilization simultaneously activated, launching a full-scale attack. They were also under high-energy blockade. Their source energy level was restricted, preventing them from directly attacking, and their advanced weapons were also limited. However, the conventional firepower of their warships was already astonishing enough, so they opened fire immediately. From the Hot Jupiter, a magnificent ray shot out, dreamlike and ethereal, yet traveling at almost the speed of light. It fired from the diagonal point furthest from humanity, brilliantly piercing the cosmos, aiming at the human warships. Sir, the giant ships of the first orbital civilization have opened fire. Their target is that human, Lin Qun. Should we attack Lin Qun or the human warships? On the bridge of the fourth orbital civilization's warship, its commander coldly replied, attack him too. We can't let them get there first. We can't let them do the work for us. The fourth orbital civilization's warships also opened fire simultaneously, various energy beams and space torpedoes shooting out, hurtling through space towards their target. However, the divine messenger's order was to capture him alive. Their current target was also Lin Qun's little mud skipper. At the same time, their warships moved in unison, all beginning to approach. Although in this situation, attacking and destroying the human's cone-shaped ship was the best option, cutting off Lin Qun's retreat and making him a sitting duck. But this was a task assigned by the divine messenger, and everyone was worried about someone else capturing the human first. At this moment, no one wanted to attack the human's cone-shaped spaceship. Instead, they all attacked Lin Qun, wanting to destroy his mount and capture him in space. Faced with this barrage, Lin Qun quickly dodged, forced to distance himself from the cone-shaped spaceship that came to meet him. The fourth orbital civilization's warship's attacks were relatively conventional. Lin Qun, riding his Kun with the cone-shaped spaceship's interceptor weapons, was able to dodge them without serious injury. However, the ray from the Jupiter behemoth was terrifyingly powerful, directly striking Lin Qun. It was clear that with Lin Qun and the little mudskipper's speed, they couldn't dodge. Their current speed was already very fast in the eyes of ordinary life, but in the face of space-level combat and weaponry, it was still slow, making it difficult to avoid this round of attacks. At this moment, the little mudskipper let out a silent howl, its body suddenly lunging forward, not retreating but advancing, opening its blood-red maw, directly biting at this astonishing ray. Inside the giant ship on the hot Jupiter, the beings of that civilization gleamed with excitement. What are they trying to do? Are they just ramming into us, courting death? Great. We've helped the divine messenger achieve his goal, we'll receive his blessing. But we hope this human doesn't also crash into our attack. The divine messenger's instructions were to capture this human alive. Their excited yet worried expressions turned to astonishment the next moment. Because the attack hadn't destroyed the little mudskipper as they had expected, instead, it had swallowed it whole. The little mudskipper's gaping maw was like a black hole. All the sky, children of the light energy, was frantically sucked in, and the attack from the giant ship on the hot Jupiter was directly swallowed by the little mudskipper. It was completely neutralized. Lin Qun was also taken aback. The attack from that giant ship was incredibly powerful, already reaching the limit of firepower that a level 2 civilization could display under the current frozen battlefield conditions, yet such an attack was directly devoured by the little mudskipper. The most powerful defense in the world is to swallow your attack whole. However, after deflecting the attack, the little mudskipper's condition was clearly off. It quickly slowed down, sending emotional messages to Lin Qun indicating that it had eaten too much and needed to digest immediately. I'm going to explode, Lin Qun. He took a deep breath, quickly took out the silver horn, and put the little mudskipper away. At the same time, his Mark 50 nanodech suit once again covered his body, allowing him to accelerate through space again. Meanwhile, the warships of the fourth orbital civilization and the giant ships of hot Jupiter were approaching, flanking them from two directions. At the same time, the semi-digital life forms also made a decision. They possessed powerful computing capabilities but lacked the necessary information. Therefore, after analyzing for a long time, they couldn't come up with any results. They only knew that if they didn't act now, and someone else captured Lin Qun first, they would be at a natural disadvantage. In this situation, they had to act even if they didn't act now. At this moment, on the lone ship of the Anu. My lord, Colin said, should we continue to wait? No, we're attacking too. Hugh gave the order. They couldn't wait any longer. There were only a few civilizations here. If they didn't act, wouldn't that be disrespecting the divine envoy? Forget about winning over the divine envoy, they might even incur his wrath. At this moment, only the Ying civilization remained still. They were completely dumbfounded. They never expected that their ally would become the divine envoy's target at this time. Now they were caught in a dilemma, unable to move forward or backward. For a moment, only their fleet remained unresponsive, frozen in place like a machine crashing. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Saint Avery was burning out. Meanwhile, the warships of the other 4 civilizations moved, completely surrounding Lin Qun and the humans' cone-shaped spaceship, while firing, attempting to blockade the starry sky with firepower, hoping to capture Lin Qun, their human target, once their warships got closer. This was absolutely the most elaborate siege in a second-level civilization battlefield. Within the Level 2 civilization battlefield of the Cloud Pattern Star System, the most powerful civilizations were all gathered, their goals unprecedentedly aligned, to intercept and kill the human Lin Qun. If the battlefield hadn't been frozen, with the combined power of their respective civilizations' top-tier energy sources, Lin Qun would have been trapped, even with wings. But now, they had to rely on their warships to surround, intercept, and capture him alive. They were also vying with each other, each trying to strike first. Human, you can't escape. Surrender now. Under multiple layers of blockade, Lin Qun and the cone-shaped spaceship were even separated, unable to reunite, forced to desperately flee. Lin Qun gritted his teeth. This divine envoy was utterly despicable. Unable to act himself, he used his position to manipulate the entire Level 2 civilization battlefield against them. Inside the cone-shaped spaceship, Suji struggled to fly, fending off attacks. Damn it, this divine envoy is doing whatever he wants here. Isn't the Divine Kingdom going to do anything about it? The Divine Kingdom has countless battlefields of civilization. Even if it's powerful, it can't possibly be completely unpredictable. Otherwise, why would the Divine Kingdom send special envoys to act as human customer service? This divine envoy is a special envoy of the Divine Kingdom, essentially human customer service. Since human customer service is already here, it's likely that as long as its behavior doesn't violate the intelligent customer service and rules of the battlefield of civilization, and unless it's detected by other Divine Kingdom's actual human agents, the Divine Kingdom won't intervene. And this divine envoy is from the Divine Kingdom. It definitely understands the mechanisms of the battlefield of civilization better than we do. By operating on the fringes, it can evade the Divine Kingdom's gaze, allowing the Divine Kingdom to determine that it's merely fulfilling its normal duties as a human customer service. So, the Divine Kingdom probably isn't ignoring it, but rather simply hasn't discovered that the human customer service here is abusing its authority. Of course, it's also possible that the Divine Kingdom is turning a blind eye. This is the benefit of the divine envoy serving the Divine Kingdom. Chu Yaowei clenched her fists, staring at the sky filled with enemies, her eyes bloodshot. Wang Kezhang said, "These damned alien civilizations, do they really just do whatever the Divine Messenger tells them to do?" However, although Lin Qun and the cone-shaped spaceship appeared to be besieged, the distance between them was constantly closing. Lin Qun seemed to be struggling left and right, quite helpless, but in reality, he had already gripped his cards tightly. "You dare to help the Divine Envoy? I have a cheat code. Breaking through is no problem." However, at this moment, they suddenly discovered with horror that the starry sky before them had suddenly changed. The positions of all of them had abruptly changed. It was as if they had moved out of thin air. Just now, they were clearly trying to encircle and block Lin Qun and the human cone-shaped spaceship, forming a huge encirclement in space. All the warships, including the human Lin Qun and the cone-shaped spaceship, were constantly changing positions while moving at relatively high speeds. This is the norm in space warfare. Everyone's position is relative and constantly changing. But at this moment, they suddenly discovered with horror that what they had just seen seemed to be all an illusion. Their encirclement had been broken inexplicably. And the one who broke this encirclement was none other than the Divine Envoy. At this moment, all fleets, including the human cone-shaped spaceship and except for the British civilization fleet which had remained stationary, were astonished to find that their positions were all facing the Divine Envoy's box-shaped artificial structure. Moreover, the attacks that had just been launched from their respective warships were now all aimed at the Divine Envoy's box-shaped artificial structure, instead of their intended targets. It looked as if they were launching a simultaneous attack on the Divine Envoy. Even the humans were no exception. Their counterattacks against the 4 fleets were now all directed towards the Divine Envoy's structure. The orientation of the human warships also changed at this moment, directly facing the Divine Envoy's box-shaped artificial structure. The scene in space now looked more like a coordinated attack by the 5 fleets, including humans, against the Divine Envoy. Inside the cone-shaped spaceship, someone exclaimed in surprise, "How did they do that? It's that Divine Messenger. It interfered with all our information and systems. We thought we were breaking out, and the Anu people thought they were surrounding and attacking us. In reality, the direction we were moving, the targets we locked onto, and even the world we saw were all influenced by the divine messenger. It used this method to move us to the position it wanted us to be in, while we ourselves were completely unaware, still thinking we were sailing and attacking according to our desired trajectory. Papiru said coldly from the side, and this is its true purpose, to disrupt the situation and make us attack it, so that it can break through the constraints of the divine kingdom's authority and attack us directly. This divine messenger never intended to use the Anu people and other civilizations from the beginning. How could it possibly be interested in the civilizations here? It wants to act itself. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Chuyawi said, "You mean, this divine messenger can now act directly? And it is at least a ruler. Damn it." Wang Qizhang said, "Such a powerful being, and an envoy of the divine kingdom at that, scheming against a group of civilizations here, what's the difference between him and an adult scheming against a child? This is the starry sky, weakness is the original sin. A ruler-level being can act on its own, why rely on other weaker beings? If its restrictions are lifted, we're all doomed." A cold glint flashed in Papiru's weasel eyes. It saw through the divine envoy because his plan. What call for everyone to capture Lin Qun alive? That was all nonsense. It simply wanted to disrupt the situation, inciting chaos among the various factions. This way, it could use its technology, far surpassing that of any civilization in the level 2 civilization battlefield, to deceive their detection, even their eyes, causing them to move to their current location completely autonomously and without their knowledge, and then unleash a barrage of fire upon it. With the technology of the level 2 civilization battlefield civilizations, it was impossible for them to detect this beforehand, even Papiru hadn't noticed. Only after its goal was achieved would they belatedly realize what had happened. This was absolute crushing power. As a special processing agent of the divine kingdom, it had no right to act against any participant in the civilization battlefield. Even if a participant was truly cheating, it could only report it manually, with the civilization battlefield making the final judgment and eliminating them. No matter how powerful it was, it couldn't intervene. But there was one exception: if a participating civilization attacked it, the special processing agent. The divine kingdom restricted it, but also granted it the right to defend itself. Just as Chu Yawei had judged, it was a divine messenger. No one knew better than it how to navigate the edges of the rules of the civilization battlefield to do what was advantageous to itself. The divine kingdom was omnipotent, but in the cosmos, who could truly be omnipotent? The level 2 civilization battlefield of the cloud pattern star system was just an ordinary battlefield to the divine kingdom. It was governed by normal rules, and the divine kingdom's attention wasn't even there. Only the normal mechanisms of the civilization battlefield were functioning. Its artificial customer service had arrived, the divine kingdom had essentially delegated some authority to it. It could then use the framework to do things within it. And now, the 5 civilizations, including humanity, what they thought were attacks against each other, all flew towards the divine messenger's box-shaped artifact. This was an attack. The attacks couldn't be retracted. Everyone could only watch in horror as their attacks struck the divine messenger's box-shaped artifact, causing violent explosions, but without causing any damage. But that was enough. Within the rules, it could act. Taking action itself was its true intention. A terrifying aura rose from the divine messenger's box-shaped artifact in the next second. Boundless projections rose across the battlefield. This time, however, it wasn't a digital projection, but a true display of power. The divine kingdom's blockade was effective against the participants in the civilization battlefield, but ineffective against the divine kingdom's special agents. The only thing restricting them was the rules of the civilization battlefield, and as Papiru said, that restriction was now gone. Time and space seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone's movements became stiff. In different warships, different beings looked up and saw countless eyes shining in the starry sky. Those eyes seemed to come from different life forms, yet they were densely packed, seemingly endless, now filling the starry sky, boundless. Before them, the warships and beings beneath their feet were as insignificant as ants. Even a powerful being like Huxiao felt his breath freeze at this moment. The beings before him seemed capable of annihilating him with a flick of their wrist. And at this moment, the gazes of these eyes were all locked on Lin Qun. Lin Qun's body froze in the starry sky for a moment. The voice of the divine envoy because exploded in his mind. "Human, do you think you can escape? A weak civilization, a weak life, possessing treasures but lacking the ability to survive in the starry sky. Your power can only be mastered by a powerful life, a powerful civilization. It is something only the strong are entitled to possess, because only the strong can protect it and unleash its full power. And you and your frail civilization, which sprang from some dusty corner of the starry sky, are not worthy of it at all. You obtained it, you possessed it, only to present it to me at this moment. This is your and your civilization's destiny. Where can you escape to? Ah, you have reached the end. The divine messenger made his move, and everyone was terrified. Everyone was filled with apprehension, even the source energy master trembled. Only Lin Qun, who appeared to be fleeing for his life, sighed. I didn't want to use cheats. Tell me, what are we going to do now that things have turned out like this? Chapter 579 The Southern Heavenly Gate is activated. Because his final cry was a mixture of Ganke, a complex emotion encompassing both lament and sigh, but even more so, absolute pride and mockery. It was a dominator-level being. Without the constraints of a divine realm, in this battlefield of a level 2 civilization, it was a godlike existence. And now, it looked down upon the earth, the starry sky beneath its feet seeming so insignificant. Its colossal projection rose between the second and third orbits. Life on the two participating planets of the Anu and the second orbit could even see its massive outline when they looked up. Conversely, those closer could not clearly see its form, only its countless eyes against the starry backdrop, hanging enormously overhead, closing in infinitely as it lowered its body. Every life felt terror and unease. It did not attack, but the blood seemed to have already congealed. It was the feeling of gazing into an abyss. Even if the abyss was not actually looking at you, you already felt death approaching. Warships were shutting down uncontrollably. The system displays on the warships were replaced by countless eyes. It doesn't control anyone, yet its power has permeated every direction. It's watching every corner relentlessly. The entire starry sky here is under its gaze, and if it wanted, every life could become its eye in an instant. Under the blockade of the civilization battlefield, even those powerful source energy level individuals could offer negligible resistance. But it didn't do that. Although it exceeded its authority, it didn't want to unleash a massacre within the level 2 civilization battlefield. If it did, it would inevitably trigger an anomaly within the civilization battlefield itself, raising alarms and transmitting the information here to the divine realm, which would be troublesome. In fact, it doesn't care about those ants at all. As Papadu said, these beings in the level 2 civilization battlefield may be fighting fiercely among themselves, but in its eyes, they are no different from a group of ants on the ground. It has only one target. That is Lin Qun, the talent this human possesses. It is so rare and incredible. As long as it can possess it, then, it can. Just then, its gaze noticed 4 golden cards suddenly rising before the human already its prey, ignoring its power and radiating golden light. What is this? Lin Qun was now unable to move. Even without the limitations imposed by the civilization battlefield itself, he could barely utilize his abilities against its power. But he had already realized what the divine messenger, Because, intended to do. Therefore, before the attack hit Because' box-shaped artifact, Lin Qun had already taken out 5 cards. The 4 Heavenly King cards were the first to glow, shimmering with brilliant golden light. Dhritarashtra, Virudhaka, Virupaksha, Vaishravana, every support card was flashing. Among them, Dhritarashtra's card diffused within the light. Dhritarashtra had only one last chance to assist, and with Lin Qun's activation, it completely dissipated into the starry sky. But that was enough. Before him, the golden light of the activated cards was transforming into dazzling divine light. 4 Heavenly King assist cards, unaffected by the freezing of the civilization battlefield. 4 majestic and sacred figures appeared before Lin Qun. The avatars of the 4 Heavenly Kings descended upon the starry sky. Each glared angrily, rising and falling, towering to the heavens and earth, their divine light illuminating thousands of miles. Nearby, countless eyes watching Lin Qun were illuminated by golden light at this moment. What kind of method is this? That human has broken through the freezing of the civilization battlefield. In the Anu warship, Colin's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in astonishment. As powerful beings, they could all see that the power Lin Qun displayed at this moment had directly broken through the civilization battlefield's blockade of high-energy fields. That was a tangible fluctuation of power. Who are these 4 figures? Do humans have powerful beings? But what powerful beings do they have that can evade the blockade of the God Kingdom civilization battlefield? At this moment, The commanders inside the giant ship of Hot Jupiter, the semi-digital life fleet, and even the warship of the fourth orbital civilization all thought they were seeing things. This scene before them overturned their understanding and was unheard of. How could they display power under the frozen rules of the God Kingdom's battlefield? And these four figures appearing now are all at the source energy level. Although far inferior to the star-covering power that Because is currently displaying, it's still astonishing enough. Breaking the rules, who can do that? This is a challenge to the God Kingdom's power. Even so, what can four source energy levels do? In the bridge of the fourth orbit civilization fleet, their commander coldly spoke, seemingly having already pronounced humanity's fate. At this moment, Because his figure pressed down on Lin Qun with boundless force. Its countless eyes looked at the four heavenly kings and Lin Qun, flashing with clear, undisguised ecstasy. Incredible, incredible, truly incredible ability. Is this a summoned creature? Where did you summon it from? It can actually break through the rules and restrictions of the divine kingdom without being judged as a violation. It's amazing. This ability is mine. This ability is mine. As long as I have it, as long as I have this power, how can the divine kingdom restrain me? Ahohohahoha. Hahohahoha. Its voice resounded in Lin Qun's heart, each sound like thunder, exploding within him. It laughed wildly, excited. These sounds were only transmitted to Lin Qun, filled with its boundless excitement and anticipation. It was already certain of victory. The stronger the power Lin Qun displayed now, the more it could gain from that power once it entered its hands. But Lin Qun detected a hint of madness in its tone. And this madness seemed to have been there from the very beginning. This divine messenger, Because, seemed to be different from everyone's expectations. But at this moment, accompanied by its wild laughter, its actions did not stop at all. It pressed down its body, its power penetrating into every crevice. The divine light of the four heavenly kings was compressed in less than a second, confining it to the area around their avatars. For every inch Because pressed down, their avatars shrank by an inch, not a proportional reduction, but a complete and utter shrinking, like cartoon characters standing on the ground being struck with a hammer and instantly reduced in size. But the four heavenly kings' avatars were not cartoon characters. Their shrunk by an inch meant they had truly been struck, their bodies cracking and collapsing downwards, their skin shattering like porcelain. They raised their heads, golden blood flowing from their facial features. Because sinister laughter echoed in their hearts and Lin Qun's. Impressive, impressive, but so what? Is this all the strong humans have? Some source energy level beings, even without the blockade of the civilization battlefield, what can they do? Ho-ha-ho-ha. Die? Die? You four, all of you, die? One after another, eerie eyes opened on their faces and Dharma forms, those eyes filled with laughter, rotating up and down. Then, more twisted and bizarre eyes sprouted, like a virus, frantically multiplying and spreading within their bodies, as if to fill their entire being. Lin Qun, your talent is mine. This is a gift that doesn't belong to you or your civilization. Give it to me, give it to me. At this moment, the combined power of the four heavenly kings was barely enough to prevent them from being instantly annihilated. The four heavenly kings were powerless against such strength. All their methods were mercilessly suppressed. Their avatars were only at the level of source energy 1 or 2, even with the four heavenly kings joining forces, they were no match for a dominator-level expert, and were being utterly destroyed. In at most 10 seconds, the four heavenly kings would all be crushed. But that was enough time. Another card, golden with iridescent light, rose the instant the four heavenly kings appeared. Lin Qun, I'm here to help you. The call from the heavens has been answered. A passage between this world and another is being established. The ancient heavenly court is responding to the call from that other world. A dazzling, blazing white light emerges from the south heavenly gate card, suddenly soaring into the sky, rising into space, even piercing through Bikuse's massive projection, and exploding into the infinite depths of the universe. At that very moment, Bikuse sensed something, countless eyes following this dazzling, blazing white light to look into the higher reaches of space. The light paused several thousand meters away in space. It opened a passage in space. A spatial rift was opening, like a curtain slowly being drawn back. Behind it was a boundless world. It was also a gate. A terrifying light emerged from it. The boundless sound of drums resounded from it. The shouts of 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals silently pierced through the starry sky. This is. A look of astonishment appeared in Bikuse's countless eyes. Seemingly stunned by the scene before it, it exclaimed, "Is this also part of your innate ability? Amazing, truly amazing. It felt no fear. It was unaware of what lay behind the rift. It sensed the celestial soldiers behind them, but to it, they were nothing special. Their average strength was between top-tier experts and evolved beings. With its Dominator-level combat power, it could crush them in an instant. This clearly couldn't be the power possessed by human civilization. It judged that this was the result of Lin Qun's innate ability. This made it even more delighted. This was part of Lin Qun's innate ability. If an evolved being like Lin Qun could achieve this, would it obtain this power? The mere thought of the outcome filled it with ecstasy. It was determined to make use of Lin Qun's innate ability. Therefore, it wouldn't give Lin Qun any chance. The rift had barely opened when its power surged upwards, even briefly sparing the 4 heavenly kings and Lin Qun, intending to use its terrifying power to completely close the spatial rift at the southern heavenly gate, which hadn't yet fully established its passage. No wonder you're not afraid of me. So you have such methods. But it's useless. You humans have no strong individuals. What good is your talent, no matter how powerful? You don't even have the chance to use it. It's a futile struggle. A weak life will only wail in the dust. In the face of absolute power, no matter how powerful your talent is, it's useless. In your hands, it's just a waste of resources. Just watch, just watch. No matter what methods you use, I will personally help you extinguish them. The power of a sovereign is unparalleled. In the starry sky, a sovereign is a true god. Because his power rose to the heavens, like 2 invisible giant hands frantically swirling, trying to directly close the spatial rift in the south heavenly gate passage that was about to open. If the passage couldn't be established, the south heavenly gate could never descend, and if the south heavenly gate couldn't descend, even if the heavenly court had countless powerful figures, they wouldn't be able to get through, which would be useless. Not only that, at this moment, the starry sky suddenly became both dark and bright. Between this darkness and brightness, an incredibly terrifying scene unfolded. The planets and even stars of the cloud-patterned star system battlefield, which were originally far away in the sky, all began to move at a speed visible to the naked eye, flying towards the battlefield at an astonishing speed, seemingly about to smash all life here and the south heavenly gate. This was an unmatched power. So, is it over? No. It's absolutely impossible to fail. Because before the south heavenly gate opened, Lin Qun heard an incomparably domineering female voice in his ears, spanning countless ages. Who says that humanity has no powerful figures? A single voice, seemingly carrying the vicissitudes and coldness of eternity, yet also possessing an arrogant and superior air, rang out. Lin Qun smiled. He knew, he had known from the very beginning, that he could not possibly lose this battle. At this moment, the 4 heavenly kings roared in unison, attempting to exert their power to block Bikusa's advance. And at that very moment, multiple items on Lin Qun's body emitted light. A bronze mask, a fairy's hairpin, and other items flashed forth one after another. Each item emitted a beam of light, within which ancient power revived, and another bridge was forged, forming a figure in the void that surpassed all ages. She possessed unparalleled beauty, yet she stood proudly above all others, invincible under heaven. However, this figure was incredibly ethereal, seemingly existing only for a fleeting moment. But even that moment was enough. She came from eternity, glancing at the starry sky. With just that one glance, the power Bikusa exerted on the southern heavenly gate passage was instantly reversed. The trembling planets abruptly returned to their positions. The starry sky seemed to shatter, and Bikusa's domineering power surged back as if swept away. Bikusa roared, "This is impossible. What kind of power is this? What kind of power is this?" And at the same time, the southern heavenly gate was unrestrained, torn open from the inside by another pair of incredibly huge and terrifying arms. That was the giant spirit god. The crack opened. Divine light reappeared. The southern heavenly gate had not yet appeared. But an invincible flash of light shot out from that blazing white light at an unparalleled speed, seemingly a weapon that had been flung out, domineering and powerful, piercing through the starry sky, directly piercing through Bikusa's massive figure, the terrifying power almost shattering its projection in space, and then directly hitting the box-shaped man-made structure behind it. The box-shaped man-made structure that the attacks of the 5 major civilization fleets had failed to shake was directly pierced through. What kind of power was that? Before the person even arrived, she only flung out a weapon, and the entire box-shaped man-made structure trembled violently, as if it would collapse under this blow. The unlucky Bikusa's power had just been knocked back by that mysterious fairy with a glance. How could he defend himself now? He could only be beaten, becoming the one being attacked and killed. And this was yet another extremely powerful sovereign life. At this moment, Bikusa was dazed. Where did so many overlords come from? Was this part of this human's innate ability, or was this human civilization actually incredibly powerful and terrifying, and these overlords were real, existing strongmen within this human civilization? Was its information wrong? But how could its information from the divine kingdom be wrong? Unless this human civilization had become so powerful that it could bypass the divine kingdom. No. Lin Qun didn't see clearly what it was, but he saw it was a long weapon, three-pointed, double-edged. He already had a guess in his mind. For the first time, he transmitted information in reverse to Bikusa. It was his cold laugh and mockery, Bikusa, the divine envoy of the divine kingdom, the invincible overlord level. Who told you that humanity has no strong men? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580. A single strike splits the heavens. What's going on? Has the warship system been restored? We should retreat immediately. The scene before them was far beyond the expectations and imaginations of the various civilizations. They weren't fools. Even with limited information and no one to provide answers, they could roughly deduce what had just happened from these changes. But the divine envoy himself had intervened. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't this human be finished? Just now, they were all trembling with fear, afraid that they too would be annihilated by the divine envoy. While feeling uneasy, they were also speculating about what this human had done to provoke such anger from the divine envoy, prompting him to want to capture him. But the outcome was, the human's display of force was equally astonishing. What's going on? Inside the giant ship of Hot Jupiter, in a huge room, the body of Hot Jupiter's strongest being, Feather, was rapidly dispersing and coalescing in this space, eventually converging into a small, swirling storm. Not understanding what was happening, it relayed information outwards, issuing orders for its warships and civilizations to retreat quickly. This was no longer a level they could comprehend. With the emergence of the southern heavenly gate and the ancient figure, the surrounding power fluctuations became increasingly complex and chaotic. Bikusa's influence began to weaken, and the eyes within the warships of several civilizations disappeared one after another. They thus regained partial control of their warships and immediately retreated without hesitation, leaving the area. The semi-digital civilization made almost the same choice at that moment. In the virtual world, their individual lives could operate in multiple threads. Some participated in the decision-making assembly, others maintained the warship's operation. Because of this, they were least affected by Bikusa and were the first to retreat. But they were also astonished. The stars shifted and then returned to their positions. The masters clashed. It was too shocking. Is this a war of gods? Isn't this human civilization just an ordinary and weak one? What exactly is going on here? Our records of the 8th orbit and this civilization are very limited, but this isn't a level they should or could reach, unless it's a conspiracy, and this human civilization represents some anti-divine force, trying to lure and kill divine messengers. The semi-digital life forms argued incessantly while taking action. This dual-track operation was nothing to them. They were rapidly retrieving previous observations of the later orbits, especially those of humans. They had done this once before when the human and Ying civilizations arrived, and now they were carefully repeating it. Some of them even dug up ancient records about divine kingdoms in their databases, hoping to answer the current situation. Among their numerous records about divine kingdoms, some indicated that divine kingdoms also had enemies. There were people in space who specifically hunted divine messengers and disrupted the battlefields of civilizations. This seemed to be the only correct answer to this inconceivable situation. Otherwise, how could a weak 8th orbit civilization create the current situation? The thought of this possibility filled them with increasing horror. The more they knew, the greater their fear, and the more they wanted to flee. This was no battlefield they could possibly engage in. At this moment, all civilizations were retreating, even the British civilization. Saint Ava, unlike the semi-digital civilization, was unaware of the enemies of the divine kingdom. It and the other British civilization beings were largely bewildered. They knew humans possessed some strength, But they hadn't expected that the human civilization, which they thought was weaker than them at the current level of a second-tier civilization, was actually a max-level powerhouse. Seeing this, they too desperately retreated. A frantic retreat. This was no longer a war they could handle. In the battlefield, only the human cone-shaped spaceship continued forward relentlessly, determined to bring Lin Qun back. Advancing through the terrifying energy storm, Suji didn't hesitate. She had to bring Lin Qun back. Inside the human cone-shaped spaceship, everyone was utterly shocked. They were bewildered and astonished by the scene before them, wondering how Lin Qun had managed it. Once again, they were deeply awestruck by Mr. Lin's strength. Wang Qizhang couldn't help but mutter, "Is Lin Qun getting stronger when facing stronger opponents? He can fight evolved beings, he can fight source energy level beings, and he can even fight a supreme level divine messenger." This statement struck a chord with many. Mr. Lin seemed omnipotent. He seemed to have a way to deal with any opponent. Unlike the other civilizations that were shocked and retreated, the humans here mostly felt relieved. Mr. Lin really did have a way. There was hope in this battle. Only Chu Yaowei remained tense. She wouldn't be at ease until Lin Qun was brought back and the battle was completely over. In the corner, Pa Patu was also staring intently at the starry sky, looking at the emerging phantom and a door that suddenly opened in space, a thoughtful expression on his face, his weasel eyes gleaming. Meanwhile, in the arena, the battle seemed to be almost over. Because felt a chill run down its spine. Its thoughts had been abruptly interrupted by a powerful enemy before it could reach a conclusion. Having just regained its fighting strength with a single glare, it was utterly unable to withstand the impending attack. Unable to use its available methods, it could only desperately retreat. The two auras that had appeared were both Dominator level, both incredibly terrifying. It needed to create distance to regroup, otherwise, it might not even have the chance to counterattack. It felt as if its scalp was about to explode. Every eye was filled with terror. It was just as shocked as the other alien civilizations. How could this be? It had thoroughly investigated this human civilization, even knowing about one of their chosen ones. Therefore, it knew very well that this human civilization had no powerful individuals whatsoever, not even a single source energy level expert, let alone a Dominator level 1. Lin Qun could deceive the other civilizations on the second-tier civilization battlefield, but he couldn't deceive because, a Dominator-level divine messenger. But what was happening now? How could two Dominator-level beings suddenly appear? And both so powerful? Was this a trap? Because had previously believed Lin Qun's methods were innate abilities, but now it was uncertain. What kind of innate ability could allow an evolved being to summon a Dominator-level powerhouse to fight for them? Because had never heard of such an ability. It too began to waver and doubt, wondering if this was a trap, that humanity was feigning weakness, playing dumb to deceive others, and that the Dominator-level powerhouse was hiding. But even if they could hide, how could they do it? Hadn't the Divine Kingdom discovered it? Because his CPU was burning with rage. It roared and howled, "Human Lin Qun, you tricked me. You actually have a Dominator? Is this your innate ability? Is this truly your innate ability? Is this the power of your civilization? What's so strange about you? What's so strange about your civilization?" This voice also resonated directly within Lin Qun's mind. As he spoke, because swiftly retreated, the massive projection that had just been disrupted immediately falling backward. Terrifying power surged back at light speed in the starry sky, regrouping its strength. Within the box-shaped artificial structure, its true form emerged, a spherical life form with countless eyes, ferocious and terrifying, each eye emitting a terrifying light. Lin Qun did not answer because his frenzied roar. Only he knew that this was, of course, his innate ability, but unlike anyone else's. He came from another world. His innate ability allowed him to build a bridge to that other world. And at this moment, Lin Qun raised his head. The southern heavenly gate was opening. Spatial rifts stretched to both sides, revealing the majestic heavenly court gates within. The giant spirit that had opened the rift stood tall, and behind him, clouds swirled, revealing an endless array of celestial soldiers and generals, banners waving, war drums thundering. And behind the countless celestial soldiers, a tall and handsome figure rose. Before he could even make out the figure, his voice had already swept across the world. "What kind of demon dares to run wild here? Surrender at once." This voice resounded directly in people's hearts. Along with this voice, the golden light that had just disappeared into the box-shaped artificial structure suddenly trembled, rising abruptly upwards, soaring and expanding, expanding by thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. The object, long and imposing, resembled a combination of a knife and a fork, with a three-pronged blade at the front and two sharp edges on the body. Now, it had expanded infinitely, soaring into the battlefield. This was indeed the three-pointed double-edged sword. It really was him. Hearing this voice and seeing this soaring divine weapon, Lin Qun understood that his guess was correct. This was one of the legendary figures in the heavenly court, Erlang Shen. He was also the hardest working guy in the heavenly court. Wherever he went, he was there. However, as the south heavenly gate became clearer, the bronze mask and other objects that had just appeared around Lin Qun, shimmering with golden light, all dimmed, and that breathtakingly beautiful figure, surpassing all ages and the stars, gradually disappeared. That was a wisp of her aura residing in the objects. She couldn't exist for long. The power of these items wasn't enough to sustain her existence for much longer. Just that one glance was her limit. In her final moments, she turned her head, glanced at Lin Qun, then at the starry sky, a faint smile playing on her lips. But her figure was too dim to see clearly, and she vanished. At that moment, in the starry sky, the three-pointed, double-edged sword rose into the heavens, vast and powerful, hurtling downwards. The three-pointed, double-edged sword flashed with dazzling golden light, its light traversing the starry sky like a golden bolt of lightning tearing through heaven and earth, unstoppable as it hurtled down upon the divine envoy, because. At that moment, the starry sky seemed to tremble. Because was no longer as arrogant as before, it focused entirely on dealing with the attack, each eye shooting out destructive divine light. Those lights were enough to destroy a planet. The starry sky seemed to tremble, converging into a single beam of light that rose into the sky, directly confronting the attack. However, the golden light remained unaffected. Its unique shape seemed to possess boundless sharpness, severing Bicus's counterattack directly in the middle. A terrifying burst of energy exploded in space, scattering boundless flashes and dissipating energy. The golden light, however, continued its downward trajectory, unstoppable and unparalleled, striking Bicus's body and sending it crashing down upon the box-shaped man-made structure below. In space, there was no sound. But at that moment, everyone could almost imagine the earth-shattering roar and deafening explosion. The box-shaped man-made structure, spanning tens of thousands of meters, shattered under this attack, split in two. Combined with the effects of the previous blow, it completely fractured and exploded, the continuous blasts illuminating the starry sky. Magnificent and grand, it was as if a world was collapsing. All structures crumbled, engulfed in the terrifying flames and explosions. A single strike cleaved the heavens. A terrifying energy shockwave swept across the starry sky, scattering nearby forests and cone-shaped spaceships like leaves in the wind. Those civilizations that had begun their escape earlier seized the opportunity, using the energy shockwave to accelerate their flight and flee the battlefield at an even greater speed. They were all terrified. Even the Anu were no exception. Huxiao issued 7 escape orders, fleeing desperately. It looked back with a chilling gaze, thinking, "Thank goodness we didn't fight the humans to the death, otherwise." It also felt a growing resentment towards the explorer civilization. These humans are so powerful, yet they dare to challenge us. Colin was also filled with terror. This human civilization can actually arm wrestle with the divine envoy. We. They. This. Even a great source energy level being like this was incoherent. Huxiao said, "What arm wrestling? Didn't you see the divine envoy being overwhelmed?" Everyone was fleeing, utterly terrified. The British civilization was incredibly fortunate. They had never attacked humanity, maintaining a cooperative relationship. The semi-digital life forms fled for their lives. Luckily, we didn't attack them like we attacked the second orbit civilization's warships, otherwise, we'd probably be finished. Retreat. This human is definitely an enemy of the divine kingdom, wanting to oppose it. This divine envoy is in big trouble, we must run. Meanwhile, explosions rippled through the arena. The previously arrogant divine envoy, Bicus, was suddenly blasted from the sky, his palace collapsing. But it was still a top-tier powerhouse. Being chosen by the divine envoy, even if not the strongest among the rulers, and subject to the limitations of the civilization battlefield, it possessed its own unique strengths, far from being a mere cannon fodder. Enraged, seeing its palace crumble, it roared and rose into the sky, each eye emitting divine light, attempting to storm the southern heavenly gate and reach it. However, on its opposite side, behind the south heavenly gate, Yang Jian, aided by 100,000 celestial beings, possessed overwhelming divine power, surpassing even his own combat strength. Each of Erlang Shen's attacks was reinforced by the combined might of 100,000 celestial soldiers. He was utterly unreasonable. Before he even stepped out of the South Heavenly Gate, his three-pointed, double-edged sword, carrying the power of 100,000 celestial soldiers, stirred the heavens and earth of this civilized battlefield, relentlessly bombarding it. The divine envoy, because his counterattacks were repeatedly shattered, preventing it from even approaching the South Heavenly Gate. Its spherical body, like a ball, was relentlessly smashed down, utterly pathetic. Because had no time or opportunity to prepare a larger counterattack, being completely suppressed, without even a chance to use any of its techniques. Erlang Shen, equally terrifying and experienced, recognized this strange life form as extraordinary, and unleashed a thunderous attack, not wanting to give because any chance for a desperate counterattack. Lin Qun, who had just stabilized himself from the energy storm in the corner, witnessed this scene. In fact, Lin Qun actually hoped this guy could break into the South Heavenly Gate. Then it's doomed. What a joke. The Heavenly Court is right behind the South Heavenly Gate. How could a foreign race like you go there? Would the primordial Heavenly Lord, the Jade Emperor, and Laozi kill you? They're not intervening now because of their high positions. They don't need to act rashly. But if you dare go in, things might be different. Even if they still don't intervene, right now there's only Erlang Shen. If Queen Mulan, Nezha, and the others also came, they could beat it to death together. That would be a real gang fight. Then it would discover that its opponents are all sovereign-level beings. It would probably be terrified. However, Lin Qun, looking at the flying three-pointed double-edged sword, was thinking, when will I be able to draw one? Chapter 581 The Laws of Heaven and Earth. Because was being relentlessly suppressed. Before the Southern Heavenly Gate, Erlang Shen stepped out, a colossal phantom of a celestial dog fatally appearing behind him, howling at the heavens, shaking the starry sky. With each step he walked, his body grew larger, expanding, revealing a blue face and fangs. From a handsome divine lord, he transformed into a towering, demonic being. That was divine power, the law of heaven and earth. The true great divine power of the law of heaven and earth. He transformed into a gigantic body 33,333 meters tall, truly standing tall and overlooking the starry sky. His already formidable aura inexplicably expanded at this moment. With a wave of his hand, the three-pointed double-edged sword returned to his grasp. His third eye, on his forehead, suddenly opened, shooting out a divine light. Because his counterattack was mercilessly repelled once more. It fell from the sky. The pride and power of just moments before seemed to have been completely absorbed, mercilessly suppressed. It still couldn't believe its eyes. Such a situation could occur on the battlefield of civilizations. It, a dignified divine messenger, was being suppressed and beaten? It hadn't even managed to seize the innate ability. Instead, it was being brutally assaulted. Its palace had been smashed to pieces, reduced to scattered debris across the starry sky. It could hardly believe its own experience. What was going on? What was wrong with this human? It raised its head, gazing at the Southern Heavenly Gate. Across the starry sky, it seemed to see the vast world of the 36 heavens behind the Southern Heavenly Gate. That magnificent and colossal figure stood at the forefront. Behind the Southern Heavenly Gate, 10,000 heavenly soldiers roared in unison. Nearby, the disheveled four heavenly kings were rebuilding their Dharma forms, rising proudly. When the Southern Heavenly Gate was present, the time limit on their Dharma forms would be removed. The Southern Heavenly Gate's maximum existence time was 30 minutes, so their maximum existence time would also be 30 minutes. Moreover, with the arrival of the Southern Heavenly Gate passage, the connection between their avatars and their original bodies strengthened. Their original bodies could continuously input power to strengthen their avatars. At this moment, Lin Qun had also returned to the cone-shaped spaceship and sent a message to Because, just like before, a sarcastic question. Divine Envoy, you say humanity has no strong individuals? Our strong individuals are right here. You want my innate abilities? Come and take them. This sentence was devastating, a blatant mockery of Because. Its previous contempt for human civilization had now become a slap in the face. Who said humanity had no strong individuals? At this moment, these were all strong individuals. This was the most merciless mockery. If Because had a face, its expression at this moment would be extremely ugly. It was a divine envoy. To be mocked like this, it had become a laughingstock. However, Because was also a sovereign-level being, its current achievements were certainly not due to superiors. Looking at this scene, it suddenly felt a chill. At this moment, it seemed to finally realize what it was facing. If this continued, it might die. It was a world. A powerful world that it could not resist. Although it still didn't understand how human civilization had deceived the divine kingdom, and couldn't determine whether it was Lin Qun's innate ability or not, there was no doubt that now was no longer the time for it to dominate the situation. Therefore, at this moment, because made a decisive choice, it stopped attacking and quickly moved backward, trying to create distance. It wasn't going to engage in a head-on confrontation anymore. Currently, the situation in this level 2 civilization battlefield had exceeded the Divine Kingdom's limitations. Under normal circumstances, the Divine Kingdom civilization battlefield mechanism should have responded automatically, selectively sealing all abilities and methods exceeding the current level 2 civilization battlefield's combat power limits. However, because of its Divine Messenger's presence, the civilization battlefield mechanism's response was relatively delayed. This was a backdoor because had deliberately opened for its own attack, and now, this backdoor had become its limitation. But given enough time, it should react. And that was because his current plan. It wanted to wait for the Divine Kingdom's mechanism to respond and selectively restrict all forces here that exceeded the level 2 civilization battlefield limits. Although this would force it out of the battlefield of the second-level civilization of the Cloud Pattern Star System, and it might even face punishment from the Divine Kingdom, this was exactly what it wanted, as it would allow it to completely avoid the current crisis. It understood that this was no longer a simple matter of whether it could defeat this human and steal his innate abilities, it was a matter of its own life or death. If things continued this way, it would surely die. Meanwhile, at the South Heavenly Gate, Erlang Shen, though displaying the Dharma of heaven and earth, remained stuck between the South Heavenly Gate and this world, not advancing an inch. He merely manipulated his three-pointed double-edged sword to sweep and kill. He seemed to have sensed something, knowing he couldn't easily leave, or he might be affected. But that was enough. At this moment, with the support of 100,000 heavenly soldiers and the 4 heavenly kings, his power was unprecedented. With just his three-pointed double-edged sword and his third eye, he could preemptively strike and kill the divine envoy because, who fled in panic like a stray dog. Because was now truly like a stray dog, constantly retreating. It was terrified, even if it possessed the strength to fight, it had lost all will to do so. Furthermore, since it was the Divine Kingdom that had intervened, it dared not unleash its full power. Therefore, it was at a disadvantage from the start and had no chance to retaliate. In fact, as a divine envoy chosen by the Divine Kingdom, and considered above average among the sovereign-level beings, it was utterly unable to exert any combat power, forced to take a humiliating beating and flee. Its speed was extremely fast. As a sovereign-level divine envoy, the blockade of the civilized battlefield had no effect on it. It stirred up dark energy, forming a storm, and fled at a terrifying speed. Lin Qun couldn't even see it clearly before it disappeared into the distance. Lin Qun was also shocked. This was a level he could not currently comprehend, even this speed was beyond his reach and unimaginable. Meanwhile, because was still on the run. Lin Qun couldn't catch it, but that didn't mean Erlang Shen's supernatural powers couldn't. No matter where it fled, the divine light of its third eye remained locked on, and the three-pointed double-edged sword relentlessly pursued it, frantically chasing, surrounding, and desperately intercepting it. Because had no choice but to run. It was already at a disadvantage, and its opponent was extremely powerful, radiating killing intent. If it didn't run, it would be killed. It had no choice but to run. Thus, a comical and absurd scene unfolded in the starry sky. Because ran madly ahead, while behind it, divine light illuminated it like a spotlight, and the three-pointed double-edged sword relentlessly hammered at it. Because of their extreme speed, they even passed by other fleets that had previously fled, leaving them speechless once again. Am I seeing things? There's something chasing after the divine messenger. Is that the divine messenger's true form? This is insane. They passed by a corner of the starry sky. Here, the remnants of life on the second orbital planet, previously sunk by semi-digital life, were desperately fleeing with rudimentary escape devices. Their speed was slow, but because they had enough time, they had covered a considerable distance. As they watched because and the three-pointed double-edged sword fly past one after the other, the swirling dark energy whipping them into pieces like a storm, they were utterly bewildered. Is that the divine envoy? How did the divine envoy fly past? Is this our chance? No, is the divine envoy being chased? My God, how is this possible? Is there anyone on this battlefield of civilizations who can chase after the divine envoy? At this moment, the image of the divine envoy in their minds was crumbling. The civilization of the second orbital planet wasn't very powerful, possessed little information, and didn't know much about the divine envoy. They believed the divine envoy was a hope, a gamble. After all, someone from the divine realm was naturally considered extraordinary, and their image in their minds was naturally elevated. But now, the image they had built of the divine envoy was rapidly being destroyed. The divine envoy was chased and fled across the starry sky, completely unlike a divine envoy, and utterly lacking in dignity. Their hopes crumbled. What kind of divine envoy is he? Nothing special. He's probably been blown up by some participating civilization. If we had known, we wouldn't have come. We've lost so many brothers for nothing. Inside the cone-shaped spaceship, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. This is because was chased away by something we don't know. Suji murmured, her expression complex. Just now, when the divine envoy displayed his power, they were all terrified, but they never expected such a reversal. This reversal left her and everyone on the warship at a loss for words. The divine envoy's lair was shattered in one blow, and the divine envoy is being chased across the starry sky. This is simply the opposite of heavenly order. Wang Qizhang's expression was also complex. The more shocking the power that the divine envoy Because had brought just now, the more ridiculous and unbelievable his current disheveled escape seemed. Although Because could run, the pursuit was fierce. Erlang Shen's attack was thunderous, its power capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. Several blows landed, not killing Because, but severely shattering his body. Countless eyes on his body were blown off. This dignified divine envoy, severely injured, dared not stop, continuing his escape at an astonishing speed towards the sun of the cloud pattern star system. If it weren't a powerful enough overlord-level being, it would have died on the first strike. However, this situation didn't last long. Because, familiar with the rules of the civilization battlefield, an overlord-level powerhouse fled relentlessly, and even the southern heavenly gate couldn't stop it. It successfully stalled until the civilization battlefield responded. Rows of text appeared before the eyes of all participants in the Level 2 civilization battlefield of the cloud pattern star system. Warnings from the civilization battlefield. Warning. A Level 1 civilization battlefield force has intervened in this Level 2 civilization battlefield. Warning. The special handling personnel of the Divine Kingdom in this Level 2 civilization battlefield are behaving abnormally. Warning. The Level 2 civilization battlefield has undergone a major change and is currently undergoing readjustment. The civilization battlefield freeze will remain in effect. All participants are advised to stay away from the areas between the second and third orbital regions. This adjustment will last for some time. These messages appeared, and the alien civilization lifeforms fell silent. They had never seen such a civilization battlefield notification before, even after experiencing many civilization battlefields. These humans were too crazy, too unbelievable. The humans looked at each other, feeling that this notification seemed strangely familiar. They had seen a similar notification during the Level 3 civilization battlefield on Blue Star, when Lin Qun threw out a shining, partially triangular octahedron at the Prophet civilization lifeforms. And this time, along with this notification, beams of light suddenly lit up this part of the universe, enveloping all the remains and fragments of the box-shaped man-made structure, and also covering the open south heavenly gate. One of them shot towards the depths of space at the speed of light, enveloping Because, who was desperately trying to escape. The three-pointed double-edged blade suddenly reversed at this moment, returning to the south heavenly gate. Erlang Shen stepped out. He seemed somewhat perplexed by the current situation, and thrust his three-pointed double-edged sword forward. At this moment, before the passage between the southern heavenly gate and this secondary civilization battlefield world, an invisible energy wall seemed to appear under the shroud of light, separating him, the southern heavenly gate, and this secondary civilization battlefield. His strike landed on this invisible barrier. Ripples spread where the three-pointed double-edged sword touched it. But it did not penetrate as before. Seeing this, Yang Jian raised an eyebrow, swung his divine weapon, and smashed it forward. But, this time he failed again. His three-pointed double-edged sword seemed to hit cotton, sinking deep into it, causing the entire invisible barrier covering the southern heavenly gate to deform and twist according to the direction and force of his strike, but it did not achieve the desired effect of penetrating it. Moreover, at this moment, under the influence of the invisible power of this divine kingdom, the passage of the southern heavenly gate was being forced to close. The light on both sides merged. Within the southern heavenly gate, bursts of brilliant light erupted, seemingly resisting the attack. According to the card's effect, the southern heavenly gate's duration hadn't ended yet. However, at this moment, the power of the divine kingdom held the home field advantage, gaining the upper hand. Under Yang Jian's relentless bombardment, the southern heavenly gate passage gradually closed. The spatial rift seemed to be squeezed and closed by an invisible hand, ultimately shutting completely, as if it had never existed. The divine light that enveloped the starry sky dissipated with the closure of the southern heavenly gate. Immediately afterwards, the four heavenly kings, who had persisted due to the southern heavenly gate's effect, also dissipated. Their Dharma incarnations all vanished into divine light, rising into the vast starry sky. The people inside the cone-shaped spaceship stared blankly at this scene. This scene was dreamlike and sacred, giving them a strange feeling. The divine kingdom closed the southern heavenly gate in a remarkably gentle way, expelling the power of the level 1 civilization battlefield that Lin Qun had forcibly summoned using cards. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened. But everything here had changed. And on the other side, the divine envoy Because was also being expelled. Its actions had exceeded the boundaries set by the divine realm. It was being recalled. However, its recall was slower than the closing of the southern heavenly gate. Under the radiance of the divine realm, the fragments of those box-shaped man-made structures were rapidly converging, forming a massive vortex of ruins in the starry sky. Because was also quickly pulled back from a great distance. It was in a sorry state, its body mangled, many eyes missing or blind, its breath weak. Clearly, it was severely injured and on the verge of death. It was dragged back by the power of the divine realm like a dead dog, merging into a pile of fragments and rising upwards. At this moment, the cone-shaped spaceship attempted to launch an attack, but failed. Enveloped in light, it couldn't hit its target or explode. Lin Qun flew out of the warship, looking towards the divine messenger Because being pulled up in the distant vortex. It seemed to sense Lin Qun's gaze, its remaining eyes looking over, a terrifying ruthlessness appearing in them. But it saw the same coldness in Lin Qun's gaze. Across the starry sky, with just that one glance, it seemed to see the killing intent emanating from Lin Qun's eyes. It heard the human's voice, "When we meet again in the starry sky, I will personally kill you." Normally, being stared at like that by a powerful evolved being, it would only be disdainful. But now, immense fear and dread rose within it. It had become this human's target. And with the opponent's abilities, such abilities, once fully developed, it was utterly wretched, the expressions in its countless eyes completely transforming into deep unease. But it had no chance to say or do anything more. It was being forcibly pulled up by the power of the divine kingdom, merging with a pile of fragments and trash in the air, forming a massive vortex, entering the divine kingdom's teleportation mechanism, rising upwards with light, like a passage, and suddenly disappearing from the starry sky. When it arrived, it was domineering and imposing. Now, it was being taken back by the divine kingdom like trash. Lin Qun watched this scene, lost in thought. The divine envoy, high and mighty before the participating civilizations, seemed to be nothing more than a tool in the eyes of the divine kingdom. Made a mistake, and was taken back like trash. However, just as the divine messenger Because sensed, Lin Qun's heart surged with killing intent. Today's events were not over. If they met again in the starry sky, Lin Qun would kill it. This divine messenger Because knew of his innate abilities and even wanted to seize them. It had to die. The starry sky was vast, and the distance between Lin Qun and the divine messenger Because was immeasurable. Therefore, Lin Qun believed that if they truly met again, Because would certainly possess that ability. He would personally slaughter it. Chapter 582 Humans are terrifying. The divine messenger and countless rays of light vanished. The starry sky seemed to fall silent instantly. But in reality, it wasn't. Lin Qun could sense that the dark energy fluctuations caused by the battle between the top experts were still ongoing in the starry sky, and the surrounding space was very unstable. However, the freezing of the civilization battlefield continued, and Lin Qun's perception wasn't very clear. But it all seemed to be completely over. Because when the divine messenger, Because, also disappeared from the starry sky, the civilization notification reappeared before the eyes of Lin Qun and all the participants. Announcement: this anomaly has been resolved. The forces that unexpectedly intervened in the level 1 civilization battlefield have been successfully persuaded to leave. Divine Envoy Because has been summoned for violating the rules, and the Divine Kingdom will punish him according to his actions. The punishment results will be publicized throughout the level 2 civilization battlefield of the Cloud Pattern Star System, and compensation will be provided to the affected civilizations based on his actions. Upon investigation, the participants related to this unexpected intervention in the level 1 civilization battlefield are still within the rules and have not violated them. No compensation will be provided to the affected civilizations. However, this individual has caused the same anomaly in 2 consecutive civilization battlefields. Therefore, although there is still no violation this time, the Divine Kingdom will issue a warning. The impact of this anomaly is still severe, and the civilization battlefield will continue to eliminate its effects within the rules. During the period of impact elimination and the punishment of Divine Envoy Because, the civilization battlefield freeze will be lifted, but the civilization war will be suspended. Civilization permissions and individual permissions in this level 2 civilization battlefield will be restored, and all blockades will be lifted. However, during the suspension of the civilization battlefield, all civilizations must cease hostilities, otherwise, the civilization battlefield will determine that they are using this anomaly for their own benefit and will eliminate them. After the impact is completely eliminated, and the punishment judgment by the Divine Envoy Because is completed and publicized, the suspension of the civilization battlefield will end. The remaining participating civilizations in the civilization battlefield will receive compensation according to their circumstances, and the current round of the level 2 civilization battlefield will continue. This anomaly elimination and punishment judgment may take some time. Please be patient. Participants in the level 2 civilization battlefield of each Cloud Pattern Star System, this time, there were quite a few notifications, even more than when Lin Qun summoned the shining partial triangular octahedron in the level 3 civilization battlefield on Blue Star. However, looking at these notifications, Lin Qun's expression was also strange. So that's what they call persuading people to leave? It seems the Divine Kingdom didn't even try to persuade them. This time, Lin Qun opened the southern heavenly gate and summoned the power of the level 1 civilization battlefield, but the Divine Kingdom still judged it as not violating the rules. If Lin Qun had previously been speculating about the reason, now he had received confirmation from the Divine Envoy Because. The reason he wasn't violating the rules was that he was using a talent obtained under the rules of the Divine Kingdom. Using the Divine Kingdom's talent as a cheat is a cheat within the system, so how can it be called cheating? Therefore, of course, it wasn't violating the rules. However, although he didn't violate any rules this time, Lin Qun was still warned. The reason was that he had triggered 2 anomalies. Moreover, after the information visible to all participants in the level 2 civilization battlefield disappeared, a series of notifications specifically given to him by the Divine Kingdom appeared before Lin Qun's eyes, visible only to him. Lin Qun, human participant in the level 2 civilization battlefield of the Cloud Pattern Star System, you have received one warning from the Divine Kingdom. You have triggered anomalies in both the level 3 civilization battlefield of Blue Star and the level 2 civilization battlefield of the Cloud Pattern Star System by introducing power from the level 1 civilization battlefield. Therefore, this warning is issued. This is your first warning, a written warning, and no punishment will be imposed. This warning lasts for 17,520 Blue Star hours. If you trigger another anomaly in the civilization battlefield within this warning period, the civilization battlefield will, depending on the severity and seriousness of the anomaly, impose punishments such as deducting contribution points, expelling you from the civilization battlefield, or even annihilation. We hope you will abide by the rules of the civilization battlefield. Looking at this notification, Lin Qun's mouth gaped open. This 17,520 Blue Star hours. Isn't this a 2-year period? This warning will last for 2 years. This warning doesn't involve any punishment, just a warning, but if there are further violations during the warning period, it will be troublesome. At best, contribution points will be deducted, at worst, expulsion from the battlefield, and at worst, elimination. Clearly, although Lin Qun's actions were judged to be in accordance with the rules of the Divine Kingdom and not cheating, repeatedly triggering anomalies in the civilization battlefield is something the Divine Kingdom doesn't want to see. After all, the Divine Kingdom hopes that the civilization battlefield can operate smoothly under relatively fair conditions. Naturally, the fewer such anomalies, the better. If Lin Qun continues to cause anomalies, even if he is within the rules, the Divine Kingdom cannot tolerate it. However, at this moment, with this round of summoning, Lin Qun only has 3 of the 4 Heavenly King's cards left. The Guardian King's Assist card has been consumed, and the Southern Heavenly Gate card is therefore grayed out and cannot be activated. Moreover, apart from the Vaishravana King's Assist card, the other Heavenly King's Assist cards only have 1 chance left. Under these circumstances, Lin Qun cannot try again. Lin Qun is quite satisfied with this punishment. Regardless of what kind of divine envoy Bikas was, the Divine Kingdom had always been fair in its dealings on the battlefield of civilizations. At this moment, Lin Qun also took a deep look at the starry sky. Although the divine envoy Bikas had disappeared here, Lin Qun had a feeling that they might meet again. And next time, Lin Qun might have the strength to ascend to the battlefield of a first-level civilization and be able to personally kill him. Lin Qun looked forward to that day. Let this arrogant Bikas pay the price for his arrogance. However, this time, Bikas also brought Lin Qun a lot of crucial information, which needed to be digested slowly. With a thought in his mind, Lin Qun turned around and returned to his cone-shaped spaceship. Inside the cone-shaped spaceship, everyone was looking at him. The way everyone looked at Lin Qun was as if they were looking at some monster. Wang Kezhang couldn't help but ask, "Lin Qun, how did you do that just now? Where did those big shots, and that powerful guy, come from? Do we humans have such helpers?" This time, Wang Kezhang really couldn't help but ask. Just now, the Southern Heavenly Gate had been revealed, with 100,000 heavenly soldiers and the astonishing Erlang Shen, who had utterly routed Bikas. Everyone who witnessed it felt incredibly satisfied, and even more so, shocked and horrified. They hadn't expected humanity to have such a powerful backer and background. At this moment, under Wang Kezhang's question, everyone else looked at Lin Qun expectantly, clearly hoping to hear an answer, such as that it was humanity's backer and protector, a true human powerhouse, etc. Humanity desperately needed such a background. Only with the support of powerful figures or strong technological capabilities could they settle down in space. However, Lin Qun thought for a moment, then slowly shook his head, saying, "You can understand that as a fantasy world triggered by my innate ability. If we really had such a backer, why would we have lost so many people on the Blue Star Level 3 civilization battlefield?" Lin Qun's words dimmed the expectant light in everyone's eyes. But they weren't too disappointed. After all, those on this cone-shaped spaceship were the elite of human civilization. Although they had expectations, they all understood that it was unlikely. Suji continued, "What's the big deal? We've come this far not because of any powerful backers, but because of the sacrifices of countless people. It's all thanks to Mr. Lin and all of us. Get moving, stop standing around, let's head back now." Suji's words set the tone. Everyone returned to their positions, and the warship prepared to return. So much had just happened, and everyone was still somewhat shaken, even in the process of reacting. However, the civilization battlefield announcement had stated that there was currently a truce within the Level 2 civilization battlefield. If civilizations were to engage in war, it would be challenging the rules of the Divine Kingdom and would result in their annihilation. This meant that their return journey at this moment would be relatively safe. The cone-shaped spaceship began to turn around and accelerate. Although the Divine Kingdom had said that the freeze on the civilization battlefield would be lifted, this seemed to take time. Currently, warp jumps were still not possible, and according to Lin Qun and the other powerful individuals, their abilities had not yet recovered. The use of contribution points was also in a grayed out, unusable state, clearly requiring time. Now, the great battle had just ended, and even Lin Qun hadn't fully recovered, nor was he thinking about what to do immediately. He was still calmly contemplating. At this moment, Chu Yaowei stepped forward, glanced at Lin Qun, and asked, "What warning did you receive? Was there any substantial punishment?" Lin Qun shook his head and recounted the separate warning the Divine Kingdom had given him. Chu Yaowei breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "That's good. It seems we'll have to be more careful in the future. This time, it was a close call." "Yes, a close call." Lin Qun looked up at the starry sky. They were moving away from their previous location. Although they couldn't teleport, the cone-shaped spaceship was still very fast, rapidly accelerating in space, and in the blink of an eye, they were about to leave the star battlefield far behind. In fact, Lin Qun had been prepared for this outcome. He had considered the worst-case scenario when he came, and therefore prepared his trump cards. He knew very well that the divine envoy couldn't stop him. Therefore, he didn't actually experience any real danger. He was more focused on reflecting on everything that had just happened. For example, the divine kingdom. For example, the divine envoy. This was the first time he and the human civilization of Blue Star had such clear contact with everything about the divine kingdom. The divine kingdom seemed to have finally unveiled a corner of its mysterious veil before them. However, as Lin Qun pondered, he looked at Papadu in the corner. Since he arrived, Papadu hadn't spoken, but had huddled in the corner, as if trying to be invisible. Horizontal ellipsis. In this starry sky, the human cone-shaped spaceship was the last to leave. The spaceships of other civilizations had all left, scattering like birds and beasts. They had all fled to their respective positions. The announcement of the civilization battlefield had also been transmitted to these civilizations indiscriminately. They all felt their hearts pound with fear upon seeing it, and countless speculations arose in their minds. The semi-digital civilization was increasingly terrified. Our guess must be right. This human civilization is the enemy of the divine realm, but they've hidden themselves too well. The divine realm didn't even discover them and judge them as not violating any rules. This human civilization is terrifying. This time, the 8th orbit actually harbors such a terrifying civilization and life form. What should we do? Has this terrifying human civilization achieved its goals? Should we quickly withdraw from this second-level civilization battlefield? We need more information. We need more information. The life forms of the semi-digital civilization were terrified. In the virtual world, their meeting agenda had erupted into chaos, even subtly affecting their work threads. Panic was spreading. Little did they know, they were actually very powerful to human civilization and had nothing to fear. The Anu were equally terrified. Colin asked, "Sir, what's going on? What's wrong with this human? Isn't this cheating?" His face was full of confusion and bewilderment, feeling lost and helpless about everything that was happening. Human civilization had surprised them greatly. Hugh remained silent. It, too, couldn't see clearly. Previously, it only thought this human civilization was a somewhat strange, deformed, and weak civilization, but now, it felt that it was becoming increasingly unable to understand this civilization. This civilization, entrenched on the edge of the Level 2 civilization battlefield in the Cloud Pattern star system, was extremely strange and extremely mysterious. Even the divine envoys had returned empty-handed, yet the divine kingdom had not deemed them to be violating regulations. Meanwhile, on the warships of the 4th orbital civilization, they were almost back to their planet. Faced with the fear and unease of their subordinates regarding the series of announcements regarding the civilization battlefield, their commander coldly said, "There's no need to panic or speculate. The universe is vast, and all kinds of civilizations are possible. This human civilization may be quite special. We just won't provoke them. If necessary, we can withdraw from this Level 2 civilization battlefield. It's just a pity that the divine envoy left too quickly. Our plan has not yet succeeded. Now that the divine kingdom has issued an announcement suspending the Level 2 civilization battlefield, all the fleets we sent out should remain silent and not launch any attacks." The current situation had also exceeded their expectations. The situation was developing too quickly and too violently, and the previous plans had to come to an end before they could even be fully launched. Unable to jump, and with their fleet's silent sailing speed limited, they were barely within their intended attack range. Forced to halt their operations prematurely, their plans were stillborn. However, due to the God Kingdom's rule pausing the battlefield of civilization, they couldn't move. While they feared humanity, they weren't worried about human attacks. Therefore, despite their fear, they remained in distant cosmic space. Meanwhile, the remaining warships of the British civilization were rapidly retreating. Inside one of the warships, the British civilization's great source energy St. Ava stared at the battlefield's notifications, remaining silent for a long time. Those below, however, couldn't contain their excitement, discussing and marveling. Is this human civilization really that terrifying? Breaking through the civilization freeze, beating up the divine envoy, and it wasn't even considered a violation? They only gave us a warning. This is outrageous. This human civilization is playing dumb. We thought they were like us, but in reality, they're top-tier powerhouses with ruler-level experts behind them. This group that came this time is probably a branch of their civilization. I've heard of powerful civilizations with numerous individual branches that, to nurture their civilization, split off relatively weaker branches to test themselves in lower-level civilization battlefields. This human civilization is probably like that. It's truly terrifying. Chapter 583 The Secret of Papa's Degree. You all say we've cooperated with humans before, so they shouldn't attack us, right? The beings from the Ying civilization exchanged bewildered glances, a sense of unease creeping over them. Only St. Ava remained silent. Even under its current limitations, it could hear the conversation within the warship. Yet, it remained silent, gazing at the starry sky. The situation here seemed to be becoming increasingly complex. The arrival of the divine envoy had surprised everyone, but its departure was even more astonishing and shocking. The Ying civilization had participated in many civilizational battlefields, and St. Ava had grown up in those battlefields, gaining considerable experience, but it had never witnessed anything like this. The situation in the Cloud Pattern Star System's Level 2 civilization battlefield was becoming increasingly unclear. It issued an order to return to its home planet, but made no further contact with human civilization. Meanwhile, in the distance, the participating civilizations on the second orbital planet were bewildered and helpless about everything that had happened. They were weaker, unable to even intervene, and didn't understand what was happening, only gazing futilely at the starry sky. What on earth is going on? Their leader sat high above, silent for a long time. Perhaps we can no longer seek revenge, nor should we stay here any longer. We should leave and return to our own world, otherwise, we will only sink deeper and deeper, paying an even greater price and suffering even greater losses. Its voice carried a sense of desolation, a resignation to reality and helplessness. It looked back at its civilization's ravaged land and its wretched people, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside it. Behind it, its companions gazed enviously at the starry sky. When can we become such a civilization, capable of defeating even the divine envoy? You're right, we should leave. This place is beyond our reach. Although we suffered heavy losses, as long as we survive, it's not a complete failure. Our experience will be passed on to our descendants, and the powerful beings we saw here will inspire us. We will surely rise again, becoming as powerful as those powerful civilizations here. Their eyes were filled with longing and anticipation. They were filled with envy and jealousy towards the civilization that had defeated even the divine envoy, and they hoped that their civilization could transcend the long river of history, survive in the cold starry sky, and reach that level, to be admired by other civilizations. Once the civilization battlefield freeze is lifted and our permissions are restored, let's leave. At this moment, for the humans on the cone-shaped spaceship, the starry sky seemed to have become quiet. All civilizations and fleets were concealing themselves, remaining silent, especially in front of the human civilization's warships. They've all disappeared. Even the frequency of the British civilization has gone silent, Suji reported to Lin Qun. Our current position in the third orbit should be the most lively place, but now it's deathly quiet. Those civilizations' fleets are all silent, a technician nearby said. Mr. Lin, Captain, they're afraid of us. I can't believe these powerful civilizations would be afraid of us, hiding from us. Which direction is the Anu's planet? Lin Qun suddenly asked. Here, a technician pointed out the location to Lin Qun. Although they were currently in the third planetary orbit, they were still quite far from the Anu's planet, nearly 10 astronomical units away. Do we have enough fuel? Lin Qun asked Suji. Enough. Do you want to go to the Anu's place? Suji looked thoughtful. Lin Qun said, this is a good opportunity. Since they fear us, let's be arrogant and make them even more afraid. Head towards the Anu's planet. Lin Qun's eyes flickered. Lin Qun, we can't attack them right now. The Divine Kingdom has suspended the civilization battlefield. Anyone who attacks now is violating the rules of the civilization battlefield. Can you break that rule? Wang Qixiang didn't quite understand Lin Qun's actions. Don't worry, I'm just taking advantage of the fact that everyone can't fight now. If we really have to fight, I won't go. Lin Qun smiled. He could break the rules because his abilities were within the rules, a bug in the civilization battlefield itself. But now, the civilization battlefield is suspended, and the information about the truce has been fully disclosed. Lin Qun can't break that rule. If he makes a move, he will definitely be eliminated. And with Lin Qun's current combat power, coupled with his cone-shaped spaceship, if he really encounters a capable Anu, wouldn't he be doomed? Lin Qun is probably only going because everyone can't fight. Chu Yaoyi stood behind, arms crossed. She glanced at Lin Qun and said, "You want to take advantage of the fact that everyone can't fight now, and everyone still thinks we humans are unfathomable, to show off your power and make them afraid to fight later, right?" Lin Qun said, "That's exactly right. To be honest, if we fight the Anu now, we're definitely doomed. I don't have the strength to fight anymore. If the Anu make a move, they'll find that their fear is completely unnecessary. We're no match for them. But the problem is, they can't make a move, and we can't fight either. In that case, our going there is purely for intimidation." Wang Qizhang was still somewhat confused, "But what good will this do us? The benefits are huge. We can show off our power in front of the Anu, scare them, and act boldly so that other civilizations can see it too. That way, even if the civilization battlefield is suspended and ends, no one will dare to touch us. We can stay safely in this level 2 civilization battlefield for a longer period of time," Lin Qun said. "Right now, time is money for us. Even if we don't go to war with other civilizations, we individuals at the top of the leaderboard still contribute points every day, and our Blue Star projects can proceed safely here. If we have enough time, we can even build our own fleet here. So, I'm doing this to buy time. The longer we stay here, the more advantageous it will be for us. The current level 2 civilization battlefield is actually a safer development location for humanity. Although humanity's current strength may no longer be afraid of the fleet of the Third Arms Overlord entrenched in the Blue Star system, this doesn't mean humanity still has the ability to contend with a dominant civilization. Moreover, Blue Star's coordinates have been exposed due to the level 3 battlefield. Becoming a target of one Third Arm Overlord means becoming a target of others, and even potentially being targeted by Bacchus. Another point is that until humanity can completely escape its planet, it remains dangerous. Outside the civilization battlefield, without the constraints of war, a single weapon from across endless space can obliterate your planet. Aside from a few survivors, everyone else will die. Even if interception is possible, how many times can it be intercepted? If it weren't for the Third Arm Overlord wanting to capture them alive, humanity would have been wiped out long ago. The enemy is invisible and intangible. A single strike from deep space is enough. And without a sufficiently powerful fleet, revenge is impossible, because the universe is too vast. The impact of a dominant civilization is far beyond the reach of even the civilizations in the secondary civilization battlefield. This is evident from the methods of the Divine Envoy, because, restricted from direct action, he used the technology of a simple box-shaped man-made structure to completely outmaneuver the entire secondary civilization battlefield. Given this technological gap, even the powerful civilizations of the secondary battlefield are utterly insignificant in comparison. Therefore, under these circumstances, the secondary civilization battlefield, with its rules restricting it, is actually the best place for humanity to develop. If they can build a sufficiently large fleet here, once they return to their star system, they will truly have the ability to attack and defend. Naturally, to stay here long-term, they must avoid becoming the target of other powerful secondary battlefield participants. Humanity's goal is development. Lin Qun's goal is also development. And the current desire to intimidate is precisely for the purpose of development. In this battle, humanity drove away the Divine Envoy, shocked the entire secondary civilization battlefield, and instantly became a force to be reckoned with. Why not take advantage of this crucial moment to flex their muscles and deter future attacks? Wang Qizhang, who rarely deals with such matters, naturally couldn't have imagined this. Wang Qizhang finally realized what was happening and said, "Haha, I see. Lin Qun, you're quick-witted. Let's take this opportunity to show off. Don't they all think we are weak? This time, let's show them how powerful we are. We'll lay our cards on the table, we won't pretend anymore, let them see us as super big shots, and they won't dare to be our enemies anymore. But we can't go too far. What if we scare them all into surrendering? We're not ready to enter the Divine Kingdom yet." Lin Qun thought of what the Divine Envoy Bacchus had said at the end. Bacchus's description of the Divine Kingdom was contradictory, but Lin Qun felt that what he said later might be the truth. The Divine Kingdom wasn't as wonderful as it seemed. Taking Bacchus back like trash might prove something. At this moment, the direction was determined. Suji adjusted the direction, and the cone-shaped spaceship headed directly towards the Anu's competition planet. Moreover, while everyone else remained silent, only the human cone-shaped spaceship was not silent, swaggering towards the Anu's location, fully displaying its arrogance. Just as Wang Qizhang said, Suji was trying to project the image of we're the big shots. We can even drive away the divine envoys. We have a huge backer and powerful figures supporting us. We were just pretending before, but we're not anymore. However, even with a cone-shaped spaceship's decent speed, a distance of 10 astronomical units would take time to reach, and Lin Qun used this opportunity to find Papadu. He brought Papadu to his lounge on the cone-shaped spaceship and, without further ado, got straight to the point. Papadu, stop hiding. Don't you have anything to say to me? Lin Qun's eyes were fixed on Papadu's evasive, weasel-like gaze. These seemingly unremarkable Yunbei civilization beings had given Lin Qun far too many surprises. The information Papadu had given him before he set off was crucial, and he was certain that Papadu knew things that even powerful civilizations like the Anu in the Xianwen star system's second-level civilization battlefield didn't know. Papadu chuckled dryly, saying, "Great and sacred son of civilization, I don't understand what you mean by that." Lin Qun extended a finger, its tip shimmering with light, the useless touch poised to strike. "Although this move might not work on you, I can tell you don't like it." Papadu's face twitched instantly. Alright, I'll stop pretending. Great and sacred son of civilization, you must believe me, I am a staunch supporter of yours. I will reveal all the truth and never hide any secrets from you." Lin Qun stared at it, his expression serious. Papadu's face continued to display an awkward, fake smile. Please don't look at me like that. I told you. My secret, I actually told you from the beginning. Our Yunbei civilization is a powerful civilization in the universe. We are just a branch of it. Our main branch civilization participated in the civilization battlefield, and it was a level 1 civilization battlefield. They almost reached the God Kingdom, but they failed. You know, there are too many unexpected events in the civilization battlefield. We also failed. Our civilization declined, our main branch collapsed, and the remaining people scattered across the stars. But the information and knowledge about the God Kingdom that our main branch civilization acquired was inherited by us. That's why I know some things about the God Kingdom and the divine envoys, but I know very little. This is all I have to say. Truly, I did not deceive you, Your Excellency, the great and sacred son of civilization. What I said before about our warships coming to rescue us from the universe was indeed false. Our civilization has collapsed. My civilization is finished. We are wanderers in the apocalypse of civilization. We have no other way to go. I have thought a lot about this recently. In our current situation, wandering in the universe is not a long-term solution for us. You are powerful, your potential is awe-inspiring, and you have treated us well. Therefore, we want to follow you in your civilization. As long as you are willing to give us a place here, we are willing to help you indefinitely and do our best. But we are not omnipotent. After all, we are just a weak branch. We only have a partial inheritance. However, as long as you and your civilization need us, we are willing to do our best. Papadu's words, the first part of which was a fake smile, gradually became serious. Speaking of his own civilization, he was regretful and lonely. When he expressed his loyalty, his eyes were shining with utmost sincerity, as if he truly regarded Lin Qun as the future and hope of his generation of Yunbei civilization. Chapter 584 Card Drawing. Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. Hearing Papadu's words, Lin Qun remained silent for a moment, instead staring at the weasel wolf before him. To be honest, he was used to the creature's shifty eyes, and its sudden seriousness made him feel somewhat uneasy. And what it said, while he didn't know how credible it was, Papadu's recent behavior showed a remarkably strong willingness to surrender and increased cooperation. They were now providing more technology to the Federation. However, he didn't know if this was because the Federation had more channels for acquiring technology and was progressing rapidly, leaving them with no choice, or if they had genuinely changed their minds and wanted to wholeheartedly cooperate with humanity. Even so, Lin Qun understood that the Yunbei civilization wouldn't reveal everything. They had their own concerns and thoughts. After all, they weren't from the same civilization, and they feared being discarded after being used. Lin Qun couldn't find any loopholes in Papadu's words for the time being. It seemed to have explained many things within them. For now, whether he believed it or not, he could only accept it for the time being. He exhaled and said, "Whether it's genuine or not depends on your actions. We are not those cruel alien civilizations, our cultures are different. If you truly have nowhere to go and are truly fighting for humanity, we can accept you as part of us." I believe you can see that. Of course. These things aren't about whose promise is valuable. Papadu's unusually serious demeanor lasted less than 2 minutes before he plastered a fawning smile on his face, saying, "Great and sacred child of human civilization, we see your potential and believe you have limitless possibilities in the future. This is why we follow you. If you were gone, perhaps we would no longer follow your civilization. But as long as you are here, and I am alive, we will follow you. Your power rivals the blazing sun. Your legend has spread throughout the entire planet Earth." While Papadu's words were flattery, there was also a lot of reality in them. If it hadn't said that Lin Qun was still willing to help humanity even without it, Lin Qun wouldn't have believed it. However, Lin Qun was almost immune to its flattery, and said, "Stop. Enough with the flattery. I'd like to ask you, if I offend the divine messengers of the divine kingdom, would you still be willing to follow me? Aren't you afraid that the divine kingdom could crush me and you both with one hand?" Lin Qun stared intently at Papadu's linear pupils as he spoke. This wasn't just a question he'd asked Papadu, it was also his own worry. This time, because had been resolved. The universe was vast, and Lin Qun was confident that if he encountered it again, he might truly defeat it. But it was, after all, the representative chosen by the divine kingdom, and with the current warning, Lin Qun worried about being targeted by the divine kingdom. With the divine kingdom's power, if you were targeted, there would be no way out. Lin Qun didn't know what to do. "I'm not afraid of that. You didn't break any rules, you only drove away a divine messenger who abused their power. Why would the divine kingdom crush you?" Papadu replied calmly with a chuckle. Lin Qun looked at it. "It seems you know a lot about the divine kingdom." Lin Qun's heart skipped a beat. Papadu had some understanding of some of the rules of the divine kingdom. If it said everything was alright, then everything must be alright, and his worries were unfounded. This made Lin Qun breathe a slight sigh of relief, but he didn't show it. Regardless of whether Papadu was telling the truth or not, one thing was certain, they could only cooperate with the strong. Lin Qun needed to appear confident and powerful enough, and he couldn't reveal his worries in front of Papadu. No, I can't compare to you." Papadu waved its hands repeatedly, much like someone who would immediately retort, "You've led us well," after being praised by their boss at a dinner party. It said, "Great and sacred son of human civilization, as I said, our main branch civilization was once infinitely close to the divine kingdom. They possess a lot of information about the divine kingdom, while we only accidentally obtained a small portion of its inheritance, and that's all." Lin Qun looked at it and asked, "Then, do you think the divine kingdom is worth going to?" "I don't know, and I've never been to the divine kingdom." Papadu's weasel-like eyes darted around, and he said, "But all I know is that strength is everything, no matter where you are. Entering the divine kingdom from a level 2 or level 3 civilization battlefield is not as good as entering from a level 1 civilization battlefield. Why? I don't know. This is an unverified conclusion, perhaps it's incorrect information. In short, son of civilization, I don't know either." Papadu rubbed his hands together, revealing a fawning smile. "Just listen to this news, just listen to it." Lin Qun felt that what Papadu said was probably true. But why? Did Papadu really not know, or did he not want to say? Lin Qun didn't ask, but instead said, "Is there anything else you want to say about the divine kingdom?" Papadu shook his head. "We don't know much either." Lin Qun didn't ask any more questions, but stood up and said, "I have nothing more to ask. I believe what you said." Papadu looked at Lin Qun, paused slightly, and then said, "The great and sacred son of civilization, your trust moves me deeply. Stop flattering me, let's see how you perform," Lin Qun said without turning his head. With that, he walked out of the room first. The door closed, Lin Qun's figure disappeared, and as his footsteps faded into the distance, Papadu in the room also let out more breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He stood there for a while, thinking about something, and then hurriedly followed. At this moment, they were almost approaching the Anu's planet. As soon as Lin Qun returned to the bridge, Chu Yaowei reminded him, "The dark energy blockade has been lifted." Lin Qun also sensed it. Under the rules of the Divine Kingdom civilization battlefield, the frozen power within his body was recovering. Moreover, as a cultivator, his dark energy was even purer, so the recovery speed was quite fast at this moment. Lin Qun also glanced at his contribution points. Currently, his contribution point interface was still grayed out. Lin Qun exhaled and walked forward. At this moment, the Anu's planet had come into view. Because of the distance, He could only see a huge planet with a metallic sheen, but it was not as cold and hard as the steel fortress. The Anu's planet gave Lin Qun a strange feeling. It looked like a silicon-based civilization, yet it also showed a hint of the vitality of a non-silicon-based civilization. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the Anu also discovered the arrival of the human spaceship. Lin Qun and his group arrived in a cone-shaped spaceship, without any deliberate attempt to hide. On the contrary, they were swaggering and arrogant, wanting to be seen and discovered. Not only did they want the Anu to discover them, but other civilizations also wanted to see them. They were all very vigilant, and warships were sailing out from their positions. Meanwhile, Huxio's spaceship had only recently returned to its homeland. Upon seeing the humans arrive, it glanced at them and remained silent. Colin, standing to the side, couldn't help but say, "These humans, it seems they've been playing dumb all along. They might actually be a branch of some great civilization, sent down to the second-level civilization battlefield. What should we do?" The rules of the civilization battlefield apply. They won't make a move, let them swagger around. Huxio remained silent for a moment, then slowly spoke, immediately withdrawing its gaze and walking into the shadows. In space, the Anu fleet simply flew out, confronting the human civilization's cone-shaped spaceship without taking any action. With the rules recently announced by the Divine Kingdom in place, everyone knew this was a war that wouldn't break out. Yet, the atmosphere was extremely tense. However, it seemed the Anu were the ones who were tense. Many Anu were somewhat panicked. After all, this human was no longer what it used to be. To drive away the Divine Envoy, to force the Divine Kingdom to adjust the battlefield of civilization, and yet not be judged as a violation, what kind of methods were these? Who could do that? Facing such a civilization, who wouldn't feel pressure? The relationship between humans and Anu seemed to have reversed. From the immense pressure the Anu previously exerted on human civilization, now it was human civilization exerting immense pressure on the Anu. Inside the cone-shaped spaceship, Suji looked at Lin Qun. "Mr. Lin, Although she knew they were here to show off their power, what exactly should they do?" Lin Qun said, "Just fly over there, circle the planet twice, and take some photos." This. Suji couldn't help but swallow hard. They only had one spaceship, and they were going to drive into someone else's planet? Even with the rules of the civilized battlefield, she was still somewhat surprised by such a crazy act. However, Suji always resolutely carried out Lin Qun's orders. She piloted her spaceship directly forward, facing the Anu's deployed space fleet, intending to drive right in front of them, between their warships. These humans are too arrogant. These humans, they seem completely unafraid of us. Were they just pretending before? What should we do? Inside the warships, the Anu people were filled with apprehension. They were used to being incredibly arrogant, sweeping across the land. They had never encountered such a brazen display of power. However, their worries were unfounded. Before the human cone-shaped ships had even fully approached, a massive arc of energy rose from the Anu's participating planet, a colossal energy shield that enveloped the entire planet, covering it from every angle. It was impossible for the human ships to simply fly in. Unless they launched an attack, which would violate the rules of the civilization battlefield. Even so, the Anu people were still panicked, watching the approaching human ships and discussing amongst themselves. Why are they still getting closer? They won't do anything. Didn't the civilization battlefield announcement say that the level 2 civilization battlefield war is suspended? If they dare to attack, they'll be violating the rules of the civilization battlefield. They won't dare. But their civilization not even dared to attack divine envoys. The final Anu statement silenced everyone, filling them with immense fear. However, the worst hadn't happened. This incredibly arrogant human warship, which had approached head-on, ultimately didn't launch any attack. Instead, it circled the Anu's shields, turned, and flew into space, seemingly having given up completely. This caused the Anu participants on the warships to breathe a sigh of relief, a sense of calm washing over them. That's right, they beat up the Divine Envoy and have been warned by the Divine Kingdom. That's a warning, they won't dare do anything crazy again anytime soon. They even dared to attack the Divine Envoys. Who knows what this human civilization is capable of? In their eyes, this 8th orbit human civilization is now even more terrifying than powerful enemies like hot Jupiter or semi-digital life forms. And this is precisely Lin Qun's purpose. To show off our strength, to demonstrate that we've laid our cards on the table, that we were just pretending before, and that we're actually not afraid of anyone, and that we're only leaving because of the divine kingdom. To make these civilizations completely unable to see the true strength of humanity. Suji asked, Mr. Lin, do we still need to go to the locations of other civilizations? No need, this is enough. The message will be transmitted quickly. Now, we can go home. Lin Qun smiled. They had done enough. However, the freeze on the civilization battlefield was still gradually being lifted, and they couldn't jump yet. They still needed to sail slowly. Despite this, everyone was excited to hear they could finally return, and faint cheers even erupted from the bridge. Although they hadn't been out for very long, so much had happened that it felt like they had experienced countless things. Now that the danger was over and everything had been dealt with, Lin Qun breathed a sigh of relief, said he was going to rest, and headed towards his lounge. The return journey would be relatively long, and Lin Qun definitely needed to rest. About half an hour later, Lin Qun discovered that the freeze on contribution points had also been lifted. His heart skipped a beat. Contribution points were usable again, which meant he could do a new round of card draws. Now that he was safe, Lin Qun immediately set up an array to pray for the fairy's good fortune. Perhaps because the fairy had revealed herself this time, all the items in Lin Qun's hands related to this mysterious fairy had dimmed, seemingly losing most of their power. They were still usable, just with longer response times. This time, several minutes passed before Lin Qun received a response from the human emperor. He had gained absolute good fortune. Immediately, Lin Qun began drawing cards. He started with a draw from the level 4 card pool. A 4-draw in one go. Golden cards appeared. The first card was, Good Heavens, the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. Horizontal ellipsis. Chapter 585. The Imperial Seal is complete. The card appearing before Lin Qun at this moment was a classic ability, the seemingly suicidal, explosive power technique, the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. Name, Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. Type, Secret Manual. Skill card description. Using this card loads the contents of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique manual. This manual's content is a technique that reverses dark energy, adaptably affecting all of the user's abilities. Using this technique, the user can temporarily boost their overall combat power and the power of related skills and abilities through reversed energy flow. However, this method has severe side effects. Using it will inevitably sever all meridians, severely damage vital energy, or even lead to death. This technique has 6 levels, each level increasing current all attributes by 1x, up to a maximum of 6x combat power. The higher the cultivation level, the more severe the side effects of using this technique. Special Note 1, the way of heaven is to diminish the surplus and supplement the deficiency. Therefore, emptiness overcomes fullness, and deficiency overcomes surplus. The way of demons is that life has an end, but death is endless. Therefore, life and death are endless, and the finite transforms into the infinite. The demon acts according to the way of heaven, yet it is insufficient. Heaven acts according to the way of demons, and its power is endless. The way of heaven is constant and balanced, while the way of demons is ever-changing, hence its insufficiency, and thus its infinity. When the way returns to oneness, the heavenly demon is born. Special Note 2, the higher the level of cultivation of this technique, the more severe the side effects when using it. At level 5 or above, the probability of death from backlash exceeds 80%. Load, the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. Lin Qun was naturally familiar with this. It's a desperate, all-or-nothing technique, generally used when one is suicidal or has no other option but to fight to the death. The effects of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique are clearly adapted to the circumstances of this world. It can adaptively affect all techniques and abilities, multiplying attributes and skill power. Up to 6 times. Of course, the price to pay for a reverse engineering technique is enormous. It's a way to overdraw one's potential and destroy one's cultivation path. Once used, it's useless. It's a completely self-destructive ability. However, this ability might not be so fatal to Lin Qun, because Lin Qun still had several lives from the 12 trials of Hercules, not to mention the medicine he had just obtained and the angel's abilities. Each of these could offset the side effects of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. Although the number of uses was limited, Lin Qun's current resurrection ability, combined with the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique, was sufficient. The Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique was originally a last resort, so it couldn't be used indiscriminately against everyone. As for skills that also multiplied abilities, the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique was obviously not as good as the all-encompassing technique, but Lin Qun immediately realized that this card could complement the all-encompassing technique's abilities. That wouldn't be as simple as 6 or 10 times. Thinking of this, Lin Qun became somewhat excited. First, use the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique to increase by 6 times. Then activate the all-encompassing technique to increase by 10 times. Would that be 60 times the attributes? Of course, he didn't know if this would work, since the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique's ability was to influence and destroy other abilities, and he didn't know what the effect would be. If possible, imagine facing a powerful enemy, instantly unleashing a 60-fold increase in strength. Who wouldn't be stunned? However, it's uncertain whether this power boost can break through the special boundary between evolvers and source energy level. This will only become clear through actual use. At this moment, the second golden A-rank card also appeared. This one is an item card. Name: Hammerhead Class Cruiser Type. Item card rank. A description: using this card grants the warship, Hammerhead Class Cruiser. This cruiser is 315 meters long, equipped with a particle engine, and armed with 4 twin light turbo laser cannons, 2 medium turbo laser cannons, 2-point defense laser cannons, and 2 tractor beam projectors. It can carry a crew of 400 and can accommodate up to 16 standard fighter jets. Condense. A card appeared, depicting the cruiser's appearance. Its distinctive hammerhead shape was the source of its name. The silver and white color scheme gave it a cold, hard, yet practical style, unlike conventional warships. This is a Hammerhead-class cruiser? A spaceship from Star Wars. Lin Qun recognized this warship. It was a warship of the Old Republic. He remembered seeing footage of Hammerhead-class battleships ramming and sinking other warships. Its massive hammerhead was no mere decoration. However, Lin Qun couldn't quite recall whether it was a Hammerhead-class frigate or cruiser. Nevertheless, this cruiser's capabilities were quite considerable, and its performance was excellent, making it suitable for the Federation. Lin Qun carefully put away the card and then looked at the third card. This card was: Name: Hexagram Curse. Type: Consumable Effect Card. Effect card rank: A. Description: this card is a consumable effect card and can only be used once. Using this card, you can designate a target within your line of sight to activate its effect, applying a hexagram curse to them. Targets bound by this hexagram curse cannot attack, cannot change their status or escape the bondage through normal means, and are confined to the area covered by the hexagram curse. This area is 1.5 times the size of the target's body. Regardless of target strength, this card binds targets below evolver level for 60 minutes, targets below source energy level but at evolver level for 30 minutes, targets below dominator level but at source energy level for 15 minutes, and targets at dominator level and above for 2 minutes. Special Note 1. Using special means, the effects of the hexagram curse can be removed or broken before the time limit expires. Special Note 2. The card effect automatically expires when the bondage time ends. If the target dies, the curse effect will also automatically expire. Hexagram Curse. Lin Qun was quite familiar with this. This is a classic trap card from Yu-Gi-Oh!, and I never expected it to be drawn as an A-rank card. Its effect has been slightly altered for real-world adaptation, but as an A-rank card, it's undoubtedly powerful enough. The effect is also somewhat unique, with a fixed duration, a fixed binding time. Regardless of your strength or individual power, it can directly suppress and bind you. For evolved beings, it binds them for 30 minutes. For source energy level beings, 15 minutes. Even for dominant beings, it can restrict them for a full 5 minutes. Without special means or death, they can't escape. At levels above source energy level, 2 minutes is already fatal. Lin Qun carefully put the card away, and then, the fourth card appeared before him. Name: Ancient Emperor Seal. Type: Secret Technique Card. Secret Technique Card rank: A. Description: using this skill card grants access to the Ancient Emperor Seal battle technique. Secret technique: this mountain opening seal has 3 levels: early, middle, and late. It requires a constitution attribute exceeding 1000 points to cultivate. Upon reaching the later stage of mastery, infusing sufficient dark energy, it possesses the power to overturn rivers and seas. Special note: this card is one of the cards in the Emperor's Seal technique set. Collecting the Mountain Opening Seal, Sea Overturning Seal, Earth Covering Seal, Heaven Annihilating Seal, An ancient Emperor's Seal allows for the synthesis of the complete Emperor's Seal technique, merging the 5 seals and achieving unparalleled combat power. Load. This card appeared, shimmering with a faint light, hovering in the air, seemingly calling for the other cards. Lin Qun's eyes lit up. This card was the final one in Lin Qun's Emperor's Seal technique series, the ancient Emperor's Seal. With this, Lin Qun had completed his collection of 5 Emperor's Seal technique cards. Good luck! The last one, the ancient Emperor's Seal, has finally arrived. With 4 cards drawn, Lin Qun's round of card drawing was complete. He didn't rush to load the Heavenly Demon Disintegration technique, but instead prepared to synthesize the Emperor's Seal technique. To synthesize the complete Emperor's Seal technique. However, the synthesis of this Emperor's Seal technique was different from Lin Qun's previous card synthesis. It wasn't 5 cards coexisting in one card. Instead, Lin Qun also had to load this card. As the last ancient Emperor's Seal imprinted into his mind, Lin Qun immediately felt the other 4 seals he had previously mastered flowing autonomously within his body. All the contents of the 5 secret skill cards merged in his mind, forming the true Emperor's Seal technique. Moreover, what was born was the 5 seal unified operating method. This Emperor's Seal technique, with its 5 seals combined, was already a quasi-heavenly rank combat skill, possessing considerable power. The combined power of the 5 seals was extremely terrifying. It could become another killing move for Lin Qun, a powerful technique usable on the source energy level battlefield. Lin Qun took a deep breath. Currently, he's already capable of upgrading to the 5th tier card pool, but he hasn't chosen to upgrade immediately because he wants to synthesize the cards he already possesses, the Emperor's Seal technique, the Blacklight Virus, and the Remnant Sword of Immortal Execution. Actually, what Lin Qun desires most is the Remnant Sword of Immortal Execution. Having personally experienced it last time, Lin Qun naturally wants to hold the real Immortal Execution Sword in his hands. Especially as his own strength grows, the side effects of the Immortal Execution Sword become less and less for him. It's definitely a good card he needs. The synthesized cards might not be weaker than those from the 5th tier card pool, but they don't cost as many contribution points. Moreover, many A-grade cards obtained through lucky draws from the 4th tier card pool are very powerful and valuable, and their value cannot be measured solely by their combat power. Previously, Lin Qun never had enough contribution points. Now he has 1,000,000, allowing him to draw cards recklessly. Of course, he'll start by drawing from the 4th tier card pool. Especially now, in this battlefield of the 2nd level civilization of the Cloud Pattern Star System, humanity's situation has actually become safer due to these events. Lin Qun has ample time and space to upgrade from drawing cards in the level 4 card pool to drawing cards in the level 5 card pool, so he can naturally do so. Lin Qun plans to draw 8 more cards in the level 4 card pool. If he still can't draw the Immortal Execution Sword, he will upgrade to the level 5 card pool. Based on previous experience, drawing cards in the level 5 card pool should require far more contribution points than the current 10,000 contribution points in the level 4 card pool. At this moment, the warship is still on its way back. Lin Qun takes a deep breath and chooses to load the Heavenly Demon Disintegration technique. The technique of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration technique is instantly and deeply imprinted in Lin Qun's mind. In an instant, he understands all the contents of the 6 layers of the technique. This Heavenly Demon Disintegration technique is somewhat obscure and indeed somewhat sinister. If it were the Lin Qun of the past, he might not have been able to understand it. But now, Lin Qun has already reached the Foundation Establishment realm, so it is naturally clear to him. This Heavenly Demon Disintegration technique is indeed powerful. Its reverse-flowing cultivation method can achieve astonishing effects, but because of this, the side effects are almost devastating. It's essentially a self-destructive, explosive enhancement, naturally leading to devastating side effects. However, Lin Qun has a cheat code. These side effects are nothing to him. Lin Qun loaded the Heavenly Demon Disintegration technique and read it through from top to bottom, already having a clear understanding. This Heavenly Demon Disintegration technique isn't difficult for him to learn now. It's easy to get started, and it can also be enhanced with contribution points. Once you get started, paying 100 contribution points will quickly get you to level 1, and then you can progress upwards. Reaching the first 3 levels shouldn't be a problem. The later levels might be more difficult, but overall, the difficulty of cultivating this Heavenly Demon Disintegration technique is much lower than that of the sword control technique. Immediately, Lin Qun put away the other two cards and looked up, because at this moment, he felt the cone-shaped spaceship beneath him tremble slightly. The cone-shaped spaceship was entering a warp. The technological blockade of the civilization battlefield had also been lifted. They had now regained their warp drive capability. Realizing this, Suji quickly initiated the warp drive, accelerating their return to Blue Star. Although the cone-shaped spaceship wasn't slow, the distance to the humans was still too great, and there was nothing more they needed to do there, so naturally, they had to speed up their return journey. With the warp blockade lifted, the return time to Blue Star was significantly reduced. Not long after, Blue Star reappeared in Lin Qun on the other side. They were back. The warship had already completed identification. They hadn't been attacked by Blue Star, and Blue Star. Although they had been out of contact with a cone-shaped spaceship due to the distance, the people on Blue Star had guessed what had happened through the announcements on the civilization battlefield. But those were just guesses. The life and death of a civilization couldn't rely on speculation. They needed to confirm accurate information as soon as possible. Therefore, on the surface of Blue Star, in Jinling City, the Supreme Commander was already waiting for Lin Qun. Upon the cone-shaped spaceship's return, communication was immediately established, allowing it to dock directly at the warship berth outside Jinling City. The Supreme Commander, an elderly man, personally came to greet them. The cone-shaped spaceship was still landing. It had already departed from Jinling and was on its way. The news, however, arrived even faster than anyone else could see it. Looking at the information transmitted back by the cone-shaped spaceship about everything that had just happened, even the elderly Supreme Commander couldn't sit still. His expression was unusually rich and complex. Sitting beside him, Xiao Zhongguo couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Mr. Lin's trip drove away the divine envoy, and should have also subdued the entire Level 2 civilization battlefield of the Cloud Pattern star system. As the elderly Supreme Commander spoke, his eyes gleamed. Although he hadn't yet seen Lin Qun, he already knew that humanity had gained time and opportunity on the Level 2 civilization battlefield. Chapter 586 Interstellar Immigrant Fleet Plan. The Cloud Pattern star system, orbit of the first planet. Jupiter. A massive 5,000-meter-long warship is plunging into a giant gas planet, like a submarine diving deep. Surrounding gas surges upward, enveloping its massive hull, eventually engulfing it completely. Within the gas planet, countless strange life forms rise, circling it, embracing its descent, a scene both magnificent and bizarre, imbued with a sense of reverence and grandeur. And at this moment, within the warship's enormous chamber, the feathers of the hot Jupiter civilization reside. Information regarding the friction between humans and the Anu is being transmitted. It seems this human civilization is indeed extraordinary. They're no longer willing to feign innocence. My lord, what should we do now? Observe and wait. The situation is already beyond our control. This human civilization has a power backing it that rivals the divine envoys, clearly not afraid of the Anu, and therefore not afraid of us. We will cease all involvement in the war as long as they remain on the second-level civilization battlefield. But what if this human civilization doesn't leave? Then we will leave. In the vast room, Fei Yu's body was omnipresent, as was its voice, seemingly omnipresent, echoing all around. Meanwhile, the semi-digital life forms also noticed the humans flying over the Anu's contestant planet. They became increasingly certain of their suspicions. Our judgment is absolutely correct. Based on the current situation and the data we've obtained, the strength this human civilization is currently displaying far exceeds their theoretical strength. They haven't used their hidden power on the battlefield of civilizations, but instead used it on the divine envoys of the divine kingdom. They've even broken the rules of the battlefield of civilizations without being punished. All of this can only mean that this human civilization is a powerful civilization that's pretending to be weak while actually being strong. Their target is the divine kingdom. They are the enemy of the divine kingdom. I also support these analyses. They are the enemy of the divine kingdom, and our civilizations are no match for them. However, we don't need to panic too much. Since they are enemies of the divine kingdom, they certainly have no interest in going there. After all, even among civilizations that resist the divine kingdom, none are strong enough to truly go to the divine kingdom and confront its power. Therefore, they certainly won't fight for the final victory on the battlefield of civilizations. We can continue to stay here and wait for this human civilization to leave. But what if they attack us? They don't want to go to the divine kingdom. But perhaps they want contribution points. They can use the resources of the Divine Kingdom to fight against it, and we might become the channel for this human civilization to obtain contribution points, especially now that they've completely stopped pretending. We'd better not attack them. This human civilization might try to harvest contribution points, but we're furthest from the 8th orbit, so the chances of them attacking us are low. I think they're most likely to target the Anu. After all, they had conflicts with the Anu, but nothing happened between us. This human civilization won't choose to fight the whole battle, otherwise, they'd be forced to go to the divine realm regardless. That makes sense. Let's stay here and wait. If things go smoothly, maybe this time, we can be the final winners. At this point, a hint of excitement appeared in the semi-digital virtual world of these life forms. Regardless of what others said or chose, they yearned for the divine realm. Meanwhile, the civilizations in the 4th and 5th orbits also had their own strategies. Information about the human civilization's cone-shaped spaceship swaggering past the Anu's participating planet was spreading like wildfire. In the eyes of these civilizations in the Cloud Pattern Star System's Level 2 civilization battlefield, the human civilization was becoming increasingly imposing, like an invincible and terrifying enemy. However, at this moment, the pause in the civilization battlefield hadn't ended. Any civilization that wanted to do anything could only maintain this state of truce for now. The focal point and core of speculation and vigilance among numerous civilizations. Blue Star. Lin Qun had barely set foot on Blue Star's soil when he saw the old man leading a group of high-ranking Federation officials to personally greet him. The reception was exceptionally high. The commander said, "You are all heroes of humanity." The others on the cone-shaped spaceship who followed Lin Qun also felt a sense of déjà vu. For them, the past short period had felt like a roller coaster ride. Even now, back on Blue Star, it all felt unreal. Lin Qun and Suji transferred to the commander's vehicle and returned to headquarters. They needed to explain the situation to the old commander in detail. Lin Qun also had some information to share with the commander, such as the matter of the Divine Kingdom and the Divine Envoy. He hadn't told anyone about that information. This information was of paramount importance, concerning the Federation's future choices and direction. On the way, the elderly commander first asked Lin Qun about the warning. After hearing Lin Qun's explanation, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. 2 years sounds like a long time, but it's not actually that long. I just don't know if this 2-year warning period is calculated within the civilization battlefield or includes time outside of it." Lin Qun nodded in agreement. During their conversation, they returned to headquarters. Suji gave a brief report, outlining the overall situation, and then left. Only then did Lin Qun reveal all the new information he had obtained. The elderly commander fell into deep thought upon hearing this, saying, "Mr. Lin, my thoughts are similar to yours. What the Divine Envoy Because said later should be correct. As for what Papadu said, regardless of whether it's true or not, combined with the information about the Divine Envoy Because, we are not in a hurry to go to the Divine Kingdom. This conclusion is pretty much set in stone." Lin Qun nodded in agreement. This was also his thought. Immediately, the elderly commander said, "Mr. Lin, you handled the Anu matter exceptionally well. You made full use of this opportunity. These alien civilizations probably think we're playing dumb, unaware that we're all bark and no bite, and no match for them. Even if the pause in the civilization battlefield ends in the short term, I don't think they'll dare do anything to us. We've gained invaluable time. If all goes well, I hope we can build our interstellar migration fleet here. I've already put this plan into action. That way, when we return to our true home, having driven away the Third Arm Overlord, we won't have to worry about being attacked by other civilizations or retaliated against by the master behind the Third Arm Overlord. We can also leave Earth and find a new home." The elderly commander's eyes gleamed as he spoke. He was no longer young, yet he seemed to possess boundless energy. Lin Qun knew that he was planning for humanity, burning himself out for humanity. Has civilization access been restored? We've recovered. We can attack or defend as we please, Mr. Lin. You don't need to worry about the rest for now. This time, you can enjoy your victory." The old commander looked at Lin Qun with a kind smile. Lin Qun said, "That's wonderful." Lin Qun currently has several cultivation techniques waiting to be practiced. The Great Evolution Technique, the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique, and even Lin Qun's most basic sword control technique is on its way to breaking through to the 7th level of sword control, which is the core formation stage. If these can be improved one by one, the benefit to Lin Qun will be no less than leveling up several times, or even drawing a few extra powerful cards. No matter how strong the cards are, basic combat power is also crucial. Before leaving the old commander, Lin Qun did not forget to mention the Hammerhead-class cruiser. He recommended, "I heard that Han Lashan has recovered well recently. He has enough experience. Perhaps he could be the captain of this warship." Since his last injury, Han Lashan has been on the sidelines for a long time, recuperating. Lin Qun knows he's almost fully recovered and it's time for him to return to the front lines, so he directly recommended him to the commander. The old commander was slightly taken aback, then said seriously, "All right. I'll see him personally later." Lin Qun nodded and left the old commander's office. Watching Lin Qun leave, the old commander let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, even he was once again shocked by Mr. Lin. This time, when Lin Qun and the others went to meet the divine envoy, the old commander considered many possibilities, both good and bad. This was something he, as the head of the Federation, had to do, consider all possibilities and prepare contingency plans in advance. But these thoughts also reflected the commander's nervousness. However, chasing after the divine envoy and beating him up, this was a possibility the old commander had never even considered. Even now, thinking about it, it still didn't seem real. Downstairs, Chu Yaowei was waiting for him, turning to look at him. "How is it?" Lin Qun laughed. "It's all over for me now. We can enjoy our post-war vacation." "Your mindset changes quickly." Chu Yaowei glanced at him, then paused. "Want to grab a bite together?" "We agreed before." This was an invitation Chu Yaowei had extended to Lin Qun before the divine envoy's arrival. After everything that had happened, Lin Qun had almost forgotten, but Chu Yaowei remembered it clearly. Lin Qun said, "No need to agree. If you want to have dinner with me, I'm always available. Humanity is safe. Blue Star is safe. Now Lin Qun can relax. He has plenty of time." But Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei didn't go to the underground city to find a restaurant. Instead, they ate directly in the cafeteria. The two of them naturally became the focus of attention in the cafeteria. Lin Qun, however, remained calm and chatted with Chu Yaowei about the commander's interstellar migration plan. Chu Yaowei was unusually interested and talked a lot. She imagined going to a more beautiful planet. At this moment, Tong Xin came over, offered to join their table, and shared some unexpected news. "Mr. Lin, do you know? Ho Yan practiced your technique, broke through, and became famous again." Lin Qun was probably surprised. This Ho Yan was truly a genius. He could actually master the techniques he had copied. However, Lin Qun immediately realized that Ho Yan's breakthrough this time must have reached the limit of the techniques Lin Qun had given him. It seemed he would have to write some more for him. Meanwhile, Chu Yaowei kept staring at Tong Xin. Tong Xin, oblivious, curiously inquired about the situation. Soon, Wang Qizhang also arrived carrying a bottle of wine. The meal had unwittingly turned into a gathering of several people. Afterwards, Lin Qun found Ho Yan. Lin Qun was also surprised and grateful for Ho Yan's progress. In such a short time, Ho Yan had already reached the second level of sword control technique. Most importantly, he hadn't used any cheat codes. It was purely due to exceptional talent. Reaching the second level of sword control technique was a significant improvement for Ho Yan, and he was extremely excited. He was even more moved to receive the third level of sword control technique from Lin Qun. Lin Qun said, "Keep it up. I'll look forward to you becoming the third evolved human in the Human Federation." Lin Qun truly believed in Ho Yan. He had talent, and on the path of cultivation, becoming an evolved being should be easier for him than for others. Therefore, he might advance faster than Wang Qizheng. Lin Qun also thought of himself. He should also strive towards the source energy level. In the starry sky, only by becoming a source energy level could one truly fight in space. This was a prerequisite. However, Lin Qun wasn't a newcomer to the evolved being level anymore. He had already made significant progress within that level. But there weren't any very clear power divisions among evolved beings. Thinking about this, Lin Qun quickened his pace, preparing to return to his room to cultivate. He needed to seize the time and see if he could already break through to the core formation stage. His pills were all readily available. He also hoped to cultivate the heavenly demon disintegration technique to a few levels. This time, he and the Federation had time, which was always their greatest weakness. Naturally, they had to make the most of it and not waste it. However, when Lin Qun returned home, he saw Han Lashan at the door. He recovered remarkably well. With the help of the Federation's existing medical technology, he looked almost exactly the same as before, as if he had never been injured. This was inseparable from the advancements in Federation technology. "Why are you here? Come in and tell me." "No, Mr. Lin, I won't go in. I came to thank you." Han Lashan rubbed his hands, both nervous and excited, and said, "The commander met with me personally today. He wants to entrust me with command of a warship. I know you recommended me, and to be honest, I never expected this. It's nothing. You have the ability, that's why I recommended you. It's time to return to the battlefield." Lin Qun patted Han Lashan's shoulder and opened the door. Han Lashan took a half step back and bowed deeply to Lin Qun, saying, "Mr. Lin, I will certainly not let you and the commander down. I will definitely pilot my warship well and fight for humanity." "Thank you." Lin Qun stood at the door, looking at him with a smile. "Good, I look forward to your performance. Piloting a spaceship isn't something one person can do. The interstellar era is approaching, and we need excellent captains and crew members. Go and choose your team. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587 The Immortal Slaying Sword is completed. Han Lashan left excitedly. He had been recuperating for far too long since his last serious injury. Hearing of countless battles, he had longed to return to the battlefield, to board a warship again, and to own his own spaceship. That was his dream. But his warship had already been destroyed once, and he thought his dream was unlikely to come true. However, now, it had truly come true. Lin Qun and the Supreme Commander had chosen him. As he left Lin Qun, his steps gradually became steady. The words Lin Qun had spoken were also those of the Supreme Commander, and he made up his mind that this time, he would grow strong and become a pillar of the human civilization fleet. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Qun nodded. Lin Qun chose Han Lashan because he valued the man's steadfastness and ability. In terms of ability, he was fully capable. In terms of character, Han Lashan was also a reliable person. Given the opportunity, he would seize it firmly and would not do anything out of line. The Hammerhead-class cruiser, which Lin Qun had materialized during the day, was now docked at the warship airfield outside Jinling City. Han Lashan's task was to assemble his own fleet and familiarize himself with his warship. The Hammerhead-class cruiser was currently the Federation's first-tier warship after the loss of the Survey-class strategic cruiser. Entrusting it to Han Lashan was Lin Qun's way of hoping he could make good use of the warship and unleash its full potential. Of course, currently, the entire Blue Star was building ships, and in the future, humanity's warships would increase dramatically, inevitably forming a truly massive fleet. Moreover, Blue Star's current shipbuilding could utilize not only its own resources but also those of the Ice Energy Clan's frozen planets. The Ice Energy Clan hadn't surrendered, their fleet seemed to still be hiding on the edge of the Cloud Pattern star system. Lin Qun felt that they might not even be fully aware of what had happened between the second and third orbits, otherwise, they should have surrendered now that the civilization battlefield's authority had been restored. However, their refusal to surrender also had advantages for humanity. The Ice Energy Clan's frozen planets possessed abundant, readily available resources. After the cataclysmic destruction caused by the planet-destroying weapon, the original surface environment of the Ice Energy Clan's frozen planet was destroyed, and a large amount of soil and minerals beneath the surface were blasted to the surface, making them convenient for humans to use. Shipbuilding requires resources. Humanity needs a large number of warships, which in turn requires a large amount of resources. At this moment, the entire second-level civilization battlefield was quietly waiting, while the Blue Star human civilization was still busy and frantically developing. Lin Qun returned to his room and began to cultivate, and that very night, the Supreme Commander, an elderly man, personally began to promote a Blue Star interstellar migration fleet plan. He appointed many people, assigned tasks, and established factories all over the world and even on frozen planets to prepare to build humanity's own interstellar migration warships. The Supreme Commander, an elderly man, directly spoke to the head of the shipbuilding technology department, saying, "We need to build a large number of interstellar migration ships, There are still nearly 200 million humans on our blue star. We cannot abandon any of them. I need every ship to have the strongest defensive capabilities and carrying capacity. Before, our technology was insufficient, and we even had to rely on equipment stolen from others. Therefore, the escape ships we built were as fragile as paper. But now we are different. We've grown up. I hope this time, our spaceships can be true immigration ships, not escape ships. The best way to transport 200 million people is still through hibernation pods. A large number of hibernation pods can ensure that the most people are carried in the smallest space. But transporting 200 million people is still a massive undertaking. The shipbuilding technology department must come up with a plan as soon as possible so that shipbuilding can begin quickly. Previous failures have also made the Supreme Commander, the old man, determined. He wouldn't build dilapidated escape ships. If he were to build one, he would build a true interstellar immigration ship, ensuring the safety of every individual human boarding the ship as much as possible. This is what he should do, and what the Federation should do. The head of the shipbuilding technology department said, "I understand what you mean, Your Excellency. We have the Avalon and several other warships for reference. We expect that within 5 days at most, we can come up with a preliminary design plan, allowing the various shipbuilding departments to officially begin preparations. Within 10 days at most, we can come up with a complete and usable plan to begin shipbuilding." "Good, then I'll wait." The old commander's eyes gleamed brightly. At this moment, Nanjing was shrouded in night. He had seen the last group of people leave. It was already late at night. There was no one else in his office, and he coughed violently. There was a knock at the door. It was his secretary, worried about him. "I'm fine, you don't need to come in." The elderly Supreme Commander let out a sigh, took a sip of water, and sat down in his seat. Only now did he reveal an unprecedented level of exhaustion. He was too old, even with some talent and rank to support him. Such high-intensity work was becoming increasingly strenuous. Most importantly, he had to maintain absolute focus in handling every matter, allowing no mistakes. Any mistakes would be paid for by the Federation and ordinary people. This placed even greater pressure on him, taking a heavy toll on his mental energy. He rested for a moment, then opened a drawer on the side of his desk. Inside, quietly, lay a vial of medicine. It was the mystique potion Mr. Lin had given him. He hadn't decided who to give it to. Now, looking at this vial, perhaps it should be given to someone more capable of utilizing its effects. The Supreme Commander slowly closed the drawer. The lights in the room went out, and he disappeared into the darkness, appearing even more aged compared to the brightly lit nightscape of Jinling City outside. Horizontal ellipsis. Meanwhile, Lin Qun was also awake. With his current strength, sleep is no longer so important to him. A short rest is equivalent to several hours of sleep previously. He has been cultivating continuously, and now, he has finally made progress. The Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique, Level 1 achieved. Normally, even if this technique is easy to learn, and Lin Qun has a strong foundation in cultivation, it's unlikely he could achieve this so quickly. This speed is naturally due to cheating. Entering the basics of cultivation costs 100 contribution points. He instantly reached level 1 of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. Advancing from level 1 to level 2 requires 1000 contribution points. Currently, 100 to 1000 contribution points isn't much for Lin Qun. As the number 1 ranked human, he has a fixed daily income of contribution points, and the amount is considerable. However, levels 1, 2, and 3 are relatively easy, with few contribution points required. Once he reaches level 4 of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique, upgrading using contribution points would require a full 100,000 contribution points. And then, level 5, which requires 1 million contribution points. Each level of the cheat requires a tenfold increase in contribution points. However, Lin Qun felt that by then, he might not even need the 5th or 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. Lin Qun exhaled and continued cultivating without pausing. Currently, the pause in the civilization battlefield hadn't been lifted, making it difficult for other civilizations, no matter how powerful, to attack. Now was the safest time. Therefore, seizing the time to cultivate was the most reassuring and secure option. Lin Qun wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Night fell, but Lin Qun didn't rest, cultivating relentlessly. Even as dawn broke and the artificial sun rose again, Lin Qun was still cultivating. He seemed to have forgotten the time, only opening his eyes abruptly as the sun set and dusk descended. His heavenly demon disintegration technique had advanced another level. After a day and night of cultivation, he had successfully taken another step forward from the first level of the heavenly demon disintegration technique, reaching the threshold of the second level. He then spent 1,000 contribution points to directly elevate it to the second level of the heavenly demon disintegration technique. In a single day and night, 2 layers were formed consecutively. This speed, without cheating, would be unattainable even for a super genius. Having reached this point, Lin Qun temporarily stopped. Because the cooldown of the fairy set cards had ended. He could start a new round of card draws. This time, Lin Qun still used the current level 4 card pool. Although the fairy set cards had dimmed due to the previous use, seemingly losing their divine brilliance, their effects were still present. Lin Qun had successfully obtained the fairy's good fortune. However, Lin Qun frowned slightly because the fairy's reaction was much slower these 2 times he used the fairy set cards, as if there was a delay. Perhaps, the last time she used these items related to her to forcibly descend into the projection, it still had some impact on her continued connection with Lin Qun in this world through these items. However, Lin Qun didn't dwell on it. At this moment, 40,000 contribution points were deducted, and this round of card draws began immediately. With the fairy's good fortune, all of Lin Qun's draws in the level 4 card pool were A-grade cards. Golden light flashed. The first golden card appeared directly. This card is Name, Complete Guide to Escape Techniques. Type, Secret Manual card rank, a description. Using this card grants you the Secret Manual Complete Guide to Escape Techniques, which records the cultivation methods for all categories of escape techniques, including earth escape, water escape, wood escape, fire escape, blood escape, etc. By practicing according to the contents of this complete guide to escape techniques, you can master any of the above escape techniques. Special Note 1, as the saying goes, the best of the 36 stratagems is to run away. If I can't beat you, I'll escape. Special Note 2, mastering this manual will make you a true master of escape techniques. Condense. Looking at the contents of this card, especially these 2 special notes, Lin Qun's lips twitched. He really wanted to ask, what's the use of being a master of escape techniques? However, this technique is still very practical. It contains all kinds of escape techniques, meaning it can be used in any situation. It has the ability to escape. Moreover, this card isn't a skill card of the secret manual type, but a pure secret manual card. This means that not only can Lin Qun use this card, but he can also directly promote it throughout the Federation and make it public. Let all the humans on Earth learn these escape techniques. Not everyone needs to learn everything in this complete guide to escape techniques. Just learning one can become a life-saving weapon and a trump card for ordinary people. This is a good thing. Lin Qun silently put away the card, preparing to promote it later. At this moment, a second golden card appeared in front of Lin Qun. This card is. Lin Qun looked closely and found that it was actually an SCP series card. Name, SCP-012 Unfinished Movement. Type, Item card rank, A. Description. Using this card grants the item SCP-012 Unfinished Melody. This item is an incomplete melody. Those who come into contact with it will attempt to complete it with their own blood, ultimately leading to mental breakdown, suicide, and the declaration that the melody is unfinishable. Condense. Lin Qun blinked. Good grief, he'd drawn an SCP-related item? At first glance, the card's effect didn't seem that powerful, but Lin Qun immediately recognized its uniqueness. As an SCP-related card, it was undoubtedly a conceptual card similar to Curse Without Cause. In other words, this card was similar to the Spoon Demon's Curse that Lin Qun had previously used on the unfortunate 4-armed Source Energy class creature in the 3rd Cantilever Overlord fleet. It could ignore strength and even the technological gap behind it, affecting the target. No matter what kind of life form you are, touching this card will affect you. In fact, as the card description suggests, it might even cause you to commit suicide. Lin Qun was pondering in his mind when to use this card to maximize its value when a third, shimmering golden card appeared before him, completely interrupting his train of thought. Lin Qun's eyes widened instantly. Because the third card drawn in this round was precisely the one Lin Qun had wanted most in all the rounds, but had never obtained. It was the broken sword of immortal execution. The other part. This time, Lin Qun finally drew it out. Last time, He had used Yuji Muto's card draw ability to temporarily extract this card and combine it with the card he already possessed, forming the true sword of immortal execution. But now, all that was unnecessary. Lin Qun had truly drawn it. This time, both broken parts of the broken sword of immortal execution were in his hands. Lin Qun could synthesize the true sword of immortal execution. As for the attributes of this part of the broken sword of immortal execution, Lin Qun was already familiar with them and didn't need to look at them. He knew that the truly powerful one would be the sword of immortal execution. The sword execution formation. Lin Qun had already tried it once before, causing a tremor in the entire Cloud Pattern Star System's Level 2 civilization battlefield, directly crippling the 8-3 dwarf planet life forms who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Only the complete immortal execution sword can be considered a true weapon of immense source energy. Its power is extremely astonishing. Moreover, as Lin Qun's strength increases, the side effects of using the immortal execution sword will decrease, making it even more useful to him. Chapter 588 Upgrade. Level 5 Card Pool. With the immortal execution sword in hand, it's like having another trump card. Although using the immortal execution sword currently has significant side effects on Lin Qun, as seen in the previous battle against the 8-3 dwarf planet, in the future, as Lin Qun's strength gradually increases, he will eventually be able to use it freely without being affected by its backlash. Moreover, even disregarding the long term, just in the short term, with the immortal execution sword in hand, even without activating the immortal execution sword formation, the cost of simply activating the sword energy is less than with the original broken immortal execution sword. This alone will increase the utilization and frequency of the immortal execution sword in Lin Qun's hands. With this immortal execution sword, the fleet of the third cantilever overlord will have no choice but to flee in terror this time. Lin Qun's eyes flashed. With his current heavenly demon disintegration technique, combined with the all-encompassing secret technique, the spirit summoning talisman, and the immortal slaying sword, his combat power could directly reach the source energy level or even threaten the great source energy level. The four-armed source energy level beings of the third cantilever overlord fleet, while great source energy level, had only just reached around source energy level 7, along with two ordinary source energy beings. Previously, Lin Qun was no match for them and could only be forced to flee. Now, things were different. He had returned from his cultivation, and he was no longer afraid of this once powerful lineup. Moreover, the four-armed great source energy level beings were affected by his spoon demon card. Their current condition was questionable. This time, leaving this place and returning to Blue Star would be truly secure. Of course, according to the plan, there was no need to rush. This level 2 civilization battlefield was currently relatively safe for humanity, and with the resources from the Ice Energy Clan's planetary site, it was natural to continue staying here. Ideally, they could wait until the human fleet was fully built. Lin Qun believed that day would come soon. Moreover, staying here, he might be able to try and recreate the victory of the 8-3 dwarf planet battle, using the immortal slaughtering sword formation to attack other participants. The Anu people. Lin Qun immediately pictured them. However, even with the immortal slaughtering sword formation, whether he could defeat the Anu people was still questionable. Furthermore, he had just driven away the divine envoy, and now he and human civilization had become a source of fear throughout the entire Cloud Pattern Star System's Level 2 civilization battlefield. If you were to make a move, there probably wouldn't be a chance to reap the rewards. Any civilization he targeted would immediately surrender and flee. The reason everyone wasn't surrendering was because they judged that human civilization might not want to be the victor in this civilization battle, believing they still had a chance to compete for victory. But if Lin Qun and human civilization showed aggression, then these civilizations wouldn't be foolish enough to wait to give humanity contribution points. As Lin Qun pondered, the last card appeared. This card shimmered with the golden light. It was also an A-grade card. It was a skill card. Maze Technique. Lin Qun frowned slightly. This card is Name, Labyrinth Spell Type, Skill Card Description. Using this card grants the spell Labyrinth Spell. By paying dark energy based on the target's strength, this spell can be effectively cast on the target, successfully banishing them to a separate, spatially unique labyrinth world. During the banishment, the caster must continuously pay dark energy to maintain the labyrinth's existence, otherwise, the spell will be considered interrupted, and the banished target will return to the real world. This independent banished labyrinth space has no conventional exit, The banished target cannot escape the labyrinth on their own and can only leave by destroying or tearing space to forcibly break free. Special Note 1. If the caster uses this spell on multiple targets simultaneously, they will all be banished to the same labyrinth world. When the caster dies, the labyrinth naturally disappears, and all banished targets will naturally return to the real world from the labyrinth. Special Note 2. If the maze world plane connected to this maze spell is damaged, as long as the damage is not catastrophic, the world connected to the maze spell will repair itself. The repair time depends on the extent of damage to the maze world. Load. This last card is a restricted skill card, Maze Spell. This spell can directly send people into a maze to be imprisoned, and it can even send a group of people in. Of course, the prerequisite for successful use is having enough dark energy, otherwise, it's unrealistic. Lin Qun thought about it and found this skill quite interesting. If you send a group of people in, wouldn't it become a group of people running a maze dungeon? It's just a pity that the maze world within this maze spell is clearly not designed for anyone who enters to get out. The maze inside has no exit, you can only get out by destroying it. Moreover, even if you destroy it, the maze spell isn't useless, it can repair itself. Lin Qun looked at it and became somewhat alarmed. This isn't a maze spell at all, it's clearly a world similar to an alternate dimension of evolved beings. Except for Lin Qun, the caster, being unable to enter, everything else was almost identical. He could even use this maze spell to create a deceptive illusion, making others believe it was his own alternate dimension. With that, Lin Qun completed his card draw for this round. He first loaded the maze spell. As a skill card, loading it meant he had learned it and could use it immediately. Naturally, the maze spell didn't require much proficiency. Then, Lin Qun directly synthesized the Immortal Execution Sword. He had synthesized the Immortal Execution Sword once before, so this time was nothing new. The synthesized complete Immortal Execution Sword had the same attributes as before, capable of activating the Immortal Execution Sword formation, and its consumption on the user was reduced, making it much more useful than the previous broken Immortal Execution Sword. Lin Qun was satisfied with this round of card draws. He still had over 1.67 million contribution points remaining. This number was still quite impressive. With the Immortal Execution Sword drawn, Lin Qun officially prepared to upgrade his level 5 card pool. Upgrading from a level 4 card pool to a level 5 card pool requires a full 120,000 contribution points. This number wasn't small for Lin Qun in the past, but now, it's not much either. However, the current situation is relatively safe, so Lin Qun waited another day before officially drawing cards from the level 5 card pool. Anyway, time passed very quickly for him while he was cultivating, and he hardly felt it. He tried drawing cards from the level 4 card pool one last time. This time, he only drew 2 cards. He wanted to try his luck and see what powerful cards he could draw. Or, whether he could synthesize some of the card sets he currently had. And this time, Lin Qun actually succeeded. The first card was the last one in the Blacklight Virus series of cards. Release Jet. Name, Release Jet. Type, Skill Card. Description, using this skill card grants the ability Release Jet. This skill requires a certain amount of dark energy to use. Using Release Jet, jets can be released from both hands, forming a continuous shockwave in front of the target, causing area damage. Special note, this card is part of the prototype deck. Collecting Gravestone Annihilation, 1000 Tentacles, and Release Jet will synthesize the card Prototype Blacklight Virus, Protagonist version. Using this virus will grant the user the mutation of the prototype protagonist, and after training, they can fully acquire Prototype's abilities. Load. The final card in the Blacklight Virus series has finally arrived. Compared to the classic abilities Gravestone Annihilation and 1000 Tentacles, Release Jet is relatively weaker. Lin Qun was delighted to obtain this card. Now he could synthesize Blacklight Virus. Blacklight Virus wouldn't be very useful to Lin Qun. His own abilities were already strong enough. The Blacklight Virus's enhancement was essentially meaningless to him. He had already obtained the important abilities Release Jet, Gravestone Annihilation, and 1000 Tentacles through cards, so there was even less need for him to use them himself. Lin Qun planned to give Blacklight Virus to someone else. This thing had limited effect on him, but the Blacklight Virus, the protagonist version from Prototype, could create a terrifyingly powerful being in anyone else's body. And a super hard to kill, cockroach level being at that. At this moment, the second card appeared before Lin Qun. This card was relatively simple. It was also a skill card. It was a functional skill, name, clarity, type, skill card, description. Using this skill card grants the ability clarity. Using clarity instantly restores 80% of lost stamina and dark energy attributes without consuming any stamina or power. Cooldown: 6 hours. Load: clarity. Isn't this a summoner's spell from the League? Lin Qun remembered it. This skill was quite unpopular in the League. Because in the game, its value was low, and its cost effectiveness was poor compared to other abilities. But in reality, this ability was different. The ability to quickly restore 80% of lost stamina and dark energy during battle is like a ton of damage for Lin Qun, whose mana bar is often empty. Of course, the card's strength is only average. It's not particularly powerful, a relatively low-end, mediocre A-grade card. After these 2 draws, Lin Qun had 1.65 million contribution points remaining. He didn't plan to use those points for any more draws, but instead upgraded his level 5 card pool and started drawing cards there. Before that, Lin Qun first synthesized a blacklight virus. Lin Qun had all the blacklight virus cards, and synthesizing the blacklight virus went very smoothly. Name: blacklight virus reagent, protagonist version, type, item card grade, A. Description: using this card grants 1 dose of blacklight virus reagent, protagonist version. This blacklight virus is the default version adapted to the main character. Anyone who uses and injects this version of the blacklight virus will not be infected by the virus, but will instead become an accomplice. While maintaining a conscious state, they will fully acquire all the abilities mutated by the blacklight virus, including but not limited to mimicry, imitation, regeneration, and a series of derivative skills. Special note: after successful injection, the blacklight virus takes time to take effect. The user needs to adapt to and learn to master all the abilities of the blacklight virus according to their own situation in order to fully master all the mutated abilities brought about by the blacklight virus. Manifestation: it really is the blacklight virus. Lin Qun carefully put away the card. He was already considering who to give it to. Among the people he knew, there wasn't a suitable candidate. This blacklight virus was suitable for those with weaker abilities, instantly boosting their strength. However, for those with strong abilities, like Lin Qun, the boost was actually less significant. After all, mutations, especially stable mutations, are more effective when the user was already weak. The stronger the user was to begin with, the greater the boost from the mutation. Conversely, if the user was already strong, the boost from the mutation would be negligible. Perhaps, the scope of the search for the blacklight virus could be broadened. But Lin Qun wasn't in a hurry. The Federation had time. These things could be considered slowly. The candidates for the blacklight virus also needed careful screening, otherwise, the blacklight virus might become an internal threat to human civilization. Lin Qun exhaled. He put down the blacklight virus, loaded the clarity technique, instantly mastered it, and continued cultivating sword control technique. Now, that was Lin Qun's main focus. Another 12 hours passed before Lin Qun opened his eyes. At this moment, he directly chose to upgrade the card pool. Waiting 12 hours was naturally for the fairy's good luck to cool down. Normally, without good luck, Lin Qun would mainly draw A-grade cards from the level 5 card pool. What Lin Qun wanted wasn't A-grade cards, he wanted the fairy's good luck to directly draw S-grade cards. This was why Lin Qun had waited until now. During this period, the civilization pause had not ended, the final judgment had not been determined, and the entire civilization battlefield remained in a truce. The entire level 2 civilization battlefield of the cloud pattern star system was very quiet, which was exactly the situation that both human civilization and Lin Qun desired. The Federation could develop at its own pace and unfold its plans. The Supreme Commander, the old man, even hoped that the pause in the civilization battlefield would last longer. Lin Qun calmly cultivated and drew cards. Not only that, but every day he could also receive additional ranking rewards. Although the ranking rewards from the level 2 civilization battlefield were not much, the level 2 civilization battlefield lasted longer, and Lin Qun's ranking was the best among humans, so it was not a small amount. At this moment, Lin Qun directly chose to upgrade his card pool. Level 4 card pool, upgrading to level 5 card pool. 120,000 contribution points deducted. The upgrade was very fast. The contribution points were deducted in a second. On Lin Qun's panel interface, the level of his talent ability infinite card draw finally took another step forward, reaching level 5. Level 5 card pool. Achieved. Chapter 589, Level 5 Card Pool Draw. Another Superman card draw. 120,000 contribution points deducted. Lin Qun's total contribution points still amounted to over 1,530,000. So many contribution points. Impressive. After the upgrade was complete, Lin Qun's gaze quickly shifted to how many contribution points were needed to draw cards from the level 5 card pool. Normally, the number of contribution points required for drawing cards from a card pool is related to the current card pool's card collecting ability. Lin Qun had the fairy's card buff, so the cards he drew were rare, high-level cards that skipped a level in the current card pool, allowing him to achieve a crazy, cross-level collection. This level 5 card pool corresponds to an A-level card pool. Lin Qun knew the collection ability of A-level cards, and the number of contribution points required was probably considerable. Sure enough, Lin Qun looked. Drawing cards from the level 5 card pool required 200,000 contribution points per draw. Lin Qun was already mentally prepared and wasn't too surprised. He had 1,500,000 contribution points. 200,000 contribution points was enough for him. Moreover, Lin Qun's strength is now vastly different from before, making the harvesting effort easy. 200,000 contribution points may seem like a lot, perhaps an astronomical figure for others, but for Lin Qun, it's nothing. The 8-3 Dwarf Planet War and the Explorer Civilization Planet War already demonstrate this. Therefore, Lin Qun simply took a deep breath, immediately set up his formation, and prepared to begin drawing cards from the level 5 card pool. Compared to the contribution points, Lin Qun was more interested in seeing what cards he could draw from the level 5 card pool. Lin Qun noticed that as time passed, the aura on the Fairy series cards would recover somewhat, but with Lin Qun using Fairy Luck, this recovered aura would quickly be consumed again. Clearly, Lin Qun was also consuming the power of the Fairy card set. As Lin Qun pondered, a new round of card draws began. Drawing cards from the level 5 card pool requires 200,000 contribution points per draw. Lin Qun directly did 4 consecutive draws, deducting 800,000 contribution points, leaving him with 700,000 contribution points. At this moment, the first card drawn from the level 5 card pool appeared. This card had a dark gold hue. It was also a functional skill card, Mind Barrier. Name, Mind Barrier. Type, Skill Card. Description, using this card grants the skill Mind Barrier. Mind Barrier allows you to designate a target, including yourself, to block the influence of mental, emotional, and exploratory abilities of a certain intensity. During the duration of the Mind Barrier, it requires a continuous expenditure of dark energy and energy. When the Mind Barrier is attacked, the dark energy and energy expenditure will increase according to the intensity of the attack. Special note, when the strength of the enemy target far exceeds that of the user of this spell, the Mind Barrier will be broken. If the Mind Barrier is forcibly broken by overwhelming force, it will weaken the user's energy to a certain extent. Lin Qun looked at this skill card, a thought flashing through his mind. This was a mental defense ability. In the real world, mental abilities were quite important and high-end, just like energy, which was one of the most important attributes. Upon encountering this ability, Lin Qun's first thought wasn't about dealing with others, but rather, whether this ability could counteract the side effects of the Immortal Execution Sword. Judging from the effects, it could target specific individuals, not just himself, but others, creating a mental barrier that blocked mental and emotional influences. The Immortal Execution Sword, could it be considered a mental or emotional influence? Lin Qun didn't know. He considered this possibility, hoping it might allow the mental barrier to work in conjunction with the Immortal Execution Sword, finding an alternative way to reduce the cost of using it. If successful, this skill would be extraordinary, even crucial. Lin Qun felt the chances of success were high. If he could eliminate the Immortal Execution Sword's side effects, wouldn't he be able to freely wield it and wreak havoc? Immunity to side effects, this would be a decisive ability. S-rank cards were indeed starting to change. At this moment, a second dark gold card also appeared. Name, Life Conversion. Type, Consumable Effect card rank, S. Description, using this card activates the effect Life Conversion. Designate either yourself or your opponent as a target. This effect can be activated when the difference in maximum stamina between the two targets is 8,000 points or more. Upon successful activation, all attributes of both targets are increased to 3,000 points, including but not limited to stamina, Attributes below 3,000 points are forcibly increased to 3,000 points. Special note, be careful, if you are stronger than someone else, using this card will be disastrous. Life conversion. This is a consumable effect card. Judging from the card's design, it seems to be from the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Lin Qun's eyes flashed. This is a card of equality for all. It's especially suitable for challenging opponents of higher levels. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the effect of this card. No matter how much stronger you are than me, I will directly level you up, and everyone will have 3,000 points in all attributes. Even if a weaker opponent's attributes are below 3,000 points, they can be directly increased to 3,000 points. Extremely domineering and unreasonable. Moreover, Lin Qun immediately thought of a combo. This card can be used in conjunction with a reincarnation despair. In a 7-second black room, a true 1v1 battle, with everyone's attributes equal, the 10% attribute steal from reincarnation despair makes it seem like your attributes are higher than your opponent's. This card combo can directly pull a far stronger opponent down to below your own combat power. As Lin Qun's strength grows, the opponents he encounters become increasingly powerful. Currently, he rarely uses reincarnation despair anymore because the difference in strength is too great. The 7-second black room battle with reincarnation despair might even be self-destructive. But if combined with this life conversion card, the effect is completely different. This card can even face the Dominator directly. An S-rank card, indeed different. At this moment, the third card also appeared. The dark gold card gleamed coldly. Name, SCP-076 Able Type, Item card rank, S-rank. Description, using this item card, you can obtain the containment item SCP-076 Able. SCP-076 Able is a humanoid SCP contained within the SCP Foundation series, known as one of the Holy Book Brothers along with SCP-073. SCP-076 is actually composed of two parts, a rock cube designated SCP-076-1 and a male Semitic designated SCP-076-2. SCP-076-2, named Able, is hostile and aggressive towards living beings. 076-2 is normally confined to a sarcophagus and is physiologically dead. However, 76-2 is capable of resurrecting at any time and attempting to leave the sarcophagus, becoming enraged and attempting to kill any living beings it encounters. 076-2 can be killed, but its body will regenerate within the sarcophagus after death, until it awakens again and continues its killing spree. The sarcophagus is protected by 076-1 and appears to be indestructible. Special Note 1, Item card Able obtained using this card, once leaving the sarcophagus, will indiscriminately attack all living beings except the card's owner. Special Note 2. 076's strength will be exactly the same as the card holder's. Able's strength will be the same as the card holder's strength when Able leaves the sarcophagus. Manifestation, another SCP series card. And it's Able again. Lin Qun knew a bit about this card. The SCP-076 Able drawn at this moment was clearly different from the real one. Its strength was linked to Lin Qun. This meant that the stronger Lin Qun was, the stronger Able would be, a significant point, essentially summoning a super strong individual. After all, according to the description, it would have the same strength as Lin Qun when it left the sarcophagus, meaning Lin Qun's buffs would also be effective, which was quite different. Unlike time-limited helpers like Dhritarashtra, this Able could exist indefinitely unless killed or recontained. In addition, its indiscriminate and hostile targets have changed from humans to all living beings. This may be because humans are the majority on SCP, while here, the starry sky is vast, and Able himself may be aggressive towards all other living beings. This is one of the more troublesome aspects of this card. Except for itself, everyone else could become Able's target. In other words, it is suitable for use in places where enemies are densely packed and allies are relatively few. Overall, this card is quite powerful. Its true form can be described as a sarcophagus, and the sarcophagus itself seems to be indestructible. This means that even if it is used as a consumable, as long as the sarcophagus exists, it can be resurrected and used by Lin Qun a second time. A dark gold card appeared. The image on the card depicted an ancient sarcophagus, but the appearance of the contained object, Able, could not be seen. Lin Qun was not in a hurry about this. It was better not to test such an eerie thing in normal times, but to release it on the battlefield. At this moment, the last card of this level 5 card pool draw also appeared in front of Lin Qun. The moment Lin Qun saw this card, His eyes lit up. This card was one he hadn't seen in a long time. The card depicted a strong man wearing his underwear on the outside. This was a Superman card. Moreover, this Superman card wasn't one of those trial Superman cards Lin Qun had drawn before. It was a real Superman card. A permanent Superman ability card. Name: Superman Transformation Card. Type: Transformation Card. Permanent Transformation Card. Rank: S rank. Description: using this transformation card, you can transform into Kal-El, the Kryptonian version of Superman, Man of Steel. You will gain some of his characteristics and all of his abilities while retaining your own. Your original base attribute panel data will be upgraded to Kal-El's panel data, except for stamina. Transformation duration: 30 minutes. Cooldown time: 12 hours. Load: a permanent Superman transformation card. The content on this card was significantly simplified compared to the Superman transformation trial cards Lin Qun had previously obtained. Because this card was no longer a trial card, and Lin Qun's own strength had improved, coupled with the experience accumulated from the previous Superman trial card, Lin Qun was now able to master Superman's power. Moreover, Lin Qun estimated that his current attributes were roughly equivalent to this Iron Man version of Superman. Even if they were slightly inferior, the difference wasn't significant, and he could master and use it. For Lin Qun now, he valued Superman's various abilities more. Although Lin Qun had previously obtained a Homelander card, Homelander was a stripped-down version of Superman, their combat power being worlds apart. Even their abilities were different. But now, Lin Qun had obtained a true Superman transformation card. He would gain all of Superman's abilities. This was equivalent to giving Lin Qun a comprehensive buff, a boost comparable to a percentage increase. And this card was undoubtedly an S-rank card. At this moment, Lin Qun's card draw was complete. He exhaled and stood up from his seat, ready to test all the cards he had obtained. Lin Qun's first test was still with his superhuman strength. He immediately entered Superman mode, his relatively slender body instantly expanding. In the blink of an eye, Lin Qun became a muscular man with explosive pectoral muscles, and then soared into the sky. Lin Qun felt that his attributes seemed to be improved in Superman mode as well. Currently, Lin Qun's total attributes were around 1200 points, while Superman's attributes should be above that value, possibly reaching 1300 or even 400 points. Of course, for Lin Qun, the most important thing was his ability. Superman's perception complemented Lin Qun's perception, giving him a clearer understanding of his surroundings and everything around him. He even possessed X-ray vision. He could follow the sounds and see who was doing what. Cultivating, making phone calls, or doing something indescribable. Lin Qun also discovered Chu Yaowei in Jinling City. She was diligently cultivating. She was wearing thin clothes. Her breathing was even, and her proud chest rose and fell. X-ray vision, Lin Qun's righteous little angel raised his 404 sword, and Lin Qun was forced to look away. If you're going to look, you should look openly and honestly. Right. Lin Qun immediately raised his head and looked up at the sky. He was piercing through the sky like a bolt of lightning, and his action alerted the Federation's defense system. A living being has broken through 20 times the speed of sound. Warning. Track immediately. Target identity confirmed. It's Mr. Lin. Oh, it's Mr. Lin. It's alright, don't worry about it. Mr. Lin can do whatever he wants. Remember to turn off all the automatic defense weapons covering Mr. Lin's location. The Federation has now rebuilt its global defense network, and it's even more advanced than before when it participated in the Blue Star Level 3 civilization battle. Therefore, Lin Qun's ascent was detected immediately, and his identity was quickly confirmed. However, because of this, Lin Qun was not hindered at all. Relying on his superhuman body, he instantly broke through 20 times the speed of sound and arrived in space, breathing the faint radiation from distant stars in their 8th orbit, experiencing a unique feeling. On the way up, Lin Qun had already tried out his sublight speed vision, laser eyes, and other abilities, and they were very useful. And indeed, just as Lin Qun had predicted, with his increased strength and the experience from his previous 3 trials, this time, using the Superman transformation card required almost no adaptation. He was completely in sync with his Superman transformation. However, after becoming an evolved being, Lin Qun also discovered that while the Superman transformation possessed high overall abilities and attributes, it lacked high energy power. A thin but insurmountable barrier remained between the Superman transformation and the evolved being. Therefore, The Superman transformation itself still placed him below the level of an evolved being in terms of combat power. Lin Qun had found the reason for this. However, this didn't matter much to him. Now he was a genuine evolved being with numerous high-energy methods, which could complement his basic Superman abilities, creating an astonishing effect where 1 + 1 equals more than 2. After completing the Superman transformation test, Lin Qun's attention turned to his main focus, the synergy between the immortal execution sword and the mind barrier ability. Whether he could overcome the side effects would directly determine how Lin Qun used this ancient sword. Chapter 590 Crazy Card Drawing. Vajra Bracelet? Lin Qun reached an altitude of 50,000 meters above Blue Star. From here, he could look down upon the vast world below, making Jinling City appear minuscule. Lin Qun arrived at this position just before his Superman transformation ended. He wanted to test this Huxin sword, naturally using his own attributes to see the changes clearly. So, Lin Qun took out this Huxin sword. The Huxin sword had merged into one, appearing complete and intact, as if it had never been broken. Lin Qun first used his mind barrier ability. The target was himself. This feeling was strange. He did feel he had created a barrier between himself and his surroundings, but his perception range was also somewhat limited. Clearly, because of this barrier, Lin Qun's expanded divine sense was passively contracted. Immediately, Lin Qun's eyes flickered, and he directly raised this Huxin sword to the sky. He activated this Huxin sword's most basic ability, Simple Huxin Sword Key. Lin Qun sensed a backlash of malevolent energy emanating from the immortal execution sword, attempting to aggravate the lingering, unresolved ferocity from his previous use of the sword. However, Lin Qun had only unleashed a single sword aura, so this impact was minimal for him. He also sensed that this effect seemed to be blocked by his mental barrier. His maximum energy level hadn't even decreased. This filled Lin Qun with joy. If he could be immune to the effects of the immortal execution sword, it meant that the number of times he could use it would increase dramatically, making his combat power unprecedented. Immediately, Lin Qun attempted to activate more sword auras, even the immortal execution sword formation. A sword aura appeared. It vanished in a flash. Lin Qun hadn't used the ultimate sword, but his test was almost complete. The conclusion was clear: the mental barrier could effectively shield him from the effects of the immortal execution sword. However, this only applies to the simple use of the immortal slaughtering sword key under normal circumstances. Once Lin Qun activates the immortal slaughtering sword formation, he will still be affected, albeit less than before he activated his mental barrier. Initially, the effect is only about 60% of the original, but as time passes and the usage continues, the effect gradually deepens, eventually rendering Lin Qun's mental barrier unable to withstand the fierce and malevolent energy of the immortal slaughtering sword. Clearly, the mental barrier is not as domineering as the immortal slaughtering sword. Furthermore, using both the immortal slaughtering sword and the mental barrier simultaneously consumes a significant amount of dark energy for Lin Qun. Previously, he would have struggled to sustain this, but now, with his own alternate dimension providing support, he can manage without significant impact. This is still excellent news for Lin Qun. While not completely immune, the mental barrier allows for partial immunity to the side effects of the immortal slaughtering sword, which is extremely important. The cost of using the immortal slaughtering sword has decreased, meaning it won't be just a single trump card. He could do so much more with the immortal execution sword. Lin Qun was very excited. He also had another idea. The immortal execution sword from the item card was fixed, but the mind barrier, as a skill card, could be upgraded. If he upgraded the mind barrier, would the effect be even better? Lin Qun glanced at it. Currently, the mind barrier was at level 1, and upgrading it required 10,000 contribution points. The number of contribution points required wasn't much. Lin Qun didn't hesitate and upgraded it directly. He still had 720,000 contribution points left. The description of the level 2 mind barrier didn't change much, but Lin Qun found in his tests that its resistance to the immortal execution sword's influence was much greater. Originally, the influence of activating the immortal execution sword formation was about 60%, but now it could be reduced to 50%. However, the dark energy consumption it required was also terrifyingly high. Obviously, resisting the fierce and malevolent energy of the immortal execution sword required a huge amount of energy consumption from this mind barrier. and upgrading the mind barrier from level 2 to level 3 would require a full 100,000 contribution points. Lin Qun hesitated for a moment, not immediately upgrading. In space, he sheathed the immortal execution sword and removed his mental barrier, using a clarity spell. Instantly, his nearly depleted dark energy and stamina recovered to 80%. Then, Lin Qun descended, returning to Earth's atmosphere. He noticed in space that Earth's atmosphere was constantly dissipating. This was a change that the Earth Federation's current technology couldn't stop. Therefore, even though artificial suns had been lit in several places, the Federation still had most of its humans living in underground cities. And since humanity was about to abandon Earth, the dissipation of Earth's atmosphere wasn't a major issue. As long as it was sufficient for the time being, it would be fine. Lin Qun didn't immediately return to his room, but instead found the Supreme Commander, an elderly man, and gave him the complete guide to escape techniques and the Blacklight virus, instructing him to promote the complete guide to escape techniques and select candidates for the Blacklight virus. Lin Qun said, "This Blacklight virus is no small matter. Your Excellency, after you select the candidates, I will conduct another round of screening." The elderly Supreme Commander didn't understand the Blacklight virus, but seeing Lin Qun's seriousness, his expression also tightened, and he solemnly said, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I will definitely screen them carefully. After the list is released, you can see them again." "That would be perfect." Lin Qun nodded. This Blacklight virus would definitely be able to cultivate a powerful individual for humanity. As for the complete guide to escape techniques, there's nothing to say, it can be promoted and practiced by everyone, making it a good method that can benefit everyone. Immediately, Lin Qun's figure flashed, and he silently returned to his room. He took a deep breath, specifically checked the announcement of the civilization battlefield, and confirmed that there was no information about the civilization battlefield being suspended or ended so far, before continuing to close his eyes and cultivate. Another whole day of cultivation. Lin Qun successfully broke through to the third level of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. Of course, Lin Qun also used some cheat codes in this process. Now, with the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique activated, Lin Qun's combat power can directly triple. Further cultivation, if done with a cheat code, would require 100,000 contribution points. Lin Qun wouldn't mind using 1,000 or 10,000 contribution points to upgrade, but using 100,000 to upgrade the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique would be inappropriate. Therefore, Lin Qun only touched upon the rapid improvement of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. The path beyond that, like the sword control technique, would rely on his own efforts and time to achieve it step by step. Lin Qun believed that soon, neither he nor the Federation would lack time. Lin Qun took a deep breath. He continued cultivating. At this moment, he wasn't the only one cultivating and striving within the Federation. With the emergence of numerous cultivation techniques by Lin Qun, a nationwide cultivation craze had already begun, with many people pursuing their own cultivation paths, especially Federation powerhouses like Chu Yawei, who were also seizing the time to cultivate and strengthen themselves as much as possible. Meanwhile, various projects within the Federation were also proceeding vigorously, and the entire Federation was developing. Before leaving the Supreme Commander's office, Lin Qun overheard the elderly Supreme Commander discussing the situation of the Yunbei civilization's life forms. These weasel wolves were now quite docile, their attitude much better, and with Papatou's help, they were wholeheartedly assisting humanity. However, they still harbored selfish motives. Their assistance to humanity was limited to technologies already acquired and mastered by humans, offering nothing beyond what was already possible. This was understandable. Their technology and information were their lifeline. Humans didn't trust them, and they found it difficult to trust humans either. Despite this, Papatou and the others were performing much better than before, showing significant improvement. Lin Qun guessed this was probably Papatou's way of proving its loyalty. Although Papatou appeared sleazy, it was intelligent, knowing that words were futile, and only actions could prove everything. Lin Qun simply smiled slightly at this and then immersed himself in his cultivation. Time passed slowly. Another 12 hours went by, and Lin Qun opened his eyes again. Continue drawing cards. Crazy card draw. Lin Qun still has 710,000 contribution points, enough for 3 more draws. The level 5 card pool has been upgraded, and at this stage, the contribution points required for upgrading core abilities are too high. Upgrading the sword control technique even requires 1 million, So Lin Qun doesn't plan to use the contribution points for anything else, he'll just draw cards directly. S-rank cards. Bring it on. With the fairy formation set up and good luck in hand, Lin Qun immediately starts drawing cards. In this theoretically A-rank card pool, with good luck in hand, Lin Qun is guaranteed to get an S-rank card, maximum cost effectiveness. Immediately afterward, the first dark gold card appeared. This card is an item card. Name, Vajra bracelet type, item card grade, S-rank description. Using this card will grant you the Vajra bracelet, a magical artifact of Laozi. The Vajra bracelet is a white circle, also known as the diamond ring or Vajra set. It can transform, is impervious to water and fire, can strike all things, and collect various magical treasures and weapons. Its uses are endless. Forged from Qun steel and imbued with the elixir of immortality, it possesses spirituality. Is it manifesting, the Vajra bracelet? Lin Qun was dumbfounded. He remembered a scene from Journey to the West where Laozi dropped the Vajra bracelet, which directly knocks Sun Wukong down. Not only that, but if caught in it, even the Ruai Jingu Bang, Monkey King's staff, could be easily taken away. This thing was a weapon of the same level as the immortal execution sword. According to the level of this world, it should be a great source energy level weapon, no, at least a great source energy level weapon. The immortal execution sword was drawn in stages, but now, drawn directly from the level 5 card pool, this Vajra bracelet was drawn. At this moment, the second dark gold card also appeared. This card was name, soul replenishment, type, consumable effect card rank, S, description. Using this card activates the effect soul replenishment once. Paying the maximum energy allows a dead target to be resurrected. For every 150 points of maximum stamina paid, this deduction is based on the base stamina limit. Any stamina limit bonuses gained through effects cannot be deducted. One target can be resurrected, up to a maximum of 6. Special note 1. Targets resurrected using this card must have a portion of their body or a specific personal item, otherwise, paying the maximum stamina will not achieve resurrection. Special note 2. This card cannot be used on oneself. Looking at this card, Lin Qun's eyes widened. Another resurrection card. But this one resurrects others. Although it's a consumable effect card, it can achieve group resurrection. One card can resurrect up to 6 people. Only a portion of their body or a specific personal item is needed. Of course, the most important cost is 150 points of maximum stamina. If the card's effectiveness is maximized, resurrecting 6 people would amount to a full 900 points of maximum stamina. Currently, within the entire Federation, only Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei possess this maximum stamina attribute. And if this card is used to resurrect 6 people, that would mean they themselves were also rendered useless. Subtracting 900 points from the maximum limit was too much. But Lin Qun immediately thought of a target he could resurrect, Bai Yiming, the Blood Emperor of Daxing City. Although Lin Qun had never truly interacted with him, he knew that after the Battle of Daxing, Bai Yiming could have given the chance to live to others, but he chose to leave it for Lin Qun. Lin Qun admired and respected this man. Bai Yiming's strength was undeniable. Although his abilities required sacrifice, if he were still alive, humanity would undoubtedly have another powerful figure. If only he were resurrected. He wondered if any remnants of the Blood Emperor of Daxing City remained. Perhaps his remains could be found. But resurrecting only one, while 150 points of maximum energy was much less than 900, wouldn't that be a waste of the card's effect? Lin Qun pondered, caught in a dilemma. The chance of resurrection was incredibly precious. Naturally, it would be best to use it to resurrect 6 lives. But resurrecting 6 lives would require 900 points of maximum energy, which Lin Qun couldn't handle. Deducting 150 points from his maximum stamina was a significant amount for Lin Qun. As a consumable effect card, only Lin Qun could use it. It couldn't be given to anyone else, and even if someone else could, they wouldn't be able to find it. He couldn't possibly give it to Chu Yaowei. Lin Qun couldn't do such a thing. However, compared to reviving a living person, 150 points as a price wasn't much. What could be more precious than life? After thinking for a long time, Lin Qun still couldn't find an answer and temporarily put the card aside. Whether he used it or not, now wasn't the time. He needed to maintain his combat strength. Moreover, he needed to think things through. Perhaps he could use this card only when absolutely necessary. Lin Qun took a deep breath, calming his thoughts, and looked up at his card drawing interface. Because at this moment, the third card of his 3-draw round had appeared. It was the last card. A dark gold card appeared. This one was. Chapter 591 Punishment on the Battlefield of Civilization. At this moment, the third dark gold card appeared. This was the last card Lin Qun had drawn in this round of card draws. At 200,000 coins per draw, Lin Qun had drawn 7 cards in the S-rank card pool, and this was the last one. This card was an item card. Name, Victory Class Type by Star Destroyer Type, Item card grade, S-rank description. Using this item card, you can obtain a Victory Class Type by Star Destroyer. This Star Destroyer is a multi-purpose medium-sized destroyer, 900 meters long, equipped with 3 LF-9 ion engines, a maximum crew of 4,800, 2 fighter squadrons, 6 landing craft, and possesses space jump capability and a shield system. The Star Destroyer is equipped with 10 quadruple-barreled pressurized laser cannons, 40 twin-barreled pressurized laser cannons, 80 shock missile launchers, and 10 traction light speed systems. Conjure, Star Destroyer. Lin Qun's gaze shifted forward. The card depicted the iconic wedge-shaped Star Destroyer from Star Wars. He remembered this warship. It was originally designed to compete with a cheerleader landing craft, thus possessing powerful atmospheric navigation capabilities and amphibious landing capabilities. However, its overall performance and firepower were undoubtedly superior to the cheerleader. This was during the Clone Wars era, and this warship was the most powerful medium-sized warship of the Old Republic. The Tier 5 card pool now allowed him to draw Star Destroyer. This was the Victory class. Then, the even more powerful Lance class Star Destroyers were probably also in this pool. All could be drawn. Lin Qun stared at the card, remained silent for a moment, and then stood up. He was going to materialize this Victory class Star Destroyer. Night had fallen. After informing the Supreme Commander beforehand, Lin Qun left his room and went to an undeveloped area outside Jinling City. There were many such places, mostly areas not covered by the artificial sun, where the light was dim both day and night. Lin Qun directly deployed this giant ship here. The 900-meter wedge-shaped warship, lying horizontally with a sharp edge. Undeniably, the designs of these warships in Star Wars still quite conform to human aesthetic standards of space exploration. This warship looked rather cold and powerful. Lying on the ground, even without taking off, it still gave people a sense of oppressive chill. Lin Qun couldn't help but take a half step back, looking at this warship. It was like a work of art from the interstellar era. The Federation was building ships, and Lin Qun was also constantly deploying warships. The fleet of humankind on Earth would become larger and larger. And at this moment, Lin Qun was thinking. Star Destroyers have arrived. Will the Death Star be far behind? Will Cybertron be deployed in the future? Transformers? Or even Unicron? These are cards on the road of technology and cyberpunk. A look of anticipation flashed in Lin Qun's eyes. As the card pool level increases, things that were previously just dreams may soon become reality. And these reality will undoubtedly bring shock to humanity. After setting down the warship, Lin Qun left and met with the Supreme Commander for a while. At the same time, the special team dispatched by the Supreme Commander arrived to take over the Star Destroyer as ordered. When they arrived and saw the elegant yet ruthless massive warship, they were almost stunned. Such a warship was also very shocking and impactful to them. At this time, in the Supreme Commander's office, Lin Qun also completed his introduction of the Victory-class Star Destroyer to the Supreme Commander. The Supreme Commander said, "This warship should be our most heavily armed one right now. Don't worry, I will tailor a crew specifically for this warship. Of course I trust you." Lin Qun trusted the Supreme Commander. This commander of the Blue Star humanity had no selfish motives. He was single-mindedly focused on preserving and strengthening humanity, which was the key reason why Lin Qun directly entrusted these things to him. He believed that the Supreme Commander, an elderly man, could ensure these items were used by the most suitable people and would serve the greatest purpose for the Human Federation and Lin Qun. Lin Qun said, "Besides these, I have another personal matter to attend to this time. I'm going into seclusion. The pause in the civilization battlefield is still uncertain, and I've done most of what I needed to do. Rather than waiting idly, I'd rather go into seclusion to improve my own strength." "All right. Mr. Lin, you can do as you see fit." The Supreme Commander unconditionally supported Lin Qun's decision, and in his own heart, he felt that now was indeed the best time. As the leader of the Federation and humanity, He naturally hoped that Lin Qun would become stronger and stronger. And now, what pleased him most was that not only was Lin Qun growing stronger, but with the help of the various cultivation techniques Lin Qun provided, the overall strength of humanity was increasing. Moreover, different techniques and different paths were giving rise to different geniuses. They might only be beginning to show their potential now, not yet displaying any significant strength, but given time, they would certainly grow into powerful figures and pillars of human civilization. The Supreme Commander believed this. Humanity, and Lin Qun all needed time. Time was civilization's most precious asset. Under the Supreme Commander's arrangement, Lin Qun once again entered the Federation's underground secret safe house, where he secluded himself to cultivate. He prepared to digest and refine the blood sun pills he had extracted time and time again. That's a century-long endeavor. If all goes well, perhaps, with a blood yang pill, he could reach the 6th level of the great perfection of the sword control technique, which is the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. And if he could reach that level, combined with the 7-leaf yin blood mushroom he possessed for breaking through to the core formation stage, perhaps he could hope to break through to the core formation stage on his own. Achieving the source energy level in this world isn't impossible, but it's a very difficult path. Humans don't have true source energy level cultivators, nor do they have experience. Therefore, Lin Qun still wants to take the path of cultivation, relying on cultivation to achieve the source energy level. This requires Lin Qun to continue refining his sword control technique and improving his own realm. Before that, Lin Qun didn't forget to release the little mudfish. He himself couldn't control the time spent in seclusion. The little mudfish had taken a long time to digest this time. When Lin Qun released it, it wasn't awake, it was still fast asleep. However, its size was larger than before, reaching almost 30 meters. Lin Qun was somewhat surprised. This wasn't just because the little loach was large and could eat a lot, thus growing happily. Lin Qun felt it was also related to what it had consumed this time. The square-shaped structure of the divine envoy and the strange black liquid inside that could affect people's minds were probably not ordinary things. They were very nutritious for the little loach, which explained its rapid growth. Unfortunately, with the divine envoy's forced recall by the divine kingdom, the fragments of the square-shaped artificial structure palace, which had been shattered by the great sage's blow, along with all its contents, were also taken back, leaving nothing behind in this battlefield of civilization. Otherwise, perhaps they could have been retrieved to continue feeding the little loach. Indeed, the divine envoy's things are all good stuff, Chu Yaowei remarked after hearing Lin Qun's analysis, standing beside him. Don't worry, I'll come and check on it when I have time. Focus on your seclusion. This seclusion shouldn't be like before, I'll be back soon. Lin Qun also looked at Chu Yaowei. Last time, he went into seclusion to immediately attempt to break through to the next level, a seclusion that lasted over a year. But this time, Lin Qun knew he didn't necessarily need to go that long. Most importantly, the Human Federation's blue star was still in the battleground of the Cloud Pattern Star System's Level 2 civilization. Civilization was paused, so it was safe for now, but what would other civilizations do once the pause was lifted? While both humanity and Lin Qun believed they might not dare attack humanity, alien civilizations were not of their own kind, and their thoughts couldn't be fully predicted. For all these reasons, Lin Qun couldn't go into seclusion for too long. After parting ways with Chu Yaowei, Lin Qun went to the military's safe house. Here, Lin Qun took out the fairy series items and placed them in his alternate dimension, intending to use the power of the heavenly court within his alternate dimension to nurture them, hoping to replenish their power during this time. Then, Lin Qun took out the blood sun pill and consumed it. Lin Qun was already very familiar with using the blood sun pill, so there was nothing more to say. He immediately began refining it. Seemingly because his cultivation level had improved considerably, Lin Qun felt that the power contained in the blood sun pill was much gentler this time, and he digested it without much difficulty. Perhaps, it would even take less time. Lin Qun calmed his mind and focused on cultivating to improve his cultivation level. This seclusion lasted for a full 2 months. During these 2 months, while Lin Qun was in seclusion, the outside world was also changing rapidly. The cultivation methods provided by Lin Qun had helped the Federation discover many talents in different fields, and people had achieved success in each path. Meanwhile, the Supreme Commander was also secretly searching for suitable candidates for the Blacklight virus. After hearing Lin Qun's explanation of the severity of the blacklight virus, he was also very cautious and attentive, wanting to find someone who could properly utilize the abilities brought by the blacklight virus. This list, after 2 months of observation and screening, had become quite comprehensive. At the same time, the Federation's new ships had begun construction. The design team, referencing the Avalon and with the assistance of the Yunbei civilization, produced complete blueprints in just 5 days. Under the full support of the Federation's High Command, led by the Elder Supreme Commander, shipbuilding received maximum assistance. All of the Federation's existing shipbuilding personnel and facilities began preparing to build interstellar migration ships. The Federation even established a channel in space to connect Earth with the increasingly distant Ice Energy Clan planets, allowing for a continuous influx of resources from the Ice Energy Clan planets. Meanwhile, the Federation's various technologies were advancing by leaps and bounds. Humanity was experiencing a new technological explosion. Until this day, nearly 2.5 months had passed since the civilization battlefield was suspended. The suspension finally ended with a sudden notification to all participants in the Cloud Pattern Star System Level 2 Civilization Battlefield. The effects of this round Civilization Battlefield anomaly have been eliminated, and the punishment judgment for Divine Envoy Because has been made. The Divine Kingdom has issued the following punishment for Divine Envoy Bika's unauthorized intervention in the Civilization Battlefield. Divine Envoy Bikas will be suspended from his duties, and his civilization's support from the Divine Kingdom will be reduced by 50%. Divine Envoy Bikas himself will be weakened by 1 level of power. This punishment is intended to serve as a deterrent. The suspension of the civilization battlefield will end. The remaining participating civilizations in the civilization battlefield will receive compensation based on their circumstances and will continue this round of the Level 2 civilization battlefield. The specific compensation is as follows. All participants still existing in the current Level 2 civilization battlefield, including those who surrendered and left the current Level 2 civilization battlefield after the civilization battlefield freeze ended or during the suspension, will receive 10 contribution points. Participants directly affected by Divine Envoy Bika's attacks will receive an additional 20-50,000 contribution points, depending on the extent of the impact. This compensation reward will be distributed within 10 Blue Star hours. After 10 Blue Star hours, the suspension of this Level 2 civilization battlefield will completely end, and all participating civilizations can choose to continue fighting within the current Level 2 civilization battlefield. The winner will still receive the reward of traveling to the Divine Kingdom. The Divine Kingdom will pay closer attention to the Level 2 civilization battlefield of the Cloud Pattern Star System to prevent any unexpected or abnormal situations. The Divine Kingdom thanks every participant and their civilization for their support. After such a long wait, this announcement from the Divine Kingdom not only signaled the end of the brief peace in the Level 2 civilization battlefield of the Cloud Pattern Star System, but also caused a new wave of uproar throughout the entire Level 2 civilization battlefield. The details of this information, such as the time unit, varied from civilization to civilization, calculated according to their own time calculation methods, but the overall structure was the same. Did you see that? The Divine Kingdom's announcement contained some information. Can the civilization of the Divine Envoy still receive support from the Divine Kingdom? What kind of support did the Divine Kingdom give them? Does anyone know about this? The Divine Kingdom truly lives up to its name. That Divine Envoy, because, is a sovereign-level powerhouse, right? To weaken such a powerhouse by a single level means, to knock him down from the sovereign level to the source energy level. Not necessarily. There are many levels of the sovereign level. Perhaps it's just one level, but it's still fatal. Reaching the sovereign level requires countless years of effort. To be chosen by the Divine Kingdom, this Divine Envoy Bikas is truly unlucky this time. It's unbelievable. Human civilization is unharmed, but this Divine Envoy has been punished. What exactly is going on that we don't know? What happened between the Divine Envoy Bikas and that human being named Lin Qun? The Divine Kingdom truly lives up to its name. It's incredibly generous. 10 contribution points for each participant doesn't seem like much, but how many participants are there in the Level 2 civilization battlefield? How many contribution points would that require? Not to mention those who receive more than 10 points. I estimate that the human Lin Qun is the recipient of those 50,000 contribution points. Chapter 592 Who Dares to Make a Move? Chapter 591 Who Dares to Make a Move? Third Orbit Position. the Anu's participating planet. The deepest part of the vast silicon-based ecological planet. Huli and Colin were also looking at the latest announcements and punishment decisions from the civilization battlefield. Meanwhile, the discussions and thoughts of the other Anu were being gathered by their subordinates. Colin couldn't help but ask, "Sir, how much compensation did you receive?" 20,000 contribution points, Huli replied without turning his head. "I received 10,000. I don't know how the Divine Kingdom determined it. Did this human Lin group really receive 50,000 contribution points? I still don't quite understand what happened." Colin frowned, his silicon-based brain working rapidly, trying to comprehend everything that had happened in the past period. Because the development of events during this time seemed to contradict his normal understanding of the universe, the world, and the Divine Kingdom. However, he had too little information. No matter how advanced his silicon-based brain was, comparable to a computer, he couldn't draw any accurate conclusions without sufficient information. But Huxio's thoughts seemed different. It stood in front, hands behind its back, silent for a long time, before suddenly saying, "Colin, tell me, what exactly is the backing of human civilization?" Colin smiled bitterly. "How would I know? Perhaps this human civilization is indeed a powerful first-level battlefield civilization, and what we encountered was merely a part of their civilization that they had set aside to train in the lower-level battlefield. Otherwise, in the second-level battlefield, who could contend with the divine envoy of the Divine Kingdom? Let alone drive the divine envoy away. Human civilization may be a branch of some powerful civilization. But not here. Tell me, with the civilization battlefield suspended and everyone unable to act, why did that human come here in a spaceship to show off? Do they really want to fight us?" Huxio's words confused Colin even more. It said, "My lord, I don't quite understand, what do you mean?" "What I mean is," Huxio said coldly, "perhaps they have a very powerful background, but here they are not powerful. And they might not be able to mobilize forces comparable to the divine envoys from before. After much thought, I believe this is the only reason they're still swaggering around, even though the civilization battlefield is paused. If they can't truly disregard the rules of the civilization battlefield and still attack even when it's paused, they're simply using this pause to display their strength and mask their true weakness." Colin looked surprised. "Sir, you mean, you want to attack them? But what if you're wrong?" Huhu didn't answer Colin's question, it simply stared silently at the liquid screen before it, its light flowing. Meanwhile, with the Divine Kingdom's judgment now public, all the civilizations still on the secondary battlefield of the cloud-patterned star system were on high alert. Those located in the second orbit had already surrendered and left the field 2 months prior. They had accepted reality and were no longer blinded by anger and hatred, choosing to depart directly. Therefore, few civilizations remained in this star system. But those that remained were truly powerful. The civilization battlefield was paused, and they dared not do anything, but now, they were all restless. In the conference room of a semi-digital life form, is human civilization truly a force resisting the Divine Kingdom? Perhaps they know how to circumvent divine punishment. Perhaps only in this way can we explain why even the Divine Messenger Bacchus received such severe punishment, while humanity was almost unscathed. The pause in the civilization battlefield is over, perhaps we should do something. Deep within hot Jupiter, observe, examine. We must act, but we cannot be the first civilization to act. Inside the command center of the fourth orbital planet, before the commander of this civilization, lay a star map of the entire Type 2 civilization battlefield in the cloud-patterned star system. His gaze moved from the central star to the outermost 8th orbit, and beyond. With his back to his subordinates, he slowly exhaled and said, "Perhaps, we should awaken our fleet." 12 hours after the Divine Kingdom's announcement, Earth remained calm. Jerry was arriving at his new post. A state-of-the-art stealth reconnaissance ship, built using TIE fighter technology. Their mission was to patrol the airspace surrounding Earth to detect and prevent deep space probes from other civilizations from observing Earth. Many similar reconnaissance ships were also secretly taking off from Earth for patrols. The pause in the civilization battlefield has ended, but war could break out again at any moment. We must ensure that the eyes of alien civilizations are not fixed on us. Be alert. Ahead, the reconnaissance ship was boosting morale. In reality, everyone was tense. They all knew the seriousness of the situation and the importance of their work, including Jerry. Although he wasn't a technician at all, Jerry was the only combatant on this cramped spaceship, which could only accommodate 6 crew members. He would need to intervene if they encountered danger in space, but he wouldn't be involved in any other work. Jerry was a genius in basic cultivation techniques. Currently, he was the fastest progressing in basic cultivation techniques across the entire Federation. Through this method, he had leaped from an unknown white boy to a member of humanity's list of strong men. His all attributes had exceeded 150 points, and his future was extremely promising. People like him were not isolated cases. The Federation had 200 million people, and recently many promising talents had emerged, all of whom had been deployed here, independently accompanying the reconnaissance ship on its mission. Actually, Jerry was somewhat nervous. He wasn't a warrior, hadn't participated in many battles, and was still very young, only 20 years old this year. He wasn't even qualified for the Ice Energy Clan's expedition. The last time he'd actually fought on the battlefield was on Earth, back when it was a level 3 civilization battlefield, let alone set foot in space. This mission, independently protecting this reconnaissance ship, was a first for him. The crew, however, were very welcoming, actively talking to him and showing great interest in his talent for basic cultivation techniques. Jerry himself was an optimistic and cheerful young man, which made the others like him, contributing to the crew's enthusiasm. This eased his tension and anxiety considerably. However, once they entered space, everyone was busy with their own tasks, the entire ship was quiet, and the atmosphere was tense, causing Jerry to feel uneasy again. For him, space was unfamiliar, let alone the enemies hidden within. He remained alert, ready to respond to any unexpected situation. With all attributes exceeding 150 points, it wasn't much in the realm of true powerhouses, but among ordinary humans and soldiers, it was an absolute expert. Equipping such a powerful individual as an escort for this reconnaissance ship was almost superfluous. The reason Jerry and his group were here was actually part of the Federation's training program. Of course, Jerry was still young and didn't realize this, he just wanted to do his best to complete his mission. In the midst of the tension, their reconnaissance aircraft suddenly came to a halt. A technician on one side said, "Detection. It's a stealth reconnaissance drone of the Ice Clan, right in front of us at 12 o'clock. The captain calmly gave the order, "Fire EMP and tractor beam, capture it." The Ice Clan is still up to no good. However, to their surprise, after being detected, the stealth reconnaissance drone of the Ice Clan didn't flee. Instead, it accelerated and charged towards them. Energy level reaction. This Ice Clan reconnaissance drone wants to take us down with it. The crew tense up. The Ice Clan refused to leave the level 2 civilization battlefield, their sole purpose being to find an opportunity to retaliate against human civilization. Therefore, their reconnaissance drone, deployed here, had no intention of leaving. It was a walking bomb. Once discovered, it lunged at the human reconnaissance ship that had spotted it, intending to destroy it along with the Ice Clan. However, human technology had greatly improved in recent times. As the Ice Clan drone rapidly approached, their electromagnetic pulse weapons came into play, effectively disabling the Ice Clan's stealthy drone. But the distance between them was already very close. Pulled by inertia and weak gravity, the Ice Clan's speed hadn't decreased much, and it was still hurtling towards the human reconnaissance ship. The crew's faces paled. A forced evasion seemed too late. At that moment, Jerry suddenly stood up. Seconds later, flames filled everyone's vision. An hour later, Blue Star, Jinling City Space Fleet Operations Command Center. The elderly Supreme Commander strode in. Chen Weiyang had been waiting for a long time. As soon as the elderly Supreme Commander approached, he quickly reported, "Your Excellency, our reconnaissance ship squadron has made some progress. In the past 3 hours, in coordination with our ground facilities, they have located 15 probes from alien civilizations within a 100,000-kilometer radius of our Blue Star. Several have been confirmed as belonging to the Ice Energy Clan, the Anu, and the Ying Clan. While the identities of the remaining probes cannot be confirmed, it is certain that the entire cloud pattern star system is watching us. And this is what we have discovered. There must be others we haven't yet. None were detected during the civilization battlegrounds pause. We speculate that these civilizations began launching these probes at us after the announcement." Chen Weiyang's tone was somewhat grave. He sensed the unusual atmosphere in the air. With the civilization battleground pause over, the participating civilizations were beginning to stir. Because of the previous incident between human civilization and the Divine Envoy, human civilization, which had previously been outside the sights of the top-tier civilizations in these secondary civilization battlefields, suddenly became a target that everyone had to take seriously. And being taken seriously by the enemy was part of the danger. This is normal. The elderly Supreme Commander raised his head. Leaving aside the Ice Energy Clan, these top civilizations all value us highly. In this incident facing the Divine Envoy, Mr. Lin displayed power and mystery that terrified and baffled these civilizations, so they value us. They want to win what they want here, and we will be an obstacle they cannot avoid. You mean, they intend to attack us, but based on Mr. Lin's previous intimidation and our judgment, they should. Chen Weiying frowned. Our thoughts and judgments do not represent the thoughts and judgments of other civilizations, the elderly Supreme Commander said. Mr. Lin's intimidation was indeed effective, and our judgment was also reasonable. But these other civilizations are very powerful, and their civilizations are no less intelligent than ours. They may also have thought of what we have thought of. They may very well try it themselves to see if we are truly powerful, or, if our previous actions were just a show of force. Chen Weiying revealed a stern expression. Should we prepare? We should prepare. They may attack, or they may not attack, the elderly Supreme Commander said. The problem facing these alien civilizations is, if we are not outwardly strong but inwardly weak, and they have misjudged us, then who will pay the price? Naturally, whoever attacks us must pay the price, an advisor said. But the problem is, we are truly outwardly strong but inwardly weak. The remaining civilizations on this level 2 civilization battlefield are almost all powerful. Even the British civilization has a superior fleet and possesses planet-destroying weapons. If they truly attack us, we will likely find it difficult to resist. They're about to expose our true strength. If that happens, and everyone discovers we're a paper tiger, these civilizations will likely launch a coordinated attack. What's there to be afraid of? We have Mr. Lin. Our technology has improved considerably, and our fleet has recently grown stronger. We might still have a fighting chance. Our fleet and technology are inadequate. No matter how strong Mr. Lin is, it's useless. These civilizations are all powerful. Although we've improved a lot, we're now at most comparable to the Ice Energy Clan from before. How can we be a match for these civilizations? Using the starry sky as a chessboard, even if Mr. Lin isn't afraid of their fleets and powerful individuals, on the vast distances of space, he can't even touch the enemy. He'll still end up with a bitter defeat. These words caused many to think and become tense. Although humanity had just driven away the divine messenger, in the realm of space warfare, humanity was still no match for these super civilizations. Even if the Lin clan was powerful, unless they summoned the Southern Heavenly Gate again, without a fleet and technological platform to support them, they couldn't even touch the enemy. How could they fight them? The elderly Supreme Commander remained calm and said indifferently, "There's no need to panic. We are also making progress. Moreover, as I said, they might make a move, but the question is, we need to see who among them dares to make a move. If no one dares, then it's meaningless for them to think about it. If these alien civilizations don't make a move within 10 days, then we will be safe. And even if our tiger skin is torn, we can simply leave this place." The words of the elderly Supreme Commander acted as a reassurance, calming everyone down. He was right. They wanted to act, but who dared to? Human civilization had just driven away the Divine Envoy, leaving these civilizations wary and uncertain, as if they were wearing a tiger's skin. They doubted whether humanity was truly a tiger and felt they should test them, but who dared to? If they were a real tiger, who could withstand a bite? However, if someone led the charge to puncture humanity's tiger skin, they would naturally be attacked en masse, giving humanity a way out. The Supreme Commander's words were reassuring, calming everyone down. People looked at the elderly Supreme Commander, secretly admiring him. The elderly Supreme Commander then said, "We shouldn't panic now. We'll deal with what we can. As for the rest, let these civilizations decide for themselves. Whether they dare to act is their business. We just need to do our own thing, get the fleet and planetary defense systems ready. Also, I heard a reconnaissance ship ran into trouble. Chapter 593 Ice Energy Clan Fleet. Yes, Your Excellency, our reconnaissance ship number 12 encountered an unmanned probe from the Ice Clan during a mission. The probe carried a powerful self-destruct device. After being detected, it quickly charged towards our reconnaissance ship, attempting to self-destruct and destroy itself, Chen Weiying said, but it failed. Yes, Your Excellency, it failed. At the critical moment, the Eagle Project personnel on reconnaissance ship number 12 stepped in. He intercepted the device, saving reconnaissance ship number 12. Apart from damage to its power source, no crew members were injured, and no equipment was lost in the collision, Chen Weiyang said, and this incident also served as a warning to others. The Ice Clan's probes all carry self-destruct devices, and they have not succeeded in doing so again. You mean, he took the initiative and intercepted the self-destructing probe with his own body? The old Supreme Commander showed a hint of surprise. Yes, Your Excellency. Is he still alive? What's his name? How are his injuries? He's alive. His name is Jerry. We've brought him in reconnaissance ship 12 back. He's receiving treatment. With our current technology, his injuries, though severe, have stabilized. He hasn't woken up yet, but he'll probably have to withdraw from Project Eagle forever. Chen Weiyang showed regret. He admired such a brave young man, but the latest treatment report indicated that the explosion had almost destroyed everything he had. If it weren't for the rapid advancements in federal medical technology, coupled with Jerry's relatively good physical attributes, he might have died long ago. Even if he could be saved, he wouldn't be able to continue training in the same way. To return to the battlefield, it seemed the only option was a cybernetically assembled exoskeleton. But that was clearly not the path suitable for Jerry. Project Eagle was a selection and training program launched by the Federation for its newest talents. Every member of Project Eagle was someone who had recently demonstrated remarkable talent at a certain level or in a certain field, including both technicians and combat personnel. For the Federation now, every step forward is venturing into uncharted territory, thus giving rise to a large number of talented individuals. Jerry, however, is not a technical talent, but rather a highly gifted combatant. Jerry. The elderly Supreme Commander murmured the name, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Lin Qun remained in seclusion, and with the end of the pause in the civilization battlefield, the entire Blue Star began operating again. The Blue Star defense system, which had been deployed and built since arriving at this Level 2 civilization battlefield, was fully activated. Simultaneously, warships took off from ground spaceports, entering low-altitude orbits and dispersing throughout the planet, ready to act swiftly in case of unforeseen circumstances. The Federation's powerful figures also entered a state of emergency preparedness. Chu Yaowei, Wang Kezheng, and others were all on standby, ready to fight. Chen Weiyang remained at the Human Fleet Command Center, never leaving, coordinating and directing operations. Looking across this starry sky, who dared to attack human civilization? Speculation, suspicion, apprehension, hatred, were inevitable. But the question remained, who dared to test the waters? If no one dares, then humanity is safe, and all speculation and doubt will not become reality. For this reason, the Supreme Commander, the old man, advocated against disturbing Lin Qun's seclusion, waiting for the situation to truly change. However, while no one disturbed Lin Qun, he himself had already completed his seclusion. His seclusion this time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. He had already fully digested the Blood Yang pill, and Lin Qun was attempting to continue his upward progress, not far from the 6th level of the great perfection of the sword control technique. The flow of dark energy within Lin Qun was becoming increasingly smooth, and the dark energy itself was becoming increasingly pure. Lin Qun knew that reaching the core formation realm wasn't a problem, what he needed was time. Relying on his own cultivation, going from the late foundation establishment stage of the 6th level of the sword control technique to the early core formation stage of the 7th level, even with the aid of spiritual medicine, would be a slow process, not something that could be achieved in 2 months. However, his 2 months of seclusion had laid a solid foundation for his future progress. Lin Qun was also constantly calculating the time in his mind. Moreover, the announcement for the civilization battlefield had already been released. Lin Qun would see the announcement of the civilization battlefield whether he wanted to or not. And just as everyone had guessed, Lin Qun received a maximum compensation of 50,000 contribution points. He was arguably the biggest victim of the Divine Envoy because his intervention. However, looking at the announcement and compensation information, Lin Qun's expression was somewhat strange. He couldn't tell whether because his arrival was a good thing or a bad thing. Although he received a yellow card warning from the civilization battlefield, it seemed that he gained more than he lost. Because received a real punishment, it and its civilization suffered greatly, but Lin Qun and human civilization benefited, and the warning was currently just a formality without actual punishment. Ahem, official cheating, As expected, Lin Qun coughed. Then, he stood up and left his secluded cultivation area. He had guessed it too. With the civilization battlefield paused, the cloud pattern star system's level 2 civilization battlefield would no longer be peaceful, but rather turbulent, and other powerful civilizations would inevitably stir. 20 hours after the announcement of the suspension of the civilization battlefield, Lin Qun left his secluded retreat and went directly to see the Supreme Commander. Lin Qun agreed with the Supreme Commander's assessment. The only question was, who dared to make a move? Lin Qun's southern heavenly gate was no longer usable, not only because the heavenly king of holding the nation's support card was gone, but also because he was currently under warning and couldn't recklessly activate any cheats beyond the level of a level 2 civilization battlefield. Under these circumstances, humanity was still in great danger facing powerful level 2 civilization battlefield participants like the Anu. After all, their fleets and technology were still more advanced than humanity's, not to mention their stronger individuals. Mr. Lin, are you confident? In the Supreme Commander's office, the old man looked at Lin Qun. If there's only one civilization, perhaps we can, but if the top civilizations here attack us en masse, then we'll have no choice but to run away, Lin Qun said honestly. Currently, he had drawn many S-rank cards, greatly increasing his strength, and he also possessed the complete immortal execution sword. Coupled with other means, even if he faced the Anu civilization, Lin Qun felt he might not necessarily lose. But here, it's not just the Anu people. Without absolute strength, without a sufficient fleet and technology to support it, human civilization still cannot fight against the top civilizations in the second-level civilization battlefield. This is an unavoidable fact. Human civilization's progress has been fast enough, but it still needs time. Human civilization has at most completely left the planet and become an interstellar civilization, but there is still a gap between it and becoming a powerful interstellar civilization. The time gained now is still not enough, more time is needed. The old Supreme Commander glanced at him and said, "Then let's run away." Mr. Lin, we are now in an invincible position. The worst outcome is only leaving the cloud pattern star system, which is probably an outcome we never imagined before we came here. The old Supreme Commander was already very satisfied with the current situation. Blue Star came here out of necessity under the threat of the Third Arm Overlord fleet and the Source Energy class. They came here with the intention of developing and leaving, just to protect themselves. But to be able to achieve this point has indeed far exceeded their initial estimates. Lin Qun said, "Yes. Now that we're returning, the fleet of the Third Cantilever Overlord shouldn't be able to do anything to us. Even if we choose to leave, we can either collect more contribution points or gain more time. We must try our best to make the most of it." The Supreme Commander nodded. "All we can do now is wait." This wait didn't last long. The 10 days the Supreme Commander had predicted hadn't even passed when uninvited guests appeared. A fleet appeared 200,000 kilometers outside of Blue Star. They had jumped in. But this opponent was someone no one had expected. It's the Ice Energy Clan. Upon arriving at the Fleet Command Center, Lin Qun heard Chen Weiying's furrowed brows as he repeated the information Lin Qun had already obtained on the way. At this moment, the Ice Energy Clan fleet had appeared in outer space. They had suffered heavy losses, even abandoning their participating planets. During this time, a force had been hiding on the edge of the battlefield of the second-level civilization in the cloud pattern star system, barely surfacing, almost forgotten. Humanity had been monitoring them, but their inaction left no clues. Yet, unexpectedly, they were the first to appear. The Ice Energy Clan doesn't dare directly confront us. If they dared, they would have done so long ago. The only reason their fleet dares to come here is, they have other civilizations supporting them. Chen Weiying spoke slowly. This was also Lin Qun's judgment at this moment. The Ice Energy Clan had indeed always wanted to retaliate against humanity. In this battle of the second-level civilization of the cloud pattern star system, the Ice Energy Clan actually had no chance, but they did not leave, they just waited. They knew that their strength was not enough to deal with humanity, so they were waiting for other civilizations to make a move. Although humanity had experienced several rounds of crises before, the Ice Energy Clan had not made a move, which showed that their own strength was indeed insufficient. Now they dared to come out like this. In a situation where no one dared to move, there must be someone supporting them from behind, increasing their strength and confidence. On the side, someone asked worriedly, which civilization? What kind of support did they give to the Ice Energy Clan? Don't the Ice Energy Clan know that they are being used as pawns? Chen Weiying said, of course they know, but they want to destroy us even more. The Ice Energy Clan is not a powerful civilization. We made them pay a heavy price. This defeat has set their civilization back by countless generations. They want to kill us more than anyone else, so naturally they are willing to be the pawns. Mr. Lin, what do you plan to do? Should our fleet set sail? Chen Weiying looked at Lin Qun. Lin Qun was also watching the Ice Energy Clan fleet on the screen. They had a total of 20 ships. From the current detection results, none of these 20 ships seemed particularly special, except. Lin Qun laughed, so what if someone is supporting us? The Ice Energy Clan is here to deliver ready-made warship materials and contribution points to us. Since that's the case, why shouldn't we take them? Let's set off now. I'll still be in the cone-shaped ship. These civilizations want to see our strength. Fine, I'll show them my strength. At this moment, 200,000 kilometers outside the planet Blue Star, the Ice Energy Clan fleet was ready. To avoid being attacked by humans, the Ice Energy Clan commander, Dan, had moved the command center to a less conspicuous secondary warship. He had persuaded the other members to launch this attack. And as humans had expected, their daring to emerge from the battlefield at the edge of the cloud pattern star system was not a reckless act of throwing eggs against rocks, but rather because they had received support from a certain civilization. At this moment, Dan gazed at the vast human planet before him, overwhelmed with emotion. His icy, fluid-structured body trembled slightly. Look, my fellow human beings, we're back. We've been waiting for this moment. I said, as long as we remain here, we have a chance. Humanity has made us pay too high a price. We must make them suffer the same destruction and disaster as we have. Have those two planet-destroying weapons arrived? Yes, sir. Behind it, many others were equally passionate. A few showed worried expressions, others dared not act, and their intervention was tantamount to taking risks for other civilizations. Was this really a good thing? Their fleet was already nearly wiped out. However, these people dared not say anything. During this time, turmoil was brewing within the cloud pattern star system. Although the remaining Ice Energy Clan members hid in a corner, the internal situation was equally turbulent. Dan swept away all dissenting voices with absolute power. Fanaticism and hatred always fuel people, and thus, rational voices were swept away. Dan became the absolute leader of the Ice Energy Clan members in this secondary civilization battlefield. Anyone who disagreed with it was either imprisoned or executed. This was why it was able to appear here with the Ice Energy Clan fleet, determined to act. Dan and its fanatical followers were becoming the only voice here, including at this very moment. Destroy them. Prepare the planet-destroying weapons, he said calmly. Other civilizations are terrified, thinking that humanity might be feigning weakness, but I think no one knows humanity's true strength better than us. They are utterly vulnerable. Now, all we need to do is attack them. Let the other participating civilizations see humanity's true weakness, and they will rise up against us. We will then complete our revenge against humanity. Humanity will pay the price for their resistance. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594: A Shocking Sword. Dan's speech once again stirred excitement among the ice elemental life forms behind him. They had completely forgotten that they were the ones who first launched the attack on human civilization, attempting to wipe out humanity and eliminate all the participants on Blue Star. However, they failed to defeat humanity and instead perished themselves. Clearly, these ice elemental life forms here could not accept this fact. They could not accept their defeat and only thought of slaughtering others to achieve victory. Under Dan's command, their fleet continued to advance. Dan was full of confidence. They themselves no longer had the strength, but they had received support from another powerful civilization. They had been given a planet-destroying weapon that could create spatial collapse, not to the extent of a black hole, but more than enough to tear Blue Star apart. Moreover, they had already been granted usage rights twice. The weapon belonged to them, the rights belonged to them, they only needed to operate it. And now, this weapon was in their fleet. Dan used a very ordinary ice elemental warship as a disguise to hide this crucial weapon. However, using this weapon requires even closer proximity, closer than the Earth's humans at the source energy level can react to. Only then can a substantial attack be launched against Earth, revealing its hidden strengths and the true capabilities of its source energy level. Therefore, although they had teleported to a location 200,000 kilometers away from Earth, they didn't immediately hold a meeting. The weapons were ready, but their fleet continued its advance. However, Dan felt that humanity simply didn't possess that kind of power. As a civilization that had once fought and clashed with humanity, it felt that the Ice Energy Clan had the most to say. If humanity were truly that powerful, the Ice Energy Clan should have been wiped out long ago, instead of fighting for so long. Unless humanity was deliberately using its strength to train its weak and lower-level troops. But in a civilized battlefield, how could that be possible? Who would do that? As for humanity's development during this period, Dan was even less convinced. Technological advancement might be possible, but source energy level, high source energy level, and top-level source energy combat power could never be formed so quickly. No one could achieve that. Therefore, Dan believed that humanity was all bark and no bite, only managing to defeat the divine envoys of the God Kingdom through some means and trump card. The universe is vast, and many civilizations possess special methods, but special methods do not equate to strength. Even if humanity truly had a powerful backer, it wasn't here, and this particular human civilization was easily defeated. Dan's confidence stemmed from its own judgment. It firmly believed that these two planet-destroying weapons would tear away the fig leaf of this human civilization, exposing their weakness and vulnerability to the entire second-level civilization battlefield. Just then, Lord Dan, the human fleet has appeared and is approaching us. They seem to be about to warp into us, the Ice Energy Clan's technical personnel immediately reported from the Ice Energy Clan fleet. Excellent, we're waiting for their fleet. They should be able to guess what we're planning. Their powerful figure is probably on their fleet, preparing a planet-destroying weapon. I'll fire 2 shots in quick succession, one to destroy the human fleet, and the other to directly jump to their atmosphere and blast their planet to pieces. The structure of the icy fluid life form shifted, seemingly reflecting its current excitement and tension. At this moment, it wasn't just the icy race and humanity that were watching. Various civilizations had already deployed probes near Earth. Humanity had only cleared a portion of them, some remained undiscovered. These probes represented the gaze of the remaining participating civilizations in this Level 2 civilization battlefield, all focused intently on this place. Whether it was a civilization supporting or encouraging the icy race to act, or any other civilization, at this moment, all were focused on this location. The confrontation between the icy race and humanity would determine their strategies. They themselves dared not act, so they naturally wanted to see the icy races move clearly. And at this moment, the human fleet had already set sail. This fleet consisted of only 5 ships, led by a cone-shaped ship, followed by newly commissioned Victory-class star destroyers, 2 cheerleader landing ships, and a Hammerhead-class cruiser. Aside from the cone-shaped ship, this was an all-star lineup from Star Wars. However, at this moment, apart from Lin Qun, no one knew this detail. For all parties involved, the situation was extremely tense. Compared to the arrogantly approaching ice race, human civilization seemed to underestimate them. After leaving the atmosphere, they directly warped, arriving right in front of the ice race fleet, reducing the distance from 200,000 kilometers to less than 200 kilometers. This was an extremely short distance in space. At that moment, the ice race's prepared star-destroying weapons opened fire. Their warship formations separated, revealing a very inconspicuous ship at the rear. And at that instant, that ship was torn apart from the inside. The terrifying space collapse generator fired with a vengeance, unleashing a tiny black projectile, approximately 20 meters in diameter, at an incredible speed, nearly 100 times the speed of sound on Earth. It hurtled through the air, through the passage cleared by the Ice Clan warships, towards the human fleet. Like a bowling ball launched at high speed, it aimed to smash the entire human fleet to pieces. Simultaneously, as this weapon fired, the Ice Clan fleet began a synchronized retreat, preparing for a jump. According to Dan's calculations, this single weapon would be enough to give the human fleet and its powerful members a run for their money. They would use this opportunity to avoid the human fleet and their elite members, and instead engage in close combat on Earth. Of course, retreating and jumping would take time. Dan issued orders while intently watching the trajectory of the attack, eager to see it devour the human fleet. He and the other Ice Clan beings were filled with fanaticism, eager to witness humanity's annihilation in the devastating explosion. They lacked the capability themselves, but now, with the help of other civilizations, they were about to achieve their goal. At this moment, compared to the high-speed projectile, humanity's reaction was utterly sluggish. The human fleet had just left the warp and was even accelerating, seemingly intent on deliberately crashing into the attack, like moths drawn to a flame, courting death. It seemed, humanity simply couldn't react in time. Under such circumstances, human warships had no chance of evasion. Of course, in the ice race's calculations, humanity had no chance of evasion either, given the area of effect of this space collapse planet-destroying weapon. No matter how fast the human fleet was, they couldn't escape. Approaching each other, the two closed in even faster. And when they were about 30 kilometers apart, the black projectile self-destructed. This was the beginning of its official activation. It was like a glass ball shattering on the ground, but without any actual impact. The shattering began from within itself, followed by a violent space collapse reaction. The shattered parts of the black spherical projectile rapidly compressed. This layer of space collapse was rapidly expanding. At this moment, it hadn't yet reached its full scale. But based on this weapon's capabilities, it could affect a vast area in less than a minute, enough to engulf the entire human fleet. Dan leaned forward, seemingly eager to see the human fleet swallowed up. It also hoped to confirm that the powerful figure from human civilization was present. This way, their planet-destroying weapon deployed on Earth might succeed. However, at that very moment, a chain of sword energy suddenly shot out from the human fleet, rising into the sky. Initially just a flash of light, it rapidly expanded in midair, then transformed into a streak of sword light, advancing relentlessly. This was a world-shattering sword strike. Dan had barely seen it clearly when it flew out from Earth fleet, instantly traversing the remaining dozen kilometers, piercing the collapsing space. Then, a terrifying scene unfolded. The sword light directly shattered this fragmented space, pulling upwards with explosive power, instantly neutralizing the weapon's influence. Power vibrated and surged through space, the sword energy carrying unimaginable holiness and vastness. Within this holiness and vastness, however, lay a terrifying ferocity and madness, boundless and sweeping across the battlefield. This earth-shattering sword strike destroyed the planet-destroying weapon before it could even be deployed. Compared to conventional high-powered beam energy weapons, this weapon was actually more complex and concealed. Once deployed, its sustained destructive power might surpass that of a high-powered beam energy weapon. But it also had its weaknesses. Its mechanism was destroyed before it could even begin. It was directly erased by absolute power. How is this possible? This is the power that human civilization displayed against the 8-3 dwarf planet civilization's source energy level. It's that high source energy level weapon, but, according to our intelligence, it has never used it again since. Even against the Anu's source energy level 9, it only used a portion of a similar ability. We judged that it shouldn't have been able to display that power again, otherwise there would be no reason for it not to use it. The Ice Energy Clan beings were dumbfounded. They never dreamed their judgment was correct. Lin Qun had indeed run out of resources before, but unfortunately, he had just completed the entire set of Zhux and sword cards. Now he could use it. Why not use it? Facing the planet-destroying weapon, Lin Qun dared not be careless. He immediately unleashed the Zhux and sword, unleashing its ultimate sword energy. The exemption from the mental barrier ability significantly reduced the impact of the ultimate sword energy. The ultimate sword energy, combined with the all-encompassing secret, forcibly boosted Lin Qun's combat power. He didn't even use the spirit summoning talisman, which had its power dwindling, and directly tore apart the planet-destroying weapon launched by the opponent with a single, powerful strike. This sword strike was like a rainbow, piercing through the star field. Lin Qun suddenly withdrew his sword and stepped back. The burden of the ultimate sword energy was immense. Lin Qun's mental barrier was almost shattered by the Zhux and sword's influence. Therefore, he only displayed this sword strike for a moment before stopping in time. Yet, this sword strike was still like a startled swan, awakening the memories of many humans. It was precisely the power of Lin Qun's sword strike that cleaved a star when he fought against the 8-3 dwarf planet civilization. Behind him, the cone-shaped spacecraft sped forward, carrying Lin Qun towards the Ice Energy Clan fleet. Simultaneously, the human fleet opened fire frantically, blocking the Ice Energy Clan warship's warp in. The distance of less than 200 kilometers was fleeting for the warships, Lin Qun immediately drew his sword. A three-colored sword beam soared into the sky, and Lin Qun, like a god of death, activated his superhuman transformation card, charging headlong into the fleet before him. Three sword energies descended simultaneously, first shattering the Ice Energy Clan's hidden planet-destroying weapon. The weapon itself was powerful, but the equipment was just equipment, a technological product. Even with a shield, it was useless. With three sword energies unleashed simultaneously, even low-level energy users had to retreat, and evolved beings could be instantly killed, let alone the shield. It was directly shattered by Lin Qun. The Ice Energy Clan ship concealing the space collapse planet-destroying weapon, along with the weapon itself, exploded brilliantly in space. Immediately, Lin Qun stood in the center of the battlefield. Three colored sword energies, centered on him, flew out in three directions, sweeping across the battlefield. Behind Lin Qun, a fleet of 5 human warships advanced in a spearhead formation, like a truly ferocious blade, forcefully tearing apart the Ice Energy Clan's formation. The current human fleet, in terms of both warships and fleet capabilities, was far superior to what it had been before. With additional ground support, it was no weaker than the Ice Energy Clan's fleet, only smaller in number. But this was insignificant. Lin Qun had already penetrated into the Ice Energy Clan's ranks, and he alone was worth dozens of warships. At this moment, aboard the Victory-class Star Destroyer, Chu Yaowei leaped out, charging towards the other warships. The Ice Energy Clan no longer possessed top-tier experts, and their fleet no longer had an absolute technological advantage. Unable to maintain distance from the human fleet, being approached at this point meant being lambs to the slaughter. Lin Qun didn't even need to activate the immortal slaughtering sword formation. His three-colored sword energy crisscrossed, directly shattering the attacks launched by the Ice Energy Clan warships on both sides. It sliced through beams of energy, detonated space torpedoes and electromagnetic railgun shells with unstoppable force. The sword energy soared to the heavens, slashing downwards like a collapsing pillar, crashing down and striking one of the warships with a deafening roar. The warship didn't seem to be sliced open by the sword energy, but rather smashed open. The shield collided violently with the immortal slaughtering sword energy, flashing and then annihilated by the terrifying power of the sword, rapidly dimming. Then, the entire warship was directly destroyed, breaking apart in the middle and exploding violently. Orange-red flames illuminated the starry sky, and countless fragments scattered like celestial flowers. The Ice Energy Clan members were utterly dumbfounded. They had come with confidence, considering the possibility of failure, but they hadn't expected it to be so swift and so complete. They hadn't even been able to fire a second planet-destroying weapon. The fleet was already scattered. Chapter 595: A Call to Action to the Entire Galaxy. Just now, with a single ultimate sword aura, Lin Qun's mental barrier had already begun to waver. Therefore, at this moment, he adopted a conservative tactic, using only ordinary sword aura with the immortal execution sword. Otherwise, his mental barrier might very well have been shattered by the backlash. Of course, without a mental barrier, Lin Qun wouldn't dare to directly charge forward with the immortal execution sword. The strength of the mental barrier allowed Lin Qun to use the immortal execution sword as a trump card and ultimate move, turning it into a usable skill. Ordinary sword aura was sufficient. With the cooperation of the human fleet, it was enough to sweep away the remnants of the Ice Energy Clan's fleet. Although they had received support from other top civilizations, those civilizations themselves dared not intervene, and the support they could provide was naturally minimal. 2 planet-destroying weapons were already their limit, and now that they had failed to function, the Ice Energy Clan faced utter defeat. The ship that appeared to be a flagship had already been cleaved in two by Lin Qun. Under the surging sword aura, the warship shattered in space, flames spreading, fragments flying everywhere, and hundreds upon hundreds of ice fluid lifeform crew members were all swept up in the wave of destruction. On the other warships, some of the ice fluid lifeforms wore expressions of utter terror. Their fervent fervor and rage were being crushed by the current rout, and they were now haunted by the fear of their previous defeat. They remembered, this human had swept through their legions like a god, killing their source energy classes, and standing against the 2 source energy sources of the 8th dwarf planet. We're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. We're here to die. God, we were wrong. We were all wrong. Humans are really that powerful. Humans are really that powerful. So, they weren't weak. They just didn't want to show us their true power. They were on the verge of collapse. The collapse of the main battlefield forced the ice fluid life forms at the rear and edges to flee, desperately trying to escape. Meanwhile, hidden in an inconspicuous warship, Dan, supporting himself on the platform with his arms, watched the battlefield engulfed in flames, almost frozen in place. He had considered the possibility of defeat, but never this utterly devastating. It thought that perhaps they would fail, but they would surely make humanity pay the price, or point out humanity's weaknesses to other coveted civilizations. But now, the result was unacceptable to it. Such a vast gap shattered all of Dan's confidence and resolve. This is impossible, this is impossible, how could they be so powerful, this is impossible, their power shouldn't be lasting, they don't have that ability. Dan collapsed to the ground, already in a state of near madness. Behind it, the entire bridge was already in complete chaos. Its supporters, seeing it fall, had their faith crumble even further, all showing bewildered expressions. Some frantically tried to control their ships to escape, others, like Dan, seemed drained of all strength, and still others, with crazed expressions, wanted to attack humanity and seize control of their ships. In this chaos, their ships swayed and staggered in space like drunkards. Finally, they found their bridge suddenly brightening. It was illuminated by external light. At this moment, everyone with different thoughts looked up and saw sword energy crisscrossing outside the warship. A purple sword beam, like a pillar of light illuminating the sky, swept down, cleaving the entire spaceship in two with a single, powerful strike. The bright sword light illuminated everyone's faces. Dan raised its head. At the last moment, its distorted expression was replaced by utter fear. It finally realized that it had made a terrible mistake. But now, it was too late. The Ice Clan's fleet was being wiped out in the shortest amount of time. Lin Qun was like a god, his sword energy crisscrossing in all directions, while his true form activated Superman mode, terrifying heat rays bursting directly from his eyes. Unlike Homelander's abilities, Superman's heat rays were much hotter, and moreover, the temperature of Superman's heat rays was controllable. They could be used to kill enemies or to cool down and quickly stop bleeding. The escape pods flying out of the destroyed Ice Clan warships were precisely hit by Lin Qun's heat rays. The heat rays, like a terrifying laser scalpel, swept across the battlefield, slaughtering everything in their path. Any Ice Energy Clan life that dared to come would be wiped out by Lin Qun. Moreover, his attacks had to be precise and ruthless, leaving no chance for retaliation. This was no longer a battle between humans and the Ice Energy Clan. Now, on a level 2 civilization battlefield, other civilizations were likely watching the battle unfold. And now, they had witnessed it all. Lin Qun, like a god of death, hovered in the sky, sweeping through the Ice Energy Clan fleet. Lin Qun's contribution points began to increase once more. He alone had destroyed at least 11 Ice Energy Clan warships. However, the Ice Energy Clan had already suffered heavy losses, and their warships were nearly empty. He only gained a little over 10,000 contribution points. At this moment, he returned to his cone-shaped spaceship and looked ahead. Ultimately, only one badly damaged spaceship from the Ice Energy Clan fleet managed to escape. Behind it, the cone-shaped spaceship quickly broke away from the human fleet, relentlessly pursuing it, firing various weapons, but all missing by a hair's breadth. Don't destroy it, see where it escapes to. This was Lin Qun's order. The remnants of the Ice Energy Clan weren't limited to these. Their remaining people and warships far exceeded the number present. This defeat hadn't resulted in the Ice Energy Clan being automatically eliminated from the civilization battlefield. This meant that, despite their current losses, the number of participants remaining in the current Level 2 civilization battlefield still met the minimum requirement for participating civilizations. Although Dan was mad, it wasn't foolish. It knew they were a test weapon for humanity by other civilizations, hence the lack of other forces. A group of Ice Energy Clan life forms remained hidden in the asteroid belt at the edge of the cloud pattern star system. The human fleet deliberately let this ship pass, hoping to find the remaining Ice Energy Clan life forms by following it. However, this last Ice Energy Clan ship seemed to realize this as well. Realizing they hadn't truly escaped but had been intentionally released by humans, it chose to self-destruct in midair, detonating its own ship. They have nowhere to go. Whether they take the real route or the fake one, it's all part of our information, and could expose the true hiding place of their remaining ice fluid life. Suji looked up, the dazzling flashes of the explosion reflected in her pupils, and took a deep breath. Only now could they truly see the madness and stubbornness inherent in the Ice Energy Clan. Lin Qun withdrew his gaze, Remind Command Center that after this defeat, the Ice Energy Clan will likely leave. Our personnel and facilities on their participating planet should be retrieved immediately. After this battle, the Ice Energy Clan's hope of retaliating against humanity will be completely shattered. They have no reason to remain here. Their surrender will naturally lead to the departure of the Ice Energy Clan's 8-2 participating planet, but this will have little impact on humanity. Blue Star, located in the 8th orbit, is backed by the cloud-patterned star system's asteroid belt. With current human technology, resources can be quickly extracted from the asteroid belt. It can still keep pace with humanity's progress. Understood. Report to Command Center immediately. Suji responded actively, then looked at Lin Qun, awaiting further warship instructions. Lin Qun took a deep breath and said, "Let's turn back now and see how they react." The cone-shaped spaceship turned and left. The last Ice Clan warship ahead had self-destructed. Its entire structure was shattered, leaving nothing salvageable. However, on the battlefield outside Blue Star, there were still many wrecks, and other human warships were being salvaged. Any Ice Clan survivors were being quickly eliminated. Lin Qun's cone-shaped spaceship passed through these ruins and warships. The warships were cold. Lin Qun was returning to Blue Star. Information about this battle was rapidly spreading throughout the entire star system. However, the starry sky remained silent, seemingly as if nothing had happened. Humanity didn't need to display overwhelming power, because in the confrontation with Because, humanity had already demonstrated astonishing strength and backing. Now, only a small display was enough for these civilizations to make a judgment. And after making that judgment, naturally, fear would arise. In the virtual conference hall of the semi-digital life forms, a silence fell. After a long while, a semi-digital life form at the front spoke. "Perhaps, there really are enemies of the divine realm. They've been disguising themselves all along. Deep within the hot Jupiter, a world of boiling gaseous energy. It seems that during the pause in the civilization battlefield, the intimidation of the Anubi human civilization was truly intimidation. They have sufficient strength, probably not just in terms of high-level energy weapons." On the 4th orbital planet, at the edge of the base, the commander of this civilization stood before a huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the world outside. Light shone on him, casting a long shadow behind him, twisting and flickering, like a terrifying and monstrous beast. On the 3rd orbital planet, Colin said, "Why is this human civilization so deformed? Actually, I still don't understand. Is it because this human is powerful, or because of the high-level energy weapons he possesses?" Huzio frowned deeply, remaining silent. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Meanwhile, on the 8th orbit, Lin Qun returned to the ground. Humanity only received a message from the Yingzhou civilization. "It's not us. We don't have such weapons, and we don't have that many weapons of mass destruction left in our civilization. The relationship between the British civilization and humanity is the most delicate. The two sides have cooperated before. Communication hasn't been completely cut off, but contact hasn't been established for a long time. However, compared to the initial mode of interaction, it has changed significantly. At first, the British civilization was relatively arrogant and tough, but now, they even rush to explain. This simple message reveals their anxiety and caution. They are worried about human retaliation. After all, humanity has already demonstrated its military might. Looking at this message, Chen Weiyang said, "They probably think they've misjudged, that we're a super powerful entity pretending to be weak." "We are now," Lin Qun replied in the communication. He directly contacted the Supreme Commander and said, "Your Excellency, I think we've done enough. We can be even more arrogant now. Send a message into space. Tell them we have no intention of winning this round of the civilization battlefield. We want to find the civilization that helped the Ice Energy Clan attack us, and then we will leave. We also welcome other civilizations to help us. Whoever attacks us, we will attack them." The old Supreme Commander was silent for a moment, then understood Lin Qun's idea. "No one will help us find this civilization. With our own technological capabilities, it's unlikely we can find this civilization that helped the Ice Energy Clan. So, is your intimidation meant to give us a reasonable reason to stay in the level 2 civilization battlefield longer?" "That's right," Lin Qun said. "Without a reason, they will have many ideas and judgments. The bad thing is that they will continue to attack us. The good thing is that they will leave here voluntarily. Neither of these is conducive to our development here. We tell them what we are going to do, and then pretend to do it. In this way, We can gain time to develop in peace. Humanity needs time. With our current strength, we are no match for the other top civilizations. At this stage, there's no civilization that humanity can completely conquer. War would be of no benefit to us. Staying here, not intervening in any war, is of great benefit to humanity. This is precisely the situation Lin Qun and the Elder Supreme Commander want to create. Staying here, developing the fleet, increasing strength, and passively accumulating daily ranking contribution points, isn't this the best scenario? Lin Qun believes that this battle, combined with the previous conflict with Vikas, is enough for humanity to achieve its goals. The Elder Supreme Commander said, "That's the logic, but I must say, this time, we've been utterly arrogant." The Supreme Commander, an elderly man, was also somewhat moved. Previously, it was always others who were arrogant, and human civilization was suppressed. Now, it seems the tables have turned. In this level 2 civilization battlefield, human civilization has become arrogant. It was one thing to flaunt their power on the Anu's participating planet, but now they're issuing a proclamation to the entire galaxy. It's utterly outrageous. This is an act of completely disregarding the other civilizations here. But they're going to do it. They're going to give other civilizations that feeling. The Supreme Commander and Lin Qun reached a consensus, and the Supreme Commander issued 2 orders in quick succession. On one hand, they ordered the evacuation of personnel and equipment from the Ice Energy Clan's frozen planet. On the other hand, they issued a proclamation on behalf of human civilization to the entire Cloud Pattern Star System Level 2 civilization battlefield, extremely arrogant. They directly addressed the entire universe. Human civilization warns all civilizations in the Cloud Pattern Star System Level 2 civilization battlefield. Human civilization has no intention of competing for the victory in the civilization battlefield. We will leave at the appropriate time. We did not intend to attract too much attention. But now that things have come to this, we will not tolerate any attacks or provocations against us. The civilization supporting the Ice Energy race behind this attack is under our utmost search, and we welcome any clues from other participating civilizations. The attackers. The fate of the Divine Envoy Because is a testament to this. This message is broadcast throughout the entire galaxy, using the Divine Envoy Because as a comparison, as a warning to all level 2 civilizations on the battlefield. Chapter 596 I Can Give You Another Chance. Jerry's feelings were complex. He woke up in a federal hospital. His last memory was of rushing out of the warship and intercepting the ice race's self-destructing probe with his own abilities. At that moment, he barely thought about anything, nor did he have the time or opportunity to. He only thought about his duty and the way that people on the ship talked to him. He had to protect the ship. So he went out. He had little combat experience and acted more on instincts and impulse. But when he woke up, he realized that it was time for him to take responsibility for his actions. He lay in bed, his mother watching him with concern, tears streaming down her face. After the disaster, Jerry only had his mother left as a relative. Compared to most people whose loved ones had all died, he was lucky. His mother and the doctor told him that he was fine and would soon be discharged from the hospital. At most, he would have some assistive devices implanted in his body to facilitate his life. In this rapidly changing era, this was nothing. Advanced assistive devices could be integrated with the body, bringing unexpected positive enhancements to the user, and even being more effective than the original. Jerry was injured in the line of duty, and all his medical expenses, including the implant costs, would be covered by the Federation, so there was nothing to worry about. However, Jerry himself noticed something was wrong. Not from his mother and doctor avoiding him, the optimistic and young Jerry hadn't noticed such details. He discovered the problem because his basic cultivation techniques had already achieved some success. At the height of his injury, he couldn't feel his body and naturally couldn't detect anything. But as time passed and his injury began to improve, he realized something was wrong. Under his questioning, his mother and doctor finally told him the truth. He would lose everything. His so-called talent would be extinguished. His cultivation achievements would also be in vain. His attributes were still high, but his body was ruined, unable to unleash its full potential. At most, his constitution would be passive, making him somewhat more resistant to attacks. This was a devastating blow to Jerry. For him, it was like falling from the clouds to the bottom of the abyss. He went from a genius chosen by the Federation to an ordinary person again. But Jerry adjusted quickly. An optimist, he reassured his mother, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Even if becoming a strongman is impossible, I have other paths, right? There's the Federation's resettlement plan. I can go to the project site and participate in building Federation warships. That sounds amazing. You'll be proud of me. Besides, becoming a strongman is too dangerous, isn't it? Working in logistics will be very safe. However, despite these words, as Jerry watched the news on TV, humanity's great victory, Mr. Lin's destruction of the Ice Energy Clan fleet with a single sword strike, and the Federation's domineering pronouncements to the entire star system, amidst the excitement and euphoria of the entire hospital, only he showed a hint of melancholy in his eyes. However, the Federation had given him excellent treatment. They provided him with the best medical care, and combined with his own physical attributes, he recovered quickly. Optimistically, he could leave the hospital in a month at most. Moreover, the crew members he had rescued had also visited him. They were all very excited. Jarek, do you know? Mr. Lin is amazing. The Ice Energy Clan came back with 2 opportunities to launch planet-destroying weapons, but Mr. Lin struck with a single sword aura, shattering their dreams of retaliation. Ha ha ha, he turned their nightmare into nightmare. We've stood up. We called out to the entire Cloud Pattern Star System's Level 2 civilization battlefield, and not a single civilization dared to respond. For the past week, the entire cosmos has been silent, no one dared utter a single word. I can hardly believe that humanity caused this situation. We've truly become powerful. Jarek, you need to recover quickly too. I've submitted an application. If you're willing, you can join our team after you're discharged, and we can work together. The captain extended an invitation to Jarek. It was a good option. In fact, the Federation had planned several positions for Jarek based on his condition. But Jarek hadn't made a choice. Although he didn't say anything, only he knew the pain in his heart. And that very night, an unexpected visitor arrived at his room. Jerry was unaware of what was happening at that time. He only saw doctors and nurses rushing in and out, their expressions hurried, and finally they all left. Even his mother was asked to leave. Then, he saw the person slowly walk into his ward, and his eyes widened instantly. Mr. Lin. Jerry never dreamed that Mr. Lin would appear in his ward. He became reserved and uneasy. This was an absolute legend. However, Mr. Lin acted very normally, as if he had just come to see him, asking some questions that seemed very ordinary to Jerry. Only at the end did Mr. Lin look into his eyes and ask, if you were given a chance to do it all over again, would you still choose the same thing? Choose what? Save that reconnaissance ship. Jerry was too excited and was momentarily stunned before he reacted. Yes. Would you still save that ship? Lin Qun repeated his question. Jerry couldn't understand why he was there, but Lin Qun knew why he was there. In the past few days, he had been keeping a close eye on the movements of the stars while also meeting with people one by one according to the list of blacklight virus candidates provided by the Supreme Commander. The blacklight virus has its unique characteristics, requiring strict selection of hosts. The Supreme Commander has already screened the candidates, and those on the list are all reliable. However, Lin Qun is arguably the person in the world who understands the blacklight virus best. He needs to meet all these individuals personally and, based on the Federation's recommendations, find the most suitable candidate. Jerry is the last person, the last to be added to the list. To Lin Qun's question, the excitement on Jerry's face gradually faded. After a short silence, he said, Mr. Lin, perhaps the correct answer to your question should be this. Without hesitation, I would still choose this. But I'm very excited that you came to see me, and I don't want to deceive you. Actually, this time, losing my abilities in future is indeed regrettable, but what frightens me even more is my recklessness. I hardly thought anything at the time. But now, thinking back, if the Ice Clan drone's self-destruction had been more powerful, I might not even be alive now. Death would await me. I almost died. So, if I could do it all over again, I think I would make a different decision. If I knew I wouldn't die, I would choose this path. What I would lose is far less important than the lives I saved. They're all my friends. But if I knew I would die, I might not have rushed out. I would have tried to use the reconnaissance ship to absorb some of the impact and used my strength to protect the people on board as much as possible, so that I could survive with everyone else. Because my mother is still waiting for me on Blue Star. We lost our lives together, and she needs me. I want to come back alive. At the end, Jerry's voice trailed off with a strained expression. But a bitter smile quickly followed. However, that's all in the future. Who gets another chance? There are no what-ifs in life. Lin Qun listened to his answer, thought for a moment, and then stood up with a smile. Very good. I finished asking my questions. Get some rest. With that, Lin Qun left Jerry's room. Only after Lin Qun left did Jerry feel a pang of regret. This might have been a chance to make a good impression on Mr. Lin. Ordinary people don't often have the opportunity to meet Mr. Lin. With Mr. Lin's power and supernatural abilities, perhaps he could fully restore him? But soon, after a moment of regret, Jerry quickly came to terms with it. He hadn't lied. He should be proud of himself. As for other things, they weren't his concern right now. At this moment, Jerry's mother and the others rushed in, their faces filled with curiosity, clearly wanting to know what Mr. Lin had said and done. Such a legendary figure was a rare sight for ordinary people like them. To meet him was truly difficult. However, Jerry's excitement was gradually fading. He knew that Mr. Lin's visit was probably just a formality, nothing more. His life had changed. He had to face everything that was to come. And no one could change that. Thinking of this, Jerry took a deep breath. He had been mediocre to begin with. Without basic cultivation techniques, he wouldn't have shown any talent, let alone risen from mediocrity. Now, he was simply returning to the right track in his life. Yet, he still felt a little lost, instinctively thinking of Mr. Lin's words just now. If only I could choose again. If only I could have another chance. But how could that be possible? Lin Qun left this place and returned to the Jinling headquarters. The latest news came from the Jinling headquarters. The Ice Energy Clan had surrendered and left. The Ice Energy Clan's participating planet 8-2, the Frozen Planet, has been confirmed to have left the current Level 2 civilization battlefield 2 hours ago. It has disappeared, the Supreme Commander said. Fortunately, all our personnel on the Frozen Planet have been evacuated, and all the supplies and equipment that could be moved were moved in advance. We only lost one planetary engine and some infrastructure that couldn't be taken. Our people destroyed these things before leaving. While the departure of the Ice Energy Clan's Frozen Planet will cause some gravitational changes that will affect our blue star, there are no planets in our orbits anymore, so the impact on us is negligible, Lin Qun nodded. They had long anticipated the Ice Energy Clan's retreat. The radicals had all been killed by Lin Qun. Coupled with the current silence in the starry sky, they couldn't possibly stay. Therefore, everything and everyone on the Frozen Planet was evacuated, and before leaving, they even managed to plunder as many resources as possible. As for facilities like planetary engines, they definitely couldn't take them. However, this wasn't something to regret. The Federation had completely mastered the technology of planetary engines, so the planetary engines themselves were no longer of any value to the Federation. The remnants of the Ice Energy Clan were well hidden. The asteroid belt was their natural barrier, and they hid within it, so humanity ultimately failed to find them. But that didn't matter anymore. Humanity's goal had been almost achieved. The Ice Energy Clan has withdrawn, and now there are only a few civilizations left here, Lin Qun said. We, the Ying Clan civilization, the Anu people, and 2 civilizations in the first orbit, 1 civilization in the 4th orbit, have we found out who supported the Ice Energy Clan? The old Supreme Commander shook his head and said, no. What we can confirm is that it wasn't the Ying Clan. But we can't confirm the identities of other civilizations because we have too little information about them and don't understand them. Forget it, if we can't find them, we can't find them. Anyway, we're more defensive than offensive right now. If we find out who it is, we'll have to pretend to attack them. We might end up shooting ourselves in the foot. Lin Qun said, we've achieved our goal. The entire Level 2 civilization battlefield fell silent. No one dared to make a move. We've bought time and opportunity. Exactly. The Supreme Commander also smiled slightly. Time was what humanity and the Federation lacked most. At this moment, the Supreme Commander changed the subject and said, have you met all the people on the Blacklight virus candidate list I gave you? What do you think? Who are you going to choose? Lin Qun was slightly taken aback and said, yes, I've met the last one, Jerry. He paused slightly, as if he was thinking. The Supreme Commander looked at him with a smile, without interrupting, just waiting for Lin Qun to make a judgment. Finally, Lin Qun said, I want to give this Jerry a chance. Jerry. The Supreme Commander was somewhat surprised. Why? This Jerry wasn't actually on the list from the beginning. He was only added temporarily after this incident. And he was the last person you met, wasn't he? Yes. I want to ask why. Your analysis report indicated that he was indeed a suitable candidate. The analysis reports for everyone on the candidate list I gave you all showed that they were suitable for the Blacklight virus, both in terms of ability and temperament. The Supreme Commander looked at him with a smile. Perhaps. Lin Qun said, it's because he didn't lie to impress me. He's experienced loss. He knows the importance of opportunity and understands the preciousness of life. Therefore, he is the best candidate. I want to give him another chance. The Supreme Commander pondered for a moment and said, I trust your judgment. The Blacklight virus will be entrusted to this lucky young man. Late at night, Jerry was awakened by the ringing of the phone. A familiar yet unfamiliar male voice came from the other end. Jarek, do you want to try again? I can give you another chance. A moment later, Jeremy realized who was on the other end and what they were saying. He was so excited he almost jumped out of his hospital bed. On this planet, among all of humanity, only one person could turn his mortal condition into a miracle. That was Mr. Lin. Jeremy never expected that Mr. Lin's visit today wasn't routine but a test, and he certainly never expected that Mr. Lin would choose him. Chapter 597 Building the Art Fleet. That night, Jerry was so excited he couldn't sleep. He and his mother embraced and wept. This opportunity was something neither he nor his mother had expected. Jerry had actually given up, but he never thought things would really turn around. Jerry said, there really is a second chance, there really is a second chance. I thought I answered Mr. Lin's questions very badly today. Jerry felt like he was dreaming. Although Mr. Lin hadn't said how he would give him a second chance, anything Mr. Lin said, no matter how impossible, could become possible. He knew that the second change in his life had arrived. And both of these changes actually stemmed from Mr. Lin. He was his benefactor. He was deeply grateful. Meanwhile, after making the call, Lin Qun left the office of the elderly Supreme Commander of Jinling. For the past 2 days, he had been on edge, both screening candidates for the Blacklight virus and constantly on guard against a possible battle. Silence could be fear, a refusal to act, or it could be brewing an even bigger storm in the shadows. The remaining civilizations on the battlefield, apart from the British civilization, may not be the absolute leaders among second-tier civilizations, but in this cloud pattern star system's second-tier civilization battlefield, they are all overwhelmingly powerful. If they wanted to attack humanity, the attack might arrive before humanity even noticed, and the strong would already be there. Lin Qun is outwardly strong but inwardly weak. He knows this. His combat strength can contend with source energy level beings, but his true level is below that. If a great source energy level or a top source energy level being targeted, if he isn't vigilant enough, he might not even have the chance to retaliate before being silently annihilated. The same applies to humanity. Humanity's technology is still not powerful enough. It's certain that there are still eyes in space watching humanity. However, these past few days have passed, and space remains silent, so the possibility of these civilizations attacking again is slim. The strength Lin Qun displayed against the Ice Energy Clan wasn't actually that impressive in the face of powerful civilizations, but it was a perfectly timed crushing defeat. They couldn't see humanity's true strength. It seems that humanity always grows stronger when facing stronger opponents, so they dare not attack again. The longer it remained still, the lower the chance of it moving became. Lin Qun left and first checked on the little mudfish. The little mudfish had grown considerably, nearly 60 meters long. Its growth rate in such a short time was astonishing, but its temperament was still childish. Upon seeing Lin Qun, it excitedly rushed over, almost knocking him over. Goodness, its strength is considerable now, truly showing the bearing of a mythical creature. But you'd better watch yourself, lest you accidentally devour everyone around you. Lin Qun was also pleasantly surprised. The little mudfish was a mythical creature, and its potential after growing up was immeasurable. This was already evident. The box-shaped artificial structure of the divine messenger because was beyond the capabilities of several civilizations, and the black liquid was even more mysterious and unpredictable. But the little mudfish accepted everything without hesitation, devouring everything. It could even eat its way through a path where none existed. Its abilities and power were truly a marvel of simplicity, yet it also indicated immense potential. In the future, as it grows, it will be even more terrifying than the most powerful interstellar warships. No matter how advanced your warship, it will swallow it whole. It might even devour entire planets. What a powerful and magnificent sight that would be. Devouring planets might be a long way off, but devouring starships shouldn't be far off. The little loach's size increased, and its growth rate accelerated, far surpassing its previous size. Lin Qun asked curiously, "Do you know what that black substance is?" The little loach shook its head repeatedly, indicating that it didn't know anything about it once it ate it, and besides, it had all been digested and become part of its body. However, the little loach said that it tasted delicious and was very nutritious for it. Although it couldn't figure out what the disgusting black liquid was, Lin Qun rubbed his chin and said, "Okay. When we enter space later, I'll see if I can find something similar for you so you can eat your fill." That was because his stuff, probably some kind of man-made object. Whether they could find others depended on luck. This time, Lin Qun didn't take the little mudskipper back into the silver horn, but let it remain outside. Its size had increased, and its temperament was also maturing. While growth was faster inside the silver horn, it was still somewhat stifling. It wasn't as free as outside. Outside, it saw more people, which was beneficial to its mental development. It was now late at night. Unusually, Lin Qun didn't rush into cultivation. He went to the Federation Training Center, where he met Chu Yaowei, and they had a meal together in the underground city. Lin Qun also inquired about Chu Yaowei's recent progress. Because she had taken a pseudo-elixir, her progress on the path of cultivation was almost zero, but through other means, Chu Yaowei had been compensating, and had already surpassed the early stage of an evolved being. But when it came to the source energy level, Chu Yaowei still shook her head, saying, "Source energy level, I don't know either. Although I've been trying to advance to a higher level, the source energy level itself is unknown to me and to us. We don't have the source energy level, and no one tells us how to become one. I don't know the path to becoming source energy, and I'm still far from the threshold of source energy." "What, are you almost there?" Perhaps many people didn't know Lin Qun's strength, but Chu Yaowei knew. She knew that Lin Qun's true strength was actually similar to hers. He was also an evolver, not yet at the source energy level. She looked at Lin Qun, her eyes bright with anticipation. Lin Qun also shook his head and smiled. "I'm still far from the source energy level, but perhaps I can try other paths. Currently, among us humans, there are no evolvers or source energy level cultivators who have broken through normally. I wonder who can succeed on this path." Previously, Lin Qun had almost never considered this. But now it was different. With a public unveiling of multiple cultivation methods, many talented individuals have emerged on Earth, progressing rapidly. Given enough time, humanity can also grow in this field. A new generation of powerful individuals will emerge. Lin Qun's confidence is not unfounded. Whether it's the Yujinjing or basic cultivation techniques, these originate from humanity's fantasy world, tailor-made for humans. Humans are best suited for cultivation and therefore most likely to achieve significant results. Currently, humanity enjoys this precious period of peace. The silence of the starry sky has lasted for a long time, with all civilizations remaining inactive, and Lin Qun is seizing this opportunity to cultivate. Meanwhile, the Supreme Commander, the Elder, officially announced the Federation's interstellar migration plan to the entire population, preparing for the next step of human civilization, a plan to return home and a plan for interstellar migration. Human civilization will expedite the construction of over 55 ARC spaceships, each capable of carrying up to 200,000 people. Of course, these 200,000 people must reside in hibernation pods. To accommodate as many people as possible, each spaceship, aside from the necessary space for crew, had its entire interior designated as hibernation pods, leaving no other space for free movement. The Supreme Commander convened a high-level meeting of the Federation, and Lin Qun was also invited. The Supreme Commander stated, "A month has passed since we issued our warning to the current Level 2 civilization battlefield. During this month, we have been observing the starry sky, the Ice Energy Clan has withdrawn, and our other potential adversaries are currently very quiet. This quietness is unusual, especially in the context of the Divine Kingdom civilization battlefield. But it is advantageous to us. Their quietness is a sign of their vigilance. We have bought time. Based on the current situation, the Ice Energy Clan's defeat has left these civilizations completely uncertain about our strength. Coupled with Mr. Lin in our previous actions, we have reason to believe they will not attack us again in the short term. We have bought the time we needed." The Supreme Commander's gaze slowly swept across the room. Chen Wiang, Andor, and other high-ranking Federation officials were present. Many already knew this assessment, but its public announcement still generated considerable excitement. They don't need war anymore, what they need is this time and opportunity. At this stage, within the second tier civilization battlefield, there are no suitable adversaries for humanity to fight against, not only because the remaining enemies are all powerful, but also because of the distance. The nearest civilization, the British, is 3 orbital distances away from humanity, a very long distance, and given humanity's circumstances, launching an expedition across such a vast distance is unrealistic. But I think that before we leave the second tier civilization battlefield, they may not necessarily go to war with each other. The elderly Supreme Commander paused for a moment before continuing. Therefore, we must seize this time we have bought ourselves to fully implement our ARC project. On the other hand, we must remain vigilant and always be prepared for war, to deal with any possible unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, in the next phase of human development, all of humanity will be divided into 2 parts, operating around 2 objectives. First, I plan to utilize 80% of humanity's resources for Project ARC, establishing shipbuilding factories across the globe, in outer space, and in the asteroid belt region of the Cloud Pattern star system. All production, except for essential life-sustaining projects, will serve the purpose of shipbuilding. Second, we will allocate the remaining 20% of resources to remain vigilant in space, constantly monitoring the movements of other civilizations on the Cloud Pattern star system's Level 2 civilization battlefield. If the situation changes, we must respond swiftly. The elderly Supreme Commander addressed the public, while detailed information was already distributed to everyone. Lin Qun glanced at it and saw the complete plan for the interstellar migration program, also known as the ARC project. The confidence to build 55 ships stemmed from the Federation's preparations over the past 3 or 4 years. The Federation already possessed certain shipbuilding capabilities, and recent technological advancements made industrialized shipbuilding possible. However, even with 55 warships, each capable of carrying a maximum of 11 million people, the Federation currently had 200 million. This was also outlined in the ARC project. Given the Federation's current capabilities and situation, building 55 ships was already the limit. It was impossible to create a massive warship and fleet capable of transporting 200 million people. Too many people was also a problem. The only way to take so many people away from Earth was to take the entire population of Earth. In fact, Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei's alternate dimension could also carry many people, but everything in the alternate dimension was essentially evolved from dark energy, which was unstable and lacked any real matter. Ordinary people couldn't stay there for long, let alone use it for interstellar migration. Therefore, the alternate dimensions of Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei, the 2 evolved beings, were considered first, but also abandoned first. Alternate dimensions are the evolved beings' offensive and defensive methods. They themselves can enjoy themselves within their own alternate dimensions, but others cannot. If it were possible, why haven't any of the many evolved beings Lin Qun has encountered used it? According to Blue Star's plan, although only 10 million people can be taken away at a time, the ARC project involves phased immigration. The Supreme Commander, an elderly man, then spoke. Our ARC project is divided into 4 phases. The first phase, the preparation phase, will be completed within the current Level 2 civilization battlefield. Here, we will build 55 ARC warships and prepare for the nationwide immigration. Simultaneously, based on the star maps we previously recorded, we will confirm the alternative planets for the immigration destinations. We have already begun all of this. In the second phase, the war phase, we will leave the current Level 2 civilization battlefield and return to the star system where Blue Star is located, which is our home. In our home, we will defeat the fleet of the Third Arm Overlord. According to the normal rate of civilization development, they will never expect that we are progressing so fast, nor that we have the ability to defeat them. We will defeat them in the shortest possible time, and before attracting the covetousness and attacks of the Third Arm Overlord or other alien civilizations, we will begin the third phase. The third phase is the immigration phase. Due to interstellar distances, after quickly defeating the Third Arm Overlord fleet, we will theoretically gain a period of relative safety. Therefore, we will use this window of opportunity gained during the war phase to send out advanced ships to simultaneously confirm the suitability of the planets we selected in the first phase for immigration. Then, we will officially begin the immigration process, striving to transport all Earth's humans in 22 batches to the immigration planet, our new home. The fourth phase, After arriving at our new home, we'll involve erasing all traces of our immigration with the help of the Yunbei civilization. We have confirmed this with the Yunbei civilization. They can help us achieve this, ensuring that even the third arm overlord cannot detect anything amiss. Once all this is completed, our 4 phases will be finished, and our ARC project will be complete. Although we have left our homeland, Earth, we will completely disappear into space. Our civilization will be reborn in our new home, and we will be completely safe. Chapter 598. What exactly is human civilization doing? The conference room was packed. This time, no one participated via video, everyone was there in person. This meeting concerned humanity's next steps. After the Supreme Commander finished outlining the 4 phases, he surveyed the room, and thunderous applause erupted. Some were already familiar with the plan, while others had just heard it in its entirety, and all expressed their approval. This was the best path humanity could currently choose. Due to the battlefield of the third-level civilization, Earth's coordinates were exposed in space, and many civilizations coveted humanity's innate abilities. The third arm overlord might just be an early adopter. On the other hand, Lin Qun had just offended the divine envoy, because, regardless of the reason, leaving Earth now was the inevitable and best option. In a corner, Lin Qun also felt the plan was somewhat feasible. According to the Federation's plan, all 4 phases were highly feasible. 55 ARC spaceships, transporting humans in batches for immigration, was already the best solution. To push Earth into a direct migration like in the Wandering Earth was beyond even being feasible. The target itself was too large. Afterwards, the Supreme Commander began assigning tasks. The announcement of the Human Migration ARC project was not merely a declaration, but a means to begin its implementation. As the Supreme Commander stated, success required the concentration of resources from the entire planet. From this day forward, all of humanity would dedicate themselves to this project. Resources and manpower would be concentrated. Most projects would be halted. The warship factories would cease manufacturing Federation warships and immediately begin building the already designed ARC spaceships. Furthermore, hundreds of shipbuilding factory projects were launched. The battle on the third-level civilization battlefield had decimated humanity's population, turning many parts of the planet into no man's land. Now, these former cities, now wastelands and no man's land, would become the best locations for ARC shipbuilding factories. All of humanity would fight for this. Lin Qun, in a daze, even felt as if he had returned to his own world, to an era of mass production in his homeland. From south to north, from east to west, regardless of ethnicity or race, humanity would unite like never before, striving for common interests and goals. Because at this moment, everyone shared only one name: humanity. Some powerful individuals were also deployed, using their immense individual strength to replace some of the machinery and accelerate shipbuilding. However, the Federation did not allocate or restrict the deployment of powerful humans like Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei, or other individuals with exceptional talent, allowing them to focus on cultivation. Lin Qun's attempts to help were also rejected. As the elderly Supreme Commander put it, "Indeed, Mr. Lin, your strength is enough to take on 100 or even 10,000 men, but on the battlefield, you can be worth 100,000 or even a million. The ARC project is the path everyone wants to take to survive the future, and you are the key to ensuring that future. You don't need to participate, you only need to become stronger. Without strength, building more ships and escaping anywhere is meaningless." The Supreme Commander was very clear-headed, and Lin Qun understood this perfectly well. He was just worried that humanity wouldn't have enough time to build all 55 ARC spaceships. But since the Supreme Commander had said so, Lin Qun didn't say anything more. However, he did provide the Supreme Commander with some labor, such as his summoned card characters and Little Mud Skipper. This guy had eaten a lot of Federation food, and it was time for him to contribute. Lin Qun intentionally wanted Little Mud Skipper to interact with more people to help it develop its character. Lin Qun then simply returned to his room and went into seclusion to cultivate. Currently, the situation on Blue Star was stable, and the Federation had established a space observation and defense system based on the existing situation. If other civilizations made any unusual moves that might be detrimental to Blue Star's humanity, they could immediately issue an alert, so Lin Qun didn't need to keep a constant watch. Blue Star was located in the 8th orbit, and going to any other orbit was relatively far for Blue Star's humanity, but it was the same for civilizations in other orbits. The starry sky was vast, and even the most advanced civilization needed time to traverse it. The time provided by distance was enough to issue an alert and begin preparations. Lin Qun had no need to worry unnecessarily. Focusing on improving himself was the key. His primary focus was naturally the 7th level of the sword control technique. This technique, derived from the Shu Mountain sword control technique and the Azure origin sword art, unlocked additional abilities upon reaching the 7th level. However, those were secondary for Lin Qun at the moment. His greatest desire was simply to advance his cultivation realm. He already possessed far too many abilities, even more than he could use. What he needed was to improve his basic combat strength. However, the path of cultivation was fraught with difficulty. Lin Qun's talent wasn't bad, but he was certainly not a genius. Even a genius, at his current level, would find it extremely difficult to advance step by step through cultivation. However, Lin Qun was well aware of this and didn't seek speed, only steady progress. Once he achieved the 6th level of the sword control technique at its peak, he could consume the 7-leaf spirit blood mushroom and attempt to break through to the 7th level. Lin Qun cultivated steadily, remaining in seclusion. Most of the other powerful individuals were doing the same, seizing opportunities to improve themselves. For the inhabitants of Earth, who have almost always been embroiled in war, no one understands better than they how precious the current peace is. Throughout Earth, all of humanity is focused on seizing the moment, while the starry sky remains silent. This battlefield, which should be ablaze with the flames of a level 2 civilization, is now deathly still. A month has passed. 2 months have passed. Within the cloud pattern star system, it's as if it's no longer a battlefield, all is quiet. In the virtual conference room of the semi-digital life forms. This virtual conference room is less of a meeting room and more of a discussion room, because the semi-digital life forms can multitask, working on their own tasks while simultaneously joining this discussion, without interfering with either. No one has moved. Our last round of sky surveys 2 units of time ago indicated that everyone is here, except for the Ice Energy Clan. No one has left the current level 2 civilization battlefield, but everyone is holed up and won't leave. It seems everyone is waiting for humanity to leave. But when will they leave? It's certain that human civilization will leave. Other civilizations just think human civilization is playing dumb, but we have more information. This human civilization is definitely a rebel against the divine realm. They can't and dare not go to the divine realm, causing a ruckus and leaving is their only option. But why haven't they left yet? Who knows? Could they really be seeking revenge against the civilization that helped the Ice Clan attack them? I don't think so. Their current behavior doesn't seem like they were looking for an enemy. This civilization is too strange and terrifying. What exactly do they want? What exactly do they want? Anyway, no one's moving, so we won't move either. Since we know human civilization will definitely leave, we can just keep waiting. If other civilizations can't hold out and leave, we can more easily sneak into the divine realm. That would be a huge advantage. Continue to be silent. Continue to be silent. Deep within the hot Jupiter, beneath the massive gaseous life form, numerous smaller gaseous life forms gathered. They too were engaged in lively discussion, utterly perplexed. Even their knowledge and experience couldn't yield reliable conclusions. Humans show no intention of attacking, sir. Why don't we attack other civilizations? And why haven't they started a war? Above, the strongest of the massive gaseous life form, the hot Jupiter civilization, Feather, coldly replied, "This human civilization has displayed its strength several times, sometimes weak, sometimes strong, but now it seems strong. They're feigning weakness to lure out a powerful enemy. Their origins are likely terrifying and unfathomable. If they don't leave, who dares to attack? If our civilizations were to fight, and they were to intervene, taking advantage of our chaos to wipe us out, wouldn't our actions be like helping others succeed? As for their claim that they have no interest in winning the civilizational battlefield, I only believe half of it. This, sir, do you think the human civilization also wants to go to the divine realm? But they offended the divine envoy of the divine kingdom and were warned. Fei Yu's gaseous body shifted dreamlike and ethereal. Offending the divine envoy doesn't mean offending the divine kingdom. Didn't you see the divine kingdom's announcement? The so-called divine envoy seems to be nothing more than a dog driven by the divine kingdom. If everyone else doesn't move, we won't move either. If this human civilization really wants to leave, then we'll wait until they leave. If they linger, then we'll leave. With our strength, we still have a chance to compete for the victory in the next level 2 civilization battlefield." At this moment, another gaseous life form, much smaller in scale, said, "Lord Fei Yu is right. Everyone should be watching. This human civilization can even drive away the divine envoy, and their style of doing things is extremely secretive and mysterious. Who knows what they really want to do? But one thing is certain, this civilization is probably unfathomable. Our civilizations are probably no match for them unless they really leave this cloud pattern star system. Otherwise, the remaining participating civilizations probably won't make a move. Hearing these words from the gaseous life form, the massive flying feather high above seemed somewhat satisfied, saying, "You're right. This human civilization is truly bizarre. They clearly possess strength, yet they deliberately hide in the 8th orbit, appearing backward and weak, but in reality, no one can defeat them. Even the divine envoy returned defeated. This civilization is likely a branch civilization from a top-tier civilization sent to the second-tier civilization battlefield for training. Seemingly weak, they possess formidable experts and hidden trump cards. Even the divine envoy because was defeated, we must not challenge their might." In the starry sky, faced with the various miraculous achievements created by humanity, these major civilizations on the second-tier civilization battlefield were all apprehensive. Fear gripped them, and no one dared to move. They all silently observed, waiting to see what humanity would do next. Actually, everything else was fine, but the fact that Lin Qun had utterly thrashed the divine envoy because, and the divine kingdom hadn't even imposed any special punishment, was truly shocking. Any other speculations or thoughts they might have had vanished after humanity's perfectly timed defeat of the Ice Energy Clan's attack. Although the power Lin Qun displayed couldn't compare to the power of the Monkey King beating the divine envoy because, the key was this perfectly timed crushing defeat. Both were powerful beings. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Human civilization was thus definitively identified as a hidden superpower in the minds of these civilizations. Aside from semi-digital life forms possessing special information and having their own judgments, other civilizations believed that human civilization was likely a branch of a top-tier civilization from the first-level civilization battlefield, sent to a second-level civilization battlefield for training. Such a situation, though rare, was the only plausible explanation. However, while training is training, no one wants to kill their own people during it. That's why human civilization appears weak, but in reality, no one can destroy them, because they possess the trump cards and methods of top-tier civilizations for survival, and even super-strong individuals to protect them. This assessment is even the current thought of the Anu people. Like other civilizations, the Anu people have been keeping a close eye on Blue Star. In fact, because they had previously clashed with humans, the Anu people are more nervous and watch more closely than other civilizations. After the battle with the Ice Energy Clan fleet, even Huxio almost believed that human civilization was feigning weakness, but was actually unfathomable and extremely powerful, perhaps even beyond their ability to contend with. They had no choice but to believe. The divine envoy had been utterly defeated, and coupled with a series of other actions, even with doubts, belief was gaining the upper hand. However, looking at the recent information gathered about human actions, Huxio's expression grew increasingly stiff. What are these humans doing? They haven't found a civilization to provide weapons to the Ice Energy Clan, nor are they planning to leave. Instead, they're building ships all over the place, even establishing shipbuilding bases on the asteroid belt of the Cloud Pattern star system. What are they going to do with so many ships? The ARC project on Blue Star is enormous, and humanity's current technology naturally can't hide such a massive undertaking. This is why the Anu people have discovered it. But Huho is completely clueless about what humanity is trying to do. It looks at the transmitted images and partial information, remaining silent. Colin, on the other hand, says worriedly, "Human civilization, are they trying to build a super fleet to sweep us away?" However, based on the intelligence we've gathered so far, their shipbuilding technology isn't advanced. Quantity alone doesn't seem to help. This human civilization is too strange. They were able to drive away the divine envoys, so they're likely a branch of a top-tier civilization on a first-level battlefield. But if it's a branch, why do they have powerful individuals and trump cards, yet their technology is so poor? Could it be that this top-tier civilization on a first-level battlefield isn't a technological civilization, but rather wants to follow the path of technological civilization? The Anu people were completely baffled by humanity's massive engineering feat. They hadn't expected that what humans were building weren't warships, but immigrant ships. Keep watching. I need to know exactly what kind of ships they're building. Huxio stood up and said, This human civilization is indeed very strange, but the cosmos is vast, and judging from our own perspective, we can't obtain accurate information. We need to observe further and see what these humans are really trying to do. They're playing dumb, hiding their true intentions. I think their ambitions are far from simple, Colin said. You mean, their claim of leaving the level 2 civilization battlefield is a lie? They might not want to go to the Divine Kingdom, but if we were them, with that kind of strength, wouldn't you want to collect some contribution points before leaving? Huzio said coldly. However, there's no need to worry too much. Humanity is now under everyone's watchful eye. If they truly have ambitions to exploit us, they've already been warned by the civilization battlefield. Unless they can break the rules again and mobilize the power of the level 1 civilization battlefield, as long as the remaining civilizations unite, they are all leaders in the level 2 civilization battlefield. Even if this human civilization has some tricks up its sleeve and tries to play dumb, they might not succeed. Unlike the civilization on hot Jupiter, the Anu are more warlike. Faced with the same possibility, the former want to retreat, while the Anu think of war. A sharp glint flashed deep within Huzio's eyes, amidst worry and doubt. Chapter 599 Card Draw. White Dwarf. Name, White Dwarf. Type, item card grade, S. Description, using this card grants the anomalous item White Dwarf. This White Dwarf is a star with a diameter of 5 centimeters. It is a special white dwarf of mysterious origin, possessing many properties similar to main sequence stars. It has a brightness 110 to 12 times that of the Sun's surface and a surface temperature of 5000 K. This item has extremely strong electromagnetic radiation, but its gravity and mass do not have a particularly severe impact on the surrounding space. Special note, this item is undergoing a rapidly accelerating planetary evolution process. After being released from the card, it will expand within 10 to 20 minutes, blue star time, reaching a volume 100 to 300 times its current size. It will further develop, forming a nova explosion within 10 to 60 minutes, leaving no visible remnants in this explosion. Condense, blue star. 6 months after the Ice Energy Clan's first war. Lin Qun's room. His total contribution points, accumulated over this period, once again reached 200,000. He immediately proceeded with this round of card draws, directly drawing the card shown above. On the dark gold card, against a black background, was an exceptionally bright white dwarf. Lin Qun knew something about white dwarfs. They were low luminosity, high density, high temperature stars. Or, to put it another way, white dwarfs were dead stars, the final fate of medium mass stars like Earth-Sun or Earth-Sun. For a normal white dwarf to undergo a supernova explosion, it needed to reach the Chandrasekhar limit and also required a crucial carbon detonation, meaning a companion star needed to contribute mass to meet the conditions. Lin Qun hadn't known this before. He had learned it little by little through his experiences in the starry sky. However, although this card was called a white dwarf, it was clearly different from a true physical white dwarf. As a containment object, white dwarf was merely a name. It was special, a special containment object resembling a white dwarf. It doesn't need carbon detonation. Once released, it can self-accelerate and trigger a supernova explosion. Moreover, its size is incredibly small, only 5 centimeters in diameter, barely larger than a ping-pong ball. An S-class card, it's a heavyweight card. Lin Qun looked at the description on the card and murmured, "This isn't just a card, it's clearly a super bomb." A supernova explosion of a white dwarf is a special type, also known as a carbon bombing, and it leaves no residue, somewhat similar to the description of this containment object on the card. Supernova explosions are always cosmic catastrophes. Even an explosion from a 5 centimeter diameter white dwarf would be devastating. It wouldn't even be comparable to a typical planet-destroying weapon. At least a planetary system the size of Earth's star system would be affected. However, this is just Lin Qun's guess. No one knows what an explosion from a 5 centimeter diameter white dwarf would look like, and no one can answer that question. But this is definitely a super bomb. Something even a great source energy level couldn't withstand. Lin Qun put the card away. Although it was an item card, it was clear that it would explode if materialized. Before using it, it was best to preserve it as a card for now. After drawing the card, Lin Qun closed his eyes again and began cultivating. Half a year wasn't a long time, but his cultivation had yielded results. Lin Qun optimistically estimated that in 2 to 3 years at most, he would be able to take this step and reach the 6th level of the great perfection of the sword control technique. Once he reached this level, the 7th level of the sword control technique at the core formation stage would be truly within reach. Lin Qun continued cultivating without stopping. The Federation was doing the same. Within the cloud pattern star system, various alien civilizations were observing, but for a star civilization, time was not a significant factor. The development of civilization inherently requires a long period of time. Humanity took countless years to progress from the Stone Age to the modern era. For them to have grown to this point and become a star civilization on their own, an immense period of time has passed. These past 6 months are insignificant to them, a mere drop in the ocean. They can easily wait. The pace of the Level 2 civilization battlefield is inherently slower than that of the Level 3 civilization battlefield on a planet. However, this time is extremely precious and important to the Federation. Many exceptionally talented individuals who emerged within the Federation have rapidly improved their combat power under the guidance of Federation science during this period. Simultaneously, techniques like the Golden Bell Shield and the Complete Guide to Escape techniques have been widely disseminated, with everyone practicing. After Lin Qun went into seclusion, Ho Yan also went into seclusion, focusing all his efforts on breaking through to the next level. He wanted to become an evolver as soon as possible. Even more so, the Federation's third evolver. Not only him, but Wang Kezian, Li Ji, Liu Rui, and others were also determined to improve, striving to become the Federation's third evolver. In this Level 2 civilization battlefield, each of them gained a great deal and grew significantly. This is the foundation. Relying on cultivation methods, each of them had more possibilities. They could improve their strength without relying on contribution points or experience, making it possible for them to become evolved beings through diligent cultivation. As long as they found the right path, everyone had a chance. And those who survived all of this from the Level 3 and Level 2 civilization battlefields, weren't they all resolute? Once they identified their path, they could forge ahead without hesitation. Meanwhile, deep underground at a Federation experimental base, a young white man suddenly opened his eyes. A group of scientists surrounded him, both tense and worried. They looked at him, and also at the instruments beside him. A moment later, the instruments displayed a series of messages, and they shouted excitedly, "Success! We succeeded! The blacklight virus has been completely fused." This young white man was none other than Jerry, the host of the blacklight virus chosen by Lin Qun. He raised his arm, feeling a power within his body that he had never felt before, flowing and surging through him like an explosion, as if every cell was screaming. The muscles and cells damaged by his previous injuries all came back to life, even more vibrant than before. He felt as if he could become anyone, anything. With this thought, his raised arm suddenly transformed, incredibly rapidly mutating into a sharp hand blade. Watching this scene, feeling the power within his body, Jerry couldn't help but take a deep breath. His eyes shone with undisguised excitement. He knew he had truly been given another chance. Thinking this, Jerry felt both grateful and admiring towards Lin Qun. No one in the Federation could change this situation, but Mr. Lin could. Moreover, Mr. Lin had given him another powerful force, a unique and different possibility. His life had changed forever. Jerry clenched his fist, silently vowing in his heart, "Mr. Lin, I will definitely not let you down. I will cherish this second chance." What awaited Jerry next was undoubtedly a series of tests, and his study and mastery of the blacklight virus. As humanity's powerful forces rapidly advanced, the ARC project, the migration program to Earth, was also progressing steadily. On Earth, over 70% of the shipbuilding factories were completed, and the shipbuilding factories built on asteroids near the cloud-patterned star system's asteroid belt would be completed within 5 months. Such speed and efficiency, along with the technology behind these shipbuilding factories, were things that the previous humans of Earth lacked, things even the Supreme Commander had never imagined. And now, it was becoming possible. The chief designer of the ARC project couldn't help but remark to the Supreme Commander, "Your Excellency, I think we humans are now facing the most difficult moment in our history, but also the moment when we are developing at the fastest pace in our history. Even during our Industrial Revolution, we never progressed so rapidly. We will create a miracle in human history." No. The Supreme Commander shook his head, saying, "We are not creating a miracle in human history, but every step we take now is a miracle in human history. This is the power that a civilization, a race, can unleash for survival. This power will propel our civilization forward and protect us from ever sinking." 2 months later, 8 months after the end of the Ice Energy Clan War, the first spaceship of the Human Ark project was officially completed. On that day, the Supreme Commander, an old man, personally inspected it. It was an incredibly massive warship, its components manufactured in factories across multiple locations on Earth, and then finalized in a space factory in near-Earth orbit, forming the first Ark spaceship. This was Ark 1, the first completed spaceship of the Human Migration Ark project. This spaceship incorporated design concepts from the Explorer civilization's spaceships and the Avalon, maximizing the use of space. Moreover, unlike the escape ships previously built by humanity, this spaceship had moderate performance. Although it lacked weapon systems, it possessed armor and general shields, and had multiple engines, including a warp drive, making it a truly qualified spaceship within the Federation's current technological capabilities. However, the vast majority of its internal space will be filled with human hibernation pods and life support systems to enable it to carry the largest possible number of humans for interstellar migration. This is its mission. But in the future, it can also serve as a cruise ship, cargo ship, engineering vessel, and so on, for humanity's new home. The elderly Supreme Commander stood in the spaceport watching the Ark 1 spaceship take off, his face flushed with excitement. He exclaimed, "It's done! It's done!" His eyes shone brightly. Those around him were also filled with joy. They rarely saw the Supreme Commander so visibly pleased. Xiao Zhongguo said, "This will be a great beginning. The first Ark warship is complete. This is not just about this one warship, it means our shipbuilding production line is a success." That's right. We are located in the 8th orbit, adjacent to the asteroid belt, and with our own resources from Earth and those previously obtained from the Ice Energy Clan's frozen planets, we have enough resources. Plus, the production line is now built. The elderly Supreme Commander said excitedly, "From now on, our shipbuilding speed will only increase. The first one took 8 months, the second might only take 6 months, the third, the fourth, the fifth, 55 Ark ships can be manufactured in a maximum of 4 years. The elderly Supreme Commander suddenly felt dizzy, fell backward, and lost consciousness. Those around him panicked and rushed to help him. His secretary, who was closest to him, was the first to intervene, preventing him from falling, but he too had already fallen unconscious and was immediately taken to the hospital. He was too old. Even with technological advancements and innate abilities, he wasn't a superhuman. Human progress in the biomedical field, especially in human medicine, wasn't rapid enough, and coupled with days of exhaustion and work, he was already struggling to keep going. Meanwhile, in a corner of the room, 2 engineers from the Yunbei civilization were silently observing the scene. Papadu had assigned tasks to the Yunbei civilization beings. He himself was responsible for monitoring the movements of alien civilizations in space, minimizing the information gap caused by technological differences and the potential dangers it might pose. These 2 Yunbei civilization weasel-like beings were Papadu's technical advisors here. These 2 Yunbei civilization beings were considered experts and leaders among Papadu's group, rare and important figures among the Yunbei civilization beings. They had previously assisted in the development of planet-destroying weapons. Now, naturally, they were here as well. As technicians, they differed from ordinary weasel-like beings, possessing a strange coldness and composure. Seeing this, they didn't step forward. The taller Yunbei civilization life form on the left coldly questioned, "They're still limited by natural organisms. Does Papadu really want to follow such a civilization? Even if they have a very promising individual, their civilization is too weak, and even that promising individual isn't strong enough. They don't have much time to develop properly, we shouldn't bet on them." The shorter, stouter Yunbei civilization life form on the right calmly said, "These humans are very different. Especially that human, his talent is unheard of, and the growth rate is terrifying. Papadu has had more contact with him and may have seen more than we have. We can trust Papadu's decision for now and observe further. Besides, we don't have any better options now." "You're right, we don't have any better options now." The taller Yunbei civilization life form on the left seemed convinced, a hint of helplessness in its tone, saying, "Hopefully it has seen what we haven't discovered. According to calculations, our time is running out." "I know. I understand." The shorter Yunbei civilization being turned its gaze back, watching the group of humans quickly depart with their Supreme Commander, and calmly replied. Meanwhile, news of the completion of humanity's first Ark warship was rapidly spreading to every corner of the Yunwen star system. Chapter 600. They couldn't wait any longer. What are these humans doing? They're building a conventional manned spaceship, not even a warship. Deep within the Anu's participating planet, Hu Zhao frowned deeply, looking at the latest news from the humans. To one side, other Anu technical experts and high-ranking figures were equally perplexed. The humans weren't building a warship, which meant their previous assumptions were wrong. The humans weren't trying to attack other civilizations. What's going on? What is human civilization trying to do? It's becoming increasingly difficult to understand this civilization. Someone said, could this be a disguise? Are they showing us this kind of spaceship in the open, but secretly building a warship? As soon as this Anu person spoke, another Anu person immediately retorted, what's the point? What's the purpose of their disguise? If they can really disguise themselves, why don't they just completely shield themselves, making it impossible for us to spy on them? This rebuttal made sense. Human behavior was beyond their comprehension. All the Anu people were bewildered, not knowing what human civilization was trying to do. They neither left the second-level civilization battlefield nor attacked other civilizations. Instead, they stayed put, building conventional manned starships. Who could have guessed what they were doing? After a while, an Anu person muttered, could it be that they're going to use these manned ships back home? To start an interstellar tourism business. This remark drew a glare from Hu Xiao. The Anu leader immediately fell silent, lowered his head, and regretted his words. At this moment, Hu Xiao said, continue to observe, continue to be vigilant. I don't believe humanity has no purpose. We need to figure it out. The same scene was playing out in various civilizations. These civilizations were all bewildered. What's going on with these humans? What are they trying to do? Building manned spaceships but not warships. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Perhaps their backer is a powerful but technologically backward civilization, and they want to cultivate a branch of technologically advanced civilization. They must be a branch civilization carrying out a mission. This also explains why they could drive away the divine messengers, yet their technological level is so backward. Even so, you can't explain why they were using all their civilization's resources to build manned spaceships in a perilous level 2 civilization battlefield. Building warships would be more reasonable, wouldn't it? Is this their home? While these civilizations were bewildered and wary, suspicious and distrustful, human civilization continued to develop rapidly. They continued building ships. And on Earth, the Supreme Commander, an elderly man, didn't remain unconscious for long. He awoke on the way and stopped Zhao Zhongguo from calling Mr. Lin, saying, I know my own condition. I won't die. Mr. Lin doesn't need to come, he's in seclusion cultivating, we shouldn't disturb him. But Zhao Zhongguo looked at the Supreme Commander's pale face, a deep worry appearing in his eyes, even setting aside personal relationships. Your Excellency, you cannot fall. If you fall, the positive situation we've worked so hard to build will likely be lost. The Supreme Commander forced a smile. He understood Zhao Zhongguo's meaning, of course. The Federation, seemingly a unified entity, did indeed have the effect of a cohesive force of civilization, but it was also the Federation's leadership, led by the Supreme Commander, that was at work. Where there are people, there are shadows. Beneath the Federation, undercurrents were surging, only buried by the light. If he fell, these forces might surface, everything would change, and the Federation's progress would be affected. But the Supreme Commander said nothing about this. He simply gestured for his secretary to help him sit up, took a sip of water, glanced at the IV drip he was receiving, and nodded to the tense medical staff in the vehicle, saying, Don't worry, I'm fine. We'll be on the ground soon, right? I need to go back to my office. At that moment, they were traveling in an airship, rapidly returning to Earth from the spaceship building port. You should go to the hospital for a full checkup. If necessary, you must be hospitalized. A doctor in his early 50s pushed up his glasses and spoke seriously. Not only him, but everyone around him leaned forward. You can't be reckless, your health is paramount. Your Excellency. To this, the elderly Supreme Commander smiled, his face pale, his smile revealing a hint of weakness and dejection, but his tone was firm, as always full of confidence. There's no need. I can save myself. Don't worry, everyone dies eventually, and I'm no exception, but not now, and certainly not in a short time. Although the elderly Supreme Commander spoke with great certainty, those around him showed doubt. Preliminary examinations indicated that the Supreme Commander was in poor health. Don't worry. The Supreme Commander smiled with relief, saying, Mr. Lin gave me something similar, it can help me. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin is so thoughtful. Hearing about what Mr. Lin had given them, everyone felt reassured. It was as if Lin Qun was omnipotent, and his things were equally capable of anything. This time, the airship changed direction, heading towards the Supreme Commander's office. Xiao Zhongguo personally helped him back to his office. The Supreme Commander joked, Look, I'm the most powerful person in the entire Federation, but I can't just do whatever I want. Xiao Zhongguo said, Your Excellency, your health is not something to joke about. I know. The Supreme Commander sat down in his seat, catching his breath. His condition was indeed very poor. On one side, Xiao Zhongguo asked worriedly, Did Mr. Lin really give you something? Of course. Don't worry, I know I can't die. As long as the Federation needs me, as long as humanity needs me, I won't fall. The Supreme Commander said, slowly pulling open a drawer. Inside, Mystique's gene serum lay quietly. In terms of strength, the Blacklight virus was actually better than Mystique, because it could also achieve transformation, but it was more powerful in combat and provided greater vitality. The Supreme Commander could also be a more suitable candidate than Jerry. But the Supreme Commander didn't choose that. He chose to leave a more advantageous and powerful opportunity to the younger generation. And if it weren't for this moment, he wouldn't even want to use the serum. He knew he was old, and with his status, he couldn't utilize the combat function of the Mystique gene serum. He could only use it to prolong his life and for self-preservation in critical moments. Therefore, the Mystique gene serum had been sitting in the Supreme Commander's drawer for a long time, unused. Until today. He knew he had to use it. Using it, he could escape his current physical predicament in the shortest time, even gaining the vitality of a young man and stronger self-defense capabilities. Even in the face of an attack, he could instantly transform into someone else and escape. So, he took out the potion. In front of Xiao Zhongguo, he slowly injected it. Outside the window, it was night. The artificial sun's light was periodically diminishing. The room was dark, unlit, like the darkness before rebirth. That night, within the Federation, undercurrents surged. The fact that the Supreme Commander had fainted while inspecting Arc 1 was no secret, spreading like wildfire throughout the Federation. Some were worried, some panicked, and others had other thoughts. But all these undercurrents within the Federation vanished the next day. Because the Supreme Commander had given a public speech that morning, announcing the completion of Arc 1 to all of humanity. During the speech, the Supreme Commander's face was flushed, his wrinkles seemed less pronounced, and he appeared much younger. He was in high spirits. Such an appearance was enough to extinguish all undercurrents. The Supreme Commander, an elderly man, was in unusually good condition, leading some to speculate that Mr. Lin had intervened. Within the Federation, only Mr. Lin could turn the impossible into reality. Some were overjoyed, while others were disappointed and secretly harbored their ambitions. The Federation's path forward remained uninterrupted, and Project Arc proceeded methodically. Soon, a month and a half later, the second Arc spaceship was completed. By this time, the Federation's shipbuilding factories were nearly 90% complete. The supply chain was also established. The Supreme Commander, an elderly man, oversaw the entire operation, with all of humanity operating at high speed. Soon, just another month later, Arc III was completed. 20 days later, Arc IV was completed. 13 days later, Arc V was completed. Mass production of hibernation pods began. 9 days later, Arc VI and Arc VI were completed simultaneously, the two warships manufactured in separate factories, with less than an hour between their acceptance tests. The Federation was pressing the fast-forward button. Humanity was building ships. Backed by an asteroid belt, humanity possesses abundant resources. Moreover, since Blue Star is also to be abandoned, although it is their homeland, humanity can now mine it recklessly. Everything is for the continuation and future of human civilization. A year and a half has passed. The British civilization sent a rare message. It was a question from St. Ava to Lin Qun: do you want war, or do you want to leave? Lin Qun emerged from his seclusion and personally answered the question, would our answer be meaningful to you? In the Fleet Command Center, Chen Weiying raised his head. The British civilization can't wait any longer. As humanity completed one Arc spaceship after another, The civilizations in the cloud pattern star system were almost dumbfounded, increasingly unable to understand, yet increasingly vigilant, and increasingly suspicious. Why had humanity not left for so long, but instead built a bunch of non-warship manned spaceships? What was their intention? They couldn't understand, and naturally, they became wary. What they couldn't understand, seemingly without threat, often meant a greater threat, more terrifying than any overt threat of direct combat. Lin Qun's answer awakened St. Ava. Fifth orbital planet. Deep within the Ying civilization. Qin asked, what did his answer mean? What exactly does human civilization want? St. Ava chuckled and said, our questions are meaningless. Whatever they want to do, they can't tell us. Perhaps they really want to leave, or perhaps they seem to be building a bunch of manned ships useless for war, but in reality, these ships hold hidden secrets that we just can't understand, and the primary target is us. Our judgment has nothing to do with others, we ask only because we are unwilling to withdraw from this level 2 civilization battlefield. Hearing this, Qin vaguely understood, and it also realized what decision St. Ava would make. It said, are we leaving? You're right, participating in a level 2 civilization battlefield is not easy for any civilization, let alone reaching this stage. Although we are not as powerful as the Anu, we can still fish in troubled waters and have opportunities. Other civilizations have been waiting and observing, aren't they also unwilling to leave here like this? Yes, but we must leave, St. Ava said, our civilization still has greater potential, we still have opportunities. We can't wait any longer. Perhaps the outcome will be in our favor. Perhaps it will be against us. It doesn't matter to us then. 56 days after Lin Qun replied with this message, the Blue Star Observatory confirmed that the fifth orbiting planet had disappeared. The British civilization had withdrawn from the level 2 civilization battlefield of the cloud pattern star system. The British civilization has withdrawn. Upon hearing this news, the elderly Supreme Commander stood up, stood by the window, and gazed at the starry sky. Lin Qun remained silent, having returned to seclusion after his reply. He had reached a crucial point, the 6th level of the sword control technique was nearing completion. 2 months after the British civilization's withdrawal, Hot Jupiter also disappeared. One of the 2 dim suns hanging above Blue Star was gone. The participating civilization on Hot Jupiter had confirmed its withdrawal from the level 2 civilization battlefield of the cloud pattern star system. Hot Jupiter is constantly falling towards the main sequence star. They are losing vast amounts of matter every second. They can't wait any longer, nor are they willing to initiate a war and take the risks. Leaving is their best and only option. The Supreme Commander, an elderly man, personally arrived at the command center. Having acquired Mystique's genes, his energy had increased dramatically, and his hair had even turned from white to black. He said, this is just the beginning. They can't wait any longer. Our time seems to be running out. We must further accelerate the shipbuilding program. The long wait was making the civilizations here uneasy. If they all left on their own, then Blue Star might become the last civilization here, possibly even entering the realm of gods. Of course, although Blue Star had defeated several civilizations, the number of contribution points it had gained was insufficient, and it might also be judged as a failure. But in any case, according to humanity's plan, humanity did not want to become the last civilization in the cloud pattern star system. On Blue Star, humans were natives, but here, humans were participants. Humanity did not want to be the last survivor on the battlefield of civilizations as a participant. No one knew what would happen, and the unknown was the risk. The Supreme Commander's eyes gleamed. He took a deep breath and said, we must be prepared to leave at any time. To the side, Papadu looked up and glanced in their direction, saying nothing. Inside the command center, the busy work continued. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.